Chapter 1: Awakening the Black History System. Ding! Congratulations to the host Lin Xian for obtaining the Black History System. Stare at someone for 3 seconds to pop up the personal information interface and get the person's dark history that they are most afraid of being known by others. Whenever you use the Black History information to help others, eliminate violence and protect the good, and eliminate harm for the people, you will receive a system gift package reward. Lin Xian was drinking alone at the bar. He. It's finally here. In this life, it has been 22 years since Lin Xian traveled to this world. Just graduated from college today. I'm worried about what to do in the future. I didn't expect that the standard system for time travelers would arrive so late. Never mind. Better late than never. In this life, Lin Xian's parents run a small supermarket. It is just to maintain daily life, and in the future you will have to solve retirement and medical problems by yourself. The emergence of the system at this time was a great help. After carefully looking at the system in my mind, I can summarize that it has 2 main functions. 1. Get the dark history that others are most afraid of being known. 2. You can get rewards by using your dark history to help others and punish evil. As for what the rewards are, the system introduction does not go into detail. However, can the system's rewards be bad? Who should I use to test the function? Lin Xian looked around, constantly sizing up the people in the bar. Just at this moment, the song in the bar changed and 5 beauties walked onto the stage. The beauty in the middle is a popular internet celebrity named Mo. She has a large number of fans on major short video platforms, and her number of fans on Little Green Book exceeds 5 million. With her pure looks and hot body, she is the goddess of countless people. Most of the men in the bar today came for her. What kind of dark history could such a popular beauty have? Lin Xian stared at him curiously. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bite. A transparent screen appears in front of you. Name: Mo Tingmei. Age: 20. The biggest black history, fake character setting. Mo Tingmei has always created a rich girl, studied abroad, and loves music. But in fact, she was born in a village in the south, and later worked in a clothing factory in XX City. She was found wearing clothes from the factory and was fired. She worked in XX City XX Leisure Service Center for 3 years, and then conspired with her boyfriend Lee XX to rent a luxury house and sell her personality to successfully attract many fans. Her singing level is not high, her dancing skills are not good, and her live performances are all lip-syncing. I didn't expect that this pure and lovely beauty would be like this behind the scenes. The clear and crisp voices on the stage are all lip-synced. The lip movements are quite accurate. If it weren't for the system, I wouldn't have noticed it. Think about those fans who came here specially for her, and the rich people who kept sending gifts online. If they knew her true face, I wonder if they would vomit 3 liters of blood. I guess her character has collapsed. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't intend to meddle in other people's business. It is everyone's freedom to choose their own lifestyle, so why should you meddle in other people's business? Through this verification, the Black History System gave Lin Xian a surprise. Although it seems to be someone's dark history. But even down to the specific village, store, and relevant personnel, they can be written down. Therefore, sometimes, although you see the dark history of a person, you can also get the dark history of his accomplice, companion, and co-offender at the same time. Lin Xian smiled secretly. Not bad, find someone else to try. Lin Xian turned around, faced the store, and began to look around. At this moment, a pungent fragrance entered the nose. Turned around and looked. It turned out to be a girl who looked young but dressed very gaudy. As she walked, she made a phone call. Brother Chang, I took great pains to get Shen Mengchan out. I have already put some water in her cup, so please come over quickly, or else someone else will get away with it. So after this incident, are the accounts between us settled? Brother Chang, don't worry. Her family is so rich, her father will definitely not care about such a small amount of money. The life of his precious daughter is definitely more important than anything else. After saying this, the girl even grinned evilly. Lin Xian couldn't hear what was said on the other end of the phone because the bar was too noisy. But he heard the woman say that she had given Shen Mengchan the water. Is this an illegal drug? It is said that after drinking it, one will become unconscious, confused, and at the mercy of others. It can be said that everyone in Donghai City knows the beauty Shen Mengchan. She is beautiful and has a great body. She is the campus belle of the university and the captain of the cheerleading team. She often represents the school in various activities. Moreover, her father is the underground emperor of Donghai City. He is rich and powerful, and is one of the most influential figures in Donghai City. These young people are so bold. There really are people who are not afraid of death. They even dare to drug the daughter of the Shin family. They value money over life. I guess only these naive students can come up with this. In the end, they probably won't even know how they died. Lin Xian muttered to himself. This is a completely retarded crime. Nowadays, there are surveillance cameras everywhere on the streets, especially on Bar Street, where there are surveillance cameras not only on the streets but also at every door. They will be caught sooner or later. So you don't have to worry about this, there won't be any problems. Wrong. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly remembered what the system had just said. Whenever you use the Black History information to help others, eliminate violence and protect the good, and eliminate harm for the people, you will receive a system gift package reward. Big gift package. System rewards. Isn't this a case of helping others that comes right to your doorstep? This is a free gift package, we can't let it run away. Lin Xian quickly stood up, the girl had not walked far. Lin Xian took advantage of the fact that there were many people in the bar. Approached the girl slowly. After approaching, Lin Xian stared at the girl's back intently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bite. A transparent information box pops up in front of you. Name, Wang Lily. Age, 21. The biggest dark history, born in an ordinary family in a small county town, her parents sold vegetables to support her schooling. But she pretended to be a rich lady in school, wearing branded clothes, carrying branded bags, and wearing all kinds of luxury accessories. She was also generous and spent money lavishly to her followers. But in fact, all this money was obtained by her from doing bad business introduced by people outside, overdrawing credit cards, and online loans. Now she is in huge debt and is forced into a desperate situation by debt collectors. You can't judge a person by his appearance. It turns out that she is this kind of person behind the scenes. After reading it, Lin Xian didn't know what to say to her. This is all due to inferiority complex and vanity. It's true that there must be something hateful about every pitiful person. You choose your own path in life, and the school belle has no grudges against her. Now, for his own sake, he is kidnapping the school beauty and hurting others. Such people do not deserve sympathy. Lin Xian smiled slightly. This is a trivial matter, he will take care of it. Chapter 2: The Dark History of the School Beauty. Wang Lily. I always feel that this name is somewhat familiar. Lin Xian rubbed his temples and remembered. The girl showing off her wealth whom I saw on the school forum a few days ago, whose ID was Queen Lily, should be the Wang Lily in front of me. Lin Xian took out his mobile phone and opened the forum. I found that Queen Lily's post on the cruise ship was still pinned at the top. Clicking in, I saw that most of the comments below were envious. I'm so envious. I also want to go on a cruise like Queen Lily. I once met Queen Lily in class. She was so noble. I think she was even more elegant than Shen Mengchan. The guy upstairs, don't compare the nouveau riche with us Mengchan. The position of the school beauty is unshakable. No need to praise one and criticize the other. Wang Lily and Shen Mengchan are good friends. They have a very good relationship. Looking at the noisy comment section, Lin Xian sighed. It was the envy of these people that fostered Wang Lily's vanity and led to the current consequences. Putting away his phone, Lin Xian decided to go look for Shen Mengchan first. Needless to say, she must be in this bar too. Tell her about this and let her leave the bar early. It can be considered as helping others. I don't know what kind of reward the system will give me after this incident. Thinking of this, Lin Xian walked towards the hall. Look around. Finally. Not long after, Lin Xian saw a pure and beautiful girl in an inconspicuous corner whose style was obviously out of place in a bar. The girl was wearing a light blue dress and had a pretty face, which was out of place with the heavily made up and seductive atmosphere here. There is no doubt that this is the famous campus beauty of Donghai University, Shen Mengchan. At this time, Shen Mengchan was sitting alone on the sofa. A colorful cocktail in hand. She frowned and looked dazedly at the wine glass in her hand. It's okay, she hasn't drunk much yet. There were a lot of people twisting around in the bar. Lin Xian stared at Shen Mengchan, not letting her out of his sight. while slowly approaching that side. Bite. Suddenly there was a prompt sound in my head. The transparent box pops up again. This made Lin Xian stunned. Oh my god. It was a total accident. He didn't want to see Shen Mengchan's dark history at all. Unexpectedly, just by staring at him for fear of not finding him, he accidentally activated the Black History system. Ahem, I accidentally hurt you. I'm sorry. But since the dark history has been exposed. Lin Xian held a curious attitude and began to look at the transparent information panel. Name, Shen Mengchan. Age, 20. Dark history, poof. Lin Xian couldn't hold it back and burst out. This kind of thing. Can it be considered as dark history? Lin Xian was deeply shocked when he saw the school beauty's dark history. I didn't expect that. The extremely youthful school beauty has been troubled by this kind of thing since she was a child. No wonder. I've never heard of Shen Mengchan having a boyfriend. I thought it was because of my strict upbringing. But now that I think about it, maybe it's just because I'm shy and afraid of being seen by others. Shen Mengchan actually has such a special physique. It's hard to say whether her husband should be ecstatic or overjoyed in the future. Forget it, I'll just pretend I didn't see it. Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped looking at the Black History panel. Continue walking towards Shen Mengchan. However, after this unintentional test, Lin Xian also saw that. Strictly speaking, the dark history monitored by the system is not necessarily the dark history that the public thinks. It is the secret that everyone buries deep in their heart and is most afraid of others knowing. Therefore, the detection result is actually determined by the person being detected. Lin Xian adjusted his expression. Shen Mengchan walked towards the corner. At this time, everyone was dancing on the dance floor, so it was much quieter in the corner. But Shen Mengchan sat there, like a ray of light, attracting the attention of others to follow her. Before Lin Xian could even get to Shen Mengchan's side, a scoundrel with yellow hair walked over. Beauty, it's so boring to sit alone. Come and play with us. We will drink and dance with you. Shen Mengchan replied coldly. No, I came here with my friends, they will be back soon. Shen Mengchan couldn't count how many waves of people she had rejected. The bars near the university town are mostly occupied by students. Generally, if you see a beautiful woman saying no, you should just leave tactfully. Everyone is still relatively well educated. But I didn't expect. This little gangster is obviously an outlier. Come on, let's play. It's more fun when there are more people. Your friends will come over and play with us later. This little thug seemed to be drunk, and he stepped forward and reached out to grab Shen Mengchan's hand holding the wine glass. Oops. Before the gangster could touch Shen Mengchan, Lin Xian stepped forward, grabbed the gangster's hand and twisted it behind his back. The little rascal grimaced in pain. He opened his mouth and uttered a sweet word. Who the hell are you? When he looked up and saw the tall Lin Xian, his temperament immediately weakened a bit. Is it a big deal to be tall? Bro, I saw this girl first come, first served, understand? Lin Xian is a whole head taller than the gangster. Lin Xian's physique is that of a big boy from the north. He is tall, works out regularly, has muscular body, and a handsome face with clear edges and corners, which makes people feel safe when looking at him. Lin Xian didn't bother to argue with him. He grabbed the gangster's arm and pushed him hard, and the gangster was thrown aside. People tend to be more impulsive when they drink too much. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't take him seriously, the gangster shouted in a bluffing manner. Just stand there and don't move. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. Lin Xian frowned. Roll. Seeing Lin Xian's calmness, the gangster became even angrier and ran over while shouting. Boy, you are quite crazy. Do I have to have a good talk with you? Lin Xian looked at the gangster's relentless pursuit and smiled slightly. Mr. Zhao's Ferrari was damaged, how about we talk about it in detail? Hearing this, the gangster was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Most of the wine is sober. You, what are you talking about? What do you know? The gangster asked incoherently. Shocked. This matter shouldn't be known by anyone. There was no surveillance on that road and no one witnessed the incident at the time. How did this person know? The gangster looked at Lin Xian in confusion. This matter was the deepest thing in his heart. If Mr. Zhao knew about it, he would have no need to live. Lin Xian smiled faintly. If Master Zhao knew, he would probably be interested in having a good chat with you. Thump. Thinking of the possible consequences, the gangster knelt down, slapping himself in the face and crying. Brother, I was wrong. I didn't mean to offend you. I deserve to die. Snap, snap, snap. After dozens of slaps, Lin Xian looked at the punk whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Go away. Don't let me see you. Take care of yourself. Hearing this, the gangster stood up quickly and ran away without looking back. The little gangster won't know until he dies. How did that handsome young man know my secret? It turned out that when the gangster came over to chat with him, Lin Xian was staring at his back. 3 seconds later, his dark history came out. Name, Li Tong. Age, 17. Dark history: a week ago, he was racing with a spirited girl on a motorcycle. In a dark alley, he crashed into a sports car parked on the side of the road. When he got up, Li Tong saw that it was the limited edition Ferrari of Mr. Zhao. He looked up and saw no one, no surveillance, so he grabbed the beauty and ran away. The Zhao family in Donghai City is a top family that is involved in both black and white affairs. Zhao Jie, also known as Master Zhao, is the only male in the Zhao family. There is only one older sister. Therefore, this Master Zhao can be said to be the little bully of Donghai City. It is an existence that no one dares to provoke, and no one is willing to provoke. When he learned that his favorite sports car had been hit, he was furious. Young Master Zhao announced that anyone who could provide clues about the person who hit his car would be rewarded with 500,000 yuan in cash. How could this little gangster not pee his pants out of fear? Chapter 3 System Reward Package. After the gangster crawled away, Lin Xian walked to the opposite side of Shin Mengchan, pulled out a chair and sat down. Looking at Shin Mengchan in front of him, he was about to speak. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully helping others through Black History information. A big gift package for reward. Open now? Ha! I haven't even started talking to Shin Mengchan yet? This is helpful. Yes, it was that drunk gangster just now. I just helped Shin Mengchan to prevent her from being harassed by a drunkard. This is really good. Give yourself a big gift package right away. Thinking of this, Lin Xian said to the system in his mind. Open the gift package. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Grandmaster Sanda. Grandmaster Sanda can skillfully use Sanda techniques such as throwing, kicking, hitting, and other offensive and defensive methods to fight and subdue opponents with bare hands, and can easily fight one on many. Not bad, not bad. I now have a means of self-defense, and I have reached the master level in an instant. With the muscles I have gained from years of fitness, I can achieve twice the result with half the effort and easily beat 10 people at once. But now is not the time to be happy. Let us deal with the school beauty issue first. The reward for stopping a drunkard, such a small thing, is so powerful, so what reward would be given for preventing a kidnapping? Lin Xian began to look forward to it. Seeing that Lin Xian had been standing there without saying anything, Shin Mengchan took the lead in breaking the silence between the two. Hello, classmate, thank you for helping me out just now. My name is Shin Mengchan, what should I call you, classmates? Lin Xian came back to his senses and stopped thinking about the gift package. Sit down and look at Shin Mengchan. My name is Lin Xian, and we are from the same school. This is an urgent matter, so I'll just make it short. Your friend Wang Lily and others are planning to kidnap you, threaten your family, and demand a ransom from them. You can choose to come with me now, or call your parents, or call your driver to pick you up, or call the police. In short, don't stay here by yourself. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Shin Mengchan was stunned for a moment and smiled. Mr. Lin, thank you very much for helping me out just now. But this is our graduation party, everyone will be here soon. Besides, Lily doesn't need money. Why would she kidnap me? Kidnapping is a crime. Her parents dote on her so much. Even though they are doing business in other places and are not around, they still often send her gifts and take her around the world to travel, so she is not short of money at all. Lin Xian expected Shin Mengchan not to believe it. After all, he and she had just met, while Wang Lily had been her classmate for several years. However, for the sake of the reward, Lin Xian was not discouraged. Student Shin Mengchan, I know this is hard to believe. But Wang Lily is not actually a rich second generation. Her real source of income comes from those bad things, as well as those campus loans, credit cards, etc. She planned to kidnap you this time because she was forced into a desperate situation by her creditors. Even if you don't believe what I said and don't want to call the police, you still have nothing to lose by calling your parents or asking the driver to pick you up in advance, right? Besides, it's already so late, and none of your classmates are here. Don't you find it strange? After listening to this, Shin Mengchan looked at Lin Xian, who had a righteous look on his face, and her heart was indeed beating fast. Although Wang Lily said she got the time wrong and came early, it was unlikely that no one had come since she had been there for so long. No one knew where Wang Lily had gone, and she had never come back. Although she was naive, she was not stupid. Shen Mengchan grew up in a merchant family and was exposed to an environment of intrigue and deception since childhood. This made it difficult for her to believe that there would be someone in the world who would selflessly help a stranger without asking for anything in return. Besides, most people now believe in nothing good without profit, so Shen Mengchan said to Lin Xian tentatively, "Then why are you helping me? Even though we're classmates, I don't know you." Most people wouldn't bother explaining for so long. Lin Xian showed a professional smile and answered with the countermeasure he had thought of long ago. "I am an intelligence businessman and I know a lot of secrets. I learned about Wang Lily's case by chance. Of course, I'm telling you this information is not free. 200,000 yuan to buy opinion, this price is very reasonable for you." After listening to Lin Xian's explanation, Shin Mengchan breathed a sigh of relief, and her clenched fists loosened a little. This explanation makes sense. After all, no matter what people do, they always have their own purpose, and the most common purpose is money. So, Shen Mengchan thought for a moment and said, "Okay, since classmate Lin has said so, if I confirm that what you said is true, I will transfer you 300,000 yuan, 200,000 yuan for the information fee, and the other 100,000 yuan is to thank you for helping me out just now." In fact, Shin Mengchan was still a little embarrassed. As the future heir of the family, she was strictly forbidden from going to places like bars. "Once my family finds out that I have secretly come to the bar, I will definitely be scolded. So I came here by myself today and no one at home knows. I just told my family that I would go to the teacher for extra lessons after school, and then have dinner outside with my classmates." Wang Lily told her that this was the last party before graduation and all the classmates would come, so she must attend no matter what. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have come, and it wouldn't be so difficult." After weighing the pros and cons for a while, Shen Mengchan continued, "It's just, classmate Lin Xian. It's hard for me to believe you without any evidence. Since you know me, you should know something about my family situation, right?" Lin Xian nodded. As the future successor of the family, Shen Mengchan is under very strict control at home. She basically has no contact with boys at school, and is picked up and dropped off by a driver. This is no secret in the school and everyone knows it. Seeing Lin Xian nod, Shen Mengchan continued, "So since you know so much information, can you tell me something about me or my family that other students don't know? Then I will believe you and I can pay you in advance." As for the fact that such a young student is an intelligence businessman, Shen Mengchan still found it hard to believe. So she needed Lin Xian to prove it. If Lin Xian can really convince himself, I am willing to take the risk and trust him once. Shen Mengchan looked nervous and stared at Lin Xian's reaction. Lin Xian just looked at Shen Mengchan with a mysterious smile. Chapter 4. You are sick. Lin Xian stood up and walked to Shin Shuchan. He leaned over and whispered in Shin Shuchan's ear, "Who are you?" Bang! The wine glass in Shin Shuchan's hand fell to the ground. In an instant, Shin Shuchan's face turned red as if blood could drip out. Her eyes widened. How did Lin Xian know? She looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. You pervert. You actually spied on me?" "No, you peeped." "Did you press a camera somewhere in my house?" "You are breaking the law. You have committed a crime. I can sue you at any time." Shin Shuchan had never felt so embarrassed and at a loss in her life. She had always been calm since she was a child, but this was the first time she yelled like this, without caring about her image. This is her biggest secret, and what she considers to be her biggest dark history. A secret that even her family and her best friends didn't know. Now, it was actually known by a man I had only met once. At this moment, Shin Shuchan wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, so that she can hide. Since adolescence, Shin Shuchan discovered that she was different from others. She looked at her companions and at first she just thought that she might be a late bloomer. But it never happened. She started to worry and started to search online, and the information online showed that it was a physical defect. From then on, Shin Shu-chan began to feel inferior. She refused to take a hot spring bath or swim with her good friends. Even if she really couldn't resist and went to the gym together, she would rather go home with a sweaty body than take a bath in a public bath. She began to reject all approaches from boys and didn't even have normal friends, let alone a boyfriend. She felt inferior and thought she was flawed, so she guarded her secrets carefully. She was afraid that others would despise her and laugh at her after knowing her secret, so she had already prepared herself to live a lonely life. But today, the secret that had been kept for so many years was revealed. And it was a man. This was like a bolt from the blue for Shin Shu-chan. He chopped her into pieces until she was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Seeing Shin Shu-chan's face full of despair and about to cry, Lin Xian spread his hands helplessly. It's not that I don't want to explain, but there is no way to explain this matter. I can only say to Shin Shu-chan, I'm not following you, nor do I have a voyeuristic habit. Don't worry, there are definitely no cameras in your house. It would be better if Lin Xian didn't say anything. Shin Shu-chan was shocked when she heard Lin Xian's words. You said you didn't press the camera, so how did you know? Lin Xian could only perfunctorily say, That's my job. This question involves confidential information. Sorry, I can't tell you. Shin Shu-chan exploded when she heard this. Her embarrassment turned into anger. She had never been so angry before. You are committing a crime. When I get home, I will find a lawyer and collect evidence. You just wait to be sued and see how you will argue then. Lin Xian looked at the angry school beauty in front of him and smiled faintly. You asked me to tell you the secret yourself, so what about the deal we agreed on? Shin Shu-chan glared at Lin Xian fiercely. I won't make a deal with a villain, so I'll deduct the money from your compensation. Lin Xian helplessly thought that the school beauty must have believed that he had set up the surveillance camera in her house and was spying on her. Why? It's quite complicated to get a big gift package, and it will even lead to a lawsuit. However, even if she turned the house upside down, she would not be able to find any evidence because she had never done such a thing. Bang! Shin Shu-chan stood up and bumped his head into someone's chin. The person coming from behind did not expect Shin Shu-chan to suddenly stand up. Shin Shu-chan quickly stood up and took a step back. Although she was angry, her upbringing prevented her from taking her anger out on others. He immediately apologized without even looking up. I'm sorry, are you okay? The visitor interrupted her with a gruff wave of his hand. Don't say that useless thing. Are you Shin Shu-chan? Shin Shu-chan looked up with a puzzled look at the two people in front of him. One of them was still rubbing his chin, and there was a long scar on his face. Who are you? Do you know me? It's obvious at first glance that these two people are not easy to get along with. They have fat faces and tattoos all over their arms. The other uninjured one pointed at the door impatiently and said, That's good. Wang Lily is your friend, right? She's waiting for you over there. She wants you to come over. Shin Shu-chan looked in the direction the man pointed. It was the door, but Wang Lily was not there. I suddenly remembered what Lin Xian said when he came over. Your friend Wang Lily and others are trying to kidnap you. Looking at it this way, could it be that what he said was true? Thinking of this, Shen Mengchan broke out in a cold sweat and refused. I can't go out. I'm afraid the other students won't be able to find me when they come back from dancing. If Lily needs help, let her come in. After saying that, he pointed his finger at the young boy on the dance floor. The scarred man rubbed his chin and said, Stop talking nonsense, just follow me if I tell you to go. Shin Shu-chan thought for a moment. Then wait a moment, I'll call the other students and tell them about it. As soon as he took out his phone, Scarface snatched it away. No need to fight, your classmates have already talked to the others, just follow us. Broken. In this situation, even a fool could see that these two people were up to no good. I absolutely cannot go out with them. It is very likely that they have accomplices, and as soon as I go out, I will be tied up and taken away in a car. What to do? Shouting for help? No, this is a blind spot, there is no one there. If I provoke them and they start to use violence, I will definitely not be able to escape. Call the police? The cell phone was stolen. At this moment, Shin Shu-chan's mind was like a movie. He thought of many ways, but rejected them one by one. finally turning back. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry I misunderstood you just now. After a pause, I still blushed when I mentioned the secret. Although I don't know how you knew that, I believe you didn't press the camera. I promised you the money, and I will fulfill my promise. Please, help me again. After listening to Shin Shuchan's hesitation for a long time, the scarred man interrupted impatiently. Chirp, chirp, are you done yet? Hurry and go. After saying that, he walked forward and pulled Shin Mingchan's shoulder. Another companion looked at Lin Xian fiercely with a fierce look on his face. Boy, be honest. I advise you to mind your own business. Be careful not to get into trouble. Lin Xian watched this scene with interest. Don't worry, my two brothers. I don't know her well. She just said she was going to sue me. Hearing Lin Xian say this, Shin Shuchan, who had been pretending to be strong, was so anxious that she almost cried and collapsed and shouted. Lin Xian! I misunderstood you just now. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. I'll give you the money when I get home. Please. Lin Xian smiled. No. Miss Shin, that was the price just now. It's obviously not acceptable now. Can I buy a plane ticket a month in advance at the same price as I do on the day of purchase? Chapter 5: The Sensible School Beauty and the Ignorant Boss. The little thug with a scar on his face was getting impatient waiting. You're talking too much bullshit, hurry up and follow me. As he said this, he reached out to pull Shin Shuchan. Shin Shuchan saw that the other party started to attack her. Back away and dodge immediately. He slapped the hand that the other party extended and scolded. Don't touch me. Stay away from me. He looked up at Lin Xian, who was standing aside, and begged. 500,000. Classmate Lin, please save me. No. Any amount is fine. Shin Shuchan knew that in her current situation, only Lin Xian had the ability to help her. Even though it was the first time we met. But she just inexplicably believed that Lin Xian had this ability. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled slightly. I really don't understand the thinking of you rich people. You don't want to drink the toast, but you have to drink the penalty wine. Why would you have to go through so much trouble now if you had cooperated earlier? Bang! A loud bang. Shen Mengchan had no idea what was going on. I just felt that as soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, the Scarface who attacked him flew backwards towards the wall behind him. Boom! There was another loud bang, and Scarface crashed into the decorative wall and fell to the ground unconscious. Shin Shuchan was stunned for a moment. What just happened? I only saw Lin Xian move and raise one arm, and then the fat man flew up. That's right. My feet literally left the ground and flew onto the wall. Is this person named Lin Xian my classmate? How come you are so awesome? Shen Mengchan couldn't understand it at all. Lin Xian doesn't look like someone who can fight particularly well. Is it really true that the great man hides himself in the city? In fact, even Lin Xian himself was a little shocked, but he didn't show it on the surface. It really is worthy of being a Grandmaster level Sanda. A random punch from me could have such great power. The other fat man saw his companion being beaten and rushed over shouting. Ah! How dare you attack us, you little brat! I'll beat you till your teeth are shattered. Bang! There was another loud noise, mixed with the sound of broken bones. Lin Xian's whip kick still remained in the air. The man also flew towards the stage and broke a large speaker nearby. This time, everyone in the bar was shocked. Everyone looked at the two people lying unconscious on the ground, and there was silence for a moment. At this time, 4 more strong men with sticks in their hands came in from outside the door. They were companions of the 2 men who had come in earlier and had been lying in ambush at the door. I saw that my companion had not come out. Guess things have changed. Just came in with the guys. He looked at the quiet crowd in the room, and then at Lin Xian next to Shin Shuchan. You little brat, are you the one who ruined our good thing? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian glanced at the person who spoke and did not answer. Lin Xian's attitude immediately angered the 4 people. However, he saw the 2 companions who had come in earlier lying unconscious on the ground. The sturdy man who just spoke did not let his anger cloud his reason, and cautiously called out to his companions. This kid looks like he knows a few tricks, but it's okay, let's go together. As he opened his mouth, the sturdy man took the lead and hit Lin Xian on the head with a stick. The three sturdy men behind him also picked up their weapons and followed closely. Bang! 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 In a flash, another 4 people flew backwards. No one saw clearly what happened. This feeling is so horrible. Everyone just felt like the network was stuck and that some key step was missed. Several strong men flew out and smashed the bar into a mess. All the wall lamps on the wall next to it were knocked off. The tables and chairs were overturned and broken. The decorative wine rack next to it also fell over. Tick. 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 The broken wine on the wine rack dripped onto the ground. It was like a drop of water falling into a calm frying pan, and everyone began to discuss in low voices. Wow! This little brother is so handsome. He is so good at fighting. Is he Ip Man? This can't be a movie, right? There are no cameras around. And, this is absolutely real. Look at that guy's leg, it's obviously broken. TSK, TSK, TSK. A hero saves a beauty. It's true that a hero is paired with a beauty. The girl next to him is so pretty. Anyone would fight for it. Wait, that girl, isn't she the campus beauty of our university? She's also the face of the school cheerleading team. Why would she come to a place like this? Listening to everyone's words, Lin Xian just smiled lightly without any extra movements. He turned around and looked at Shin Shuchan, who was dumbfounded. Miss Shun, it's a pleasure working with you. I'll take you home. Shin Shuchan came back to his senses, nodded, and took 2 steps forward. Snap, snap, snap. The sudden applause interrupted the crowd's discussions. It also interrupted Lin Xian and Shin Shuchan's steps towards the outside. Lin Xian looked up. A short and fat man with a fierce look in front of him was slowly putting down his clapping hands. Dozens of waiters in bar uniforms followed behind him. The short fat man laughed and said in a sarcastic tone. Ha 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 ha. You're quite good at fighting, little brother. Don't leave in such a hurry. I wonder if you learned from Ip Man or Wang Fei Hung. Can you beat the people behind me? After saying that, he chuckled, and the people behind him also laughed. Since this weird man in front of me can lead so many bar employees here, he should be the bar manager. Lin Xian stared at his arrogant face and said nothing. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Bite. Transparent message box pop-up. Name, Li Shengtian. Age, 37. Dark history, Li Shengtian is Zhao Yingjie's subordinate, helping Zhao Yingjie to look after the bar. Although Zhao Yingjie is not a good person, he still listens to his family in business. His family does not allow him to touch drugs, and he is very strict with his subordinates, who are not allowed to touch drugs or appear in his shop. If they are caught, they will definitely die. Li Shengtian is blinded by money and secretly sells drugs in the shop. It turns out that Li Shengtian was committing the crime knowingly. You are really not afraid of death. Being a lackey of Master Zhao, he dares to violate Master Zhao's taboos. It's true that people die for money and birds die for food. No wonder this incident became his black history. Mr. Zhao is a well-known ruthless person in Donghai City. If he really knew about Li Shengtian's affairs, he would definitely not let him off. For a family like that of Mr. Zhao, playing with women and gambling can be settled with money and power. As long as drugs are involved, no matter who you are or how much power you have behind you, there is only one way to go, and that is death. This is challenging the bottom line of the law. It is also challenging Mr. Zhao's bottom line. Lin Xian chuckled. Looking at the short and fat man opposite with a cigar in his mouth and an arrogant look on his face. Shaked his head. Then he calmly pulled over a chair and sat down. Since you won't let me go, then I won't leave. The short and fat man looked at Lin Xian's actions with his eyes wide open. Feel. Didn't I meet a fool today? So, he also pulled a chair and sat opposite Lin Xian. Okay, I like your attitude, so let's have a good chat. It would be best if we can solve the problem peacefully. After saying this, he pointed to the uniformed men behind him. As if hinting at something. Lin Xian ignored the short and fat man who was acting pretentiously. Crossing his legs. Smile. So how do you want to solve it? Seeing that Lin Xian was on the right track, the short and fat man thought he had a sure win. Ever since Lin Xian started taking action, the short and fat man had been paying attention to him. After all, this was the place he was watching. Wanting to see the fun, the short and fat man didn't rush down. When he first saw Lin Xian's skills, he was also surprised. He had never seen anyone with such good skills. But one thing is one thing. Smashed his bar into this state. We must blackmail him. Little brother, let's be reasonable. You smashed the store like this, I can't just let you go with a smile, right? You smashed my wine cabinet full of fine wines, and all the equipment is unusable. This compensation bill, I'm afraid we have to settle it carefully. Chapter 6. Everyone kneeled. The situation reversed instantly. Lin Xian remained calm and smiled slightly. Let's calculate it carefully? Yes, I also think this matter needs to be carefully considered. Seeing how sensible Lin Xian was, Li Shangtian actually admired him a little. At the same time, I am also puzzled. What is the reason for Lin Xian's calmness? Maybe my family is really rich. If you think about it carefully, the cost of fighting is so high now. This young master dares to be so bold, he must have prepared the money. Think of this. Li Shangtian couldn't help but feel in a good mood. There is nothing more joyful than blackmailing a rich second-generation kid. Since you are so sensible, it will be easy. Tell me, how much are you going to compensate me? As long as the price is right, we will be friends in the future. You are always welcome here. If the price is not right, I think you know the consequences. Master Zhao from the East Sea knows, right? He's my eldest brother. Lin Xian snorted and laughed after hearing this. Li Shangtian. I didn't expect that you were still thinking about Master Zhao. Li Shangtian's face straightened. What do you mean? I'm warning you. Don't be idle here. Let's get down to business. Lin Xian put down his crossed legs. Looking at Li Shangtian faintly. You can ask me to compensate you, but... Lin Xian deliberately left his words half-said, waiting for the short and fat man to ask questions. But what? The short and fat man did not disappoint him. Lin Xian laughed and continued. But before that, shall we first talk about how you, Li Shangtian, sold drugs behind the back of our master Zhao? Bang! The short and fat man jumped up from the stool. The movement was too big and the chair fell over. He stood there in a daze for a long time, until the cigar in his hand burned his fingers, and then he reacted. Hiss! Looking at Lin Xian, who was smiling faintly in front of him. The short and fat man suddenly felt that this person was unfathomable. You, how do you know? No, you are Mr. Zhao's man? At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly frowned, slammed the table, and shouted. Li Shangtian. You are so brave. You even dare to fool Mr. Zhao. Li Shangtian's face changed from his previous confident and calm look to one full of shock and fear. He turned around and looked at his two confidants. The two of them immediately shook their heads in panic and explained at the same time. Brother, it's not me. I've been by your side all day. How dare I say such a thing? Me too, big brother. We've been together all day. You know how tight-lipped I am. After saying that, the two realized that something was wrong and took the others to clear the area. Let's go, we're closed today. Get out. The fun hasn't finished yet, get out now. He even pointed out a few people. You, go and throw out those lying there too. The two of them walked back only when there was no outsider in sight. In the quiet bar, Li Shangtian stood there sweating profusely. At this moment, he deeply understood what it meant to be in heaven 1 second and hell the next. He was just thinking about blackmailing Lin Xian for money, but now he was just filled with fear. That's right. Fear. Mr. Zhao once held a separate meeting with the men who were looking after the bar and said seriously. Apart from drugs, no matter what happens to you, I am sure I can protect you. But let me be frank with you, if any of you really touch it, don't blame me, Master Zhao, for being ruthless. Thinking of this, Li Shangtian broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Outsiders may not be very clear about Mr. Zhao's methods. But those who have been with him the longest know it clearly, it is really worse than death. Originally, Li Shangtian did not touch drugs. It was his confidant who discovered that a gangster was selling them in his bar. For some reason, Li Shangtian didn't care. Not long after seeing the gangster driving a luxury car and wearing branded clothes, Li Shangtian couldn't sit still anymore. Who wouldn't he be tempted by such a profitable business? It just so happened that Li Shangtian at this time had a mistress who was a college student and was short of money. So, hoping for luck, I started selling secretly. He began to sweat. The corner of his eye glanced at Lin Xian. What is the identity of this person? What did he just say? Our young master Zhao? Li Shangtian understood instantly. Right. It must be that Master Zhao was too busy and asked someone else to check privately on his behalf. This is simply a secret visit. It's impossible to guard against. Watch his reaction. Lin Xian knew that his plan was successful. In fact, Lin Xian didn't know Mr. Zhao at all, he was just using his talent to gain a bigger reputation. However, Li Shangtian was feeling guilty at the moment and had no time to think too much. Xin Shuchan, who was standing behind, also opened his mouth in surprise. She had no idea how things turned out like this. The short and fat guy who was so confident just now. Just because of Lin Xian's words, he lowered his head like a frostbitten eggplant and seemed to be trembling with fear. Where did Lin Xian get such ability? Because he's an intelligence dealer? Is that so great? It seems like he has a plan for everything. Xin Shuchan suddenly had an unrealistic idea. If I really put him to death for his sins, and he focuses all his energy on dealing with my family, will my family also go bankrupt and wither? Take a long breath. Fortunately, no matter what, I didn't completely offend him. And Lin Xian just watched quietly. Seeing Li Shangtian grabbing his hair in frustration, Li Shangtian's men were so scared that they dared not breathe. Suddenly, Li Shangtian had an idea. This brother has not told Mr. Zhao about this matter. Well, then there is still hope. There is still room for change in this matter. Plop. Li Shangtian knelt down and walked to Lin Xian's legs. Brother, please save my brother. Lin Xian was not moved at all and didn't even look at him. Plop, plop, plop. The sounds of people kneeling were heard one after another. They are Li Shangtian's men. Seeing their boss kneeling down, everyone followed suit. Looking at the indifferent Lin Xian, Li Shangtian was so anxious that tears came to his eyes. Little brother, it's really not easy for me. I have to take care of the elderly and children at home all by myself. I was also bewitched for a while and was deceived by others. Just save me this time, I won't dare to do it again. There will definitely not be a next time. Looking at the short fat man begging him with tears in his eyes, Lin Xian tapped the chair handle with his fingers. Li Shangtian, you have committed a fatal mistake. But don't worry, Master Zhao is kind and righteous. He will only punish you and will not harm your family. Upon hearing this, Li Shangtian was so frightened that he trembled all over. Brother, good brother, please let me go just this once. It's not easy to make money these days. Otherwise, I can't make any mistakes. Please, save me this time. You can do whatever you want. After saying this, he began to kowtow, and his subordinates followed suit. For a moment, the only sound in the bar was the thumping of heads. Lin Xian originally just wanted to scare the short and fat man so that he could take Xin Shuchan away, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Now it is a bit difficult to back down. How should the next play be performed? After all, he is just a fox relying on the power of another. The more he talks, the faster he will be exposed. It's better to leave early. Got it. Lin Xian thought of a clever plan that kills two birds with one stone. Lin Xian stopped tapping the chair handle. He lowered his head and smiled, looking at Li Shangtian. What is Boss Li doing? Why are you crying poor now? In my opinion, Boss Li, you make so much money from this business, you live a much more comfortable life than most of us. Oh my. I'm so envious. Li Shangtian is naturally a shrewd person. Upon hearing Lin Xian say this, instant smile. Chapter 7, Empty-Handed Skills. Take everything. After all, Li Shangtian is a veteran. As soon as Lin Xian said this, he immediately understood the meaning of the words. He looked very happy. Turning to look at his confidant. Go! There's a box at the bottom of my office cabinet, bring it here. Lin Xian's implication was very clear. Just want money. To put it bluntly, it means letting Li Shangtian take the money and be done with it. This is a good thing for Li Shangtian, as it means he is saved. In Li Shangtian's eyes, everyone is a gangster and they all work under Master Zhao, so naturally they are closer. It would be best to solve this problem with money at this time. As the old saying goes, if money can solve a problem, it's not a problem. In fact, Lin Xian doesn't really care about Li Shangtian's money. But Lin Xian's current identity is Mr. Zhao's investigator. If he just left without saying anything or doing anything, Li Shangtian would probably be desperate. At that time, it would be difficult for Lin Xian and Shen Shuchan to leave. Accepting his money means that you won't tell anyone about it. After all, you have to take the money from him. This money. Li Shangtian gave Lin Xian peace of mind and he left with peace of mind. As for being discovered to be fake later, it's all out now, so we'll deal with it later. At this time, Li Shangtian was feeling nervous and was anxiously waiting for his confidant to bring something over. Boss, bring it over. The confidant hurried over with the box. Li Shangtian took the box and handed it to Lin Xian with both hands, stuttering a little nervously. Brother, thank you. This is a small thank you gift. It is not a token of respect, but please accept it. Lin Xian glanced at the small box indifferently. The box looked quite heavy. He reached out to take it and opened it directly on the table next to him. Click. The sound of the box lock opening. There were only 2 gold bars, each as thick as a thumb, lying quietly in the box. Li Shangtian's brothers all took a breath. Lin Xian looked at Li Shangtian's expectant expression and deliberately showed a satisfied look. Boss Li, don't worry. When I get back, I will definitely say a few good words for you in front of Mr. Zhao. Call. Li Shangtian let out a sigh of relief. Although he felt a little pain, he felt relieved when he saw Lin Xian was satisfied. After all, this was the money he used to pay for his life. As long as Lin Xian doesn't say anything nonsense to Mr. Zhao when he goes back, it's better to forget about the nice words, Li Shangtian complained secretly. Then he replied with a smile. I dare not trouble you, brother. Thank you so much this time. Shen Shuchan also stretched her head out of curiosity to take a look, then stood back nonchalantly. As the successor of the family, this huge wealth in the eyes of ordinary people is not worth her at all. Shen Shuchan's original good impression of Lin Xian's mysteriousness plummeted in an instant, and he became a villain who would do anything for money. She secretly made up her mind that she would pay the money when she got out, and they would be strangers from then on. Naturally, Lin Xian had no way of knowing what was in Shen Shuchan's mind. Click. Lin Xian closed the box and looked at Li Shangtian, who was eager for him to leave. Then I will accept it on behalf of Mr. Zhao. This matter ends here. Will you sell it again in the future? Li Shangtian shook his head like a rattle. Brother, don't worry, I won't do that again. If it happens again, just chop off my hand. Lin Xian stared at Li Shangtian and warned. Next time, I won't cut off your hand, but I will definitely tell Master Zhao. You should be very clear about Master Zhao's methods. I don't need to say more. You can do it on your own. Li Shangtian nodded repeatedly. No, there won't be a next time. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating violence and protecting the good, and I will give you a gift package as a reward. Do you want to open it now? Brutal and kind? Ah. By the way, I stopped Li Shangtian from selling drugs and indirectly saved many families. It was a pleasant surprise. Lin Xian said to the system in his mind. Open the gift package. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Empty Hands. Empty Hands, Grandmaster level skill. The host can take away any item from others without them knowing, without being discovered. This skill is interesting. Empty Hands. From now on, there will be nothing you can't steal. However, there is a code of conduct for thieves. Even if you are a thief, you must be a chivalrous thief. Lin Xian thought quietly. Then Lin Xian deliberately said to Li Shangtian. Boss Li, we're having a great conversation. Do you want to change places and continue the conversation? Li Shangtian looked anxious. Brother, please stop making fun of me, your brother. Ha 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 ha. We can talk about this another day. Lin Xian laughed. He stepped forward to help Li Shangtian up, and at the same time activated the skill Empty Hands. Brother Li, please get up soon. We'll leave first and get together again another day. With the support of Grandmaster level skills, Li Shangtian didn't feel that he was missing something at all. He stood up. Okay, come over when you're free, I'll treat you well. I have something else to do here, so I won't send you off. Lin Xian waved his hand. No, I'll definitely come next time. After saying that, he pulled Shin Shuchan out. As soon as I went out, I saw the 6 people still lying on the ground. They were all the hooligans who were kicked away by Lin Xian just now. Lin Xian walked up to the man with the scar. I reached into my inner pocket. It's the empty hands skill again. Something went into Lin Xian's sleeve. At this time, Li Xingtian's angry roar came from inside the bar. Close the door. Everyone gather. Who on earth is this? I won't be done until I find you out today. Lin Xian laughed and pulled Shin Shuchan. Go! Li Shangtian was furious. It won't be long before the truth is revealed. If not run away now, when? Lin Xian pulled Shen Mengchan and jogged along. Shen Mengchan couldn't help but ask nervously. Where are you taking me? Lin Xian shook the diamond-shaped car key in his other hand. This is a key shape unique to Lamborghini. Parking lot. After arriving at the parking lot, a golden Lamborghini came into view. There was only one Lamborghini in the entire parking lot, so it had to be this one. Lin Xian pressed the key. Beep. The car lights flashed. That's right. Lin Xian opened the car door and got in, greeting the stunned Shin Shuchan. Get in the car. After helping Shin Shuchan fasten her seatbelt, Lin Xian stepped on the accelerator. Boom. The unique airwave sound of a sports car was heard. The automatic headlights start scanning and adjust to the most appropriate angle. There was a loud roar. The performance beast rushes into the night. The parking lot was quiet again. Lamborghini driving at high speed on the road. Only then did Shin Shuchan recover from her shock. She looked out the window at the unfamiliar scenery. My heart once again rose to my throat. Where are you taking me? Take you home. Lin Xian answered without turning his head. But this is not the way to my house. At a traffic light intersection, Shin Shuchan stopped the car, opened the window and looked outside. She is sure. This is definitely not the way to her home. Isn't our deal already over? Shin Mengchan timidly reminded Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, you should be a person with strong professional ethics, right? After hearing this, Lin Xian was really amused. Looking at her, he smiled. Don't worry, we'll be home soon. We're just taking a short detour. This is when the light just turned green. Lin Xian kicked the floor again. The roaring beast brought a violent push on the back. Let Shin Mengchan swallow the words that were stuck in her throat. What happened tonight made Shin Mengchan in a state of tension. At this time, Lin Xian was just concentrating on driving. It doesn't look like he's going to explain anything to himself. This made Shin Shuchan start to think wildly. Where is this person taking himself? He also knows the dark history that he doesn't want others to know. Will he use this to threaten me? Thinking of this, Shen Mengchan couldn't help but tighten her seatbelt. If this man really used his dark history to threaten me. Let yourself. If you force yourself. What should I do? Chapter 8 Shocked School Beauty. Unbearable Guilt. Boom. Lin Xian was driving Li Xingtian's Lamborghini on the road. Shin Shuchan, who was in the car, looked out the window at the increasingly old buildings and held on to her seatbelt in fear. My heart was beating fast and I stared at the passing scenery without blinking. Shin Shuchan forced herself to remember the streets she passed by. It was as if Lin Xian next to him was some kind of monster, and once the car stopped, he would attack him. But this did not relieve Shin Shuchan's nervousness at all. I had so many terrible thoughts in my head. Lin Xian took her to an abandoned school and forced her, or he went to an abandoned factory and handed her over to human traffickers. Shin Shuchan was so frightened by her own wild imagination that her face turned pale and blue. I scared myself for a long time. Shin Shuchan decided to say something. Are you really sent by Zhao Jie? Are you really working for him? Lin Xian took the time to glance at Shin Shuchan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Her fingers holding the seatbelt turned white. I knew she was afraid. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. I think it would make her too nervous. What if she jumps out of the car? So we chatted. How is that possible? If that were true, would we still have to run? And he's not worthy of being my boss. I don't even know Zhao Jie. Shin Shuchan thought about it and agreed. He nodded in agreement. Then how did you know that Li Shengtian was selling drugs? And he acted so convincingly. I even thought it was real. I often hear the elders in my family talk about Zhao Yingjie. They all say that he is not a good person. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled slightly. Acting like a real person. That's the basic quality of my profession. If you don't have acting skills, you'd be dead in our business. Hearing the words information merchant, Shin Shuchan suddenly thought of her secret and her face turned red. At the same time, I felt a little relieved. A sigh of relief. It turns out that he is not working for the bad guys. That's good. At least I won't be in any danger. But why did he accept that black money? That was all the dirty money that Li Shengtian earned from selling drugs. I don't know how many families he cheated. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but frowned. Original. Shin Shuchan still has a good impression of this classmate who helped him. Although he knew his secret, he didn't tell anyone else. It can be considered as professional ethics. But seeing that he could have just left, he still robbed his fellow thieves and accepted so much gold. Shin Shuchan felt inexplicably unhappy. It feels like there is a sense of loss that is beyond words. Squeak. The sound of screeching brakes was heard. Shin Shuchan rushed forward due to inertia. The seatbelt snapped her back into the seat. She patted her chest and looked at Lin Xian with a hint of reproach. Lin Xian searched everywhere but found nothing. Then he turned around and looked at Shin Shuchan. Do you have any tissues? Eyebrow pencil, eyeliner, lipstick, anything? Shin Shuchan looked at Lin Xian in confusion. What's wrong? There are tissues and lipstick. After saying that, he handed it over. Lin Xian didn't say anything and just reached out to take it. He pulled out a tissue, twisted out the lipstick, and wrote on the paper. Donation from kind-hearted people. Seeing the 4 big characters, Shin Shuchan stretched her head to take a look curiously. Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Click. Lin Xian opened the car door and got out. He opened the black box, opened it, and placed the tissue paper with the words on it inside. Then he walked to a somewhat shabby iron gate and looked at it. The door is locked. So Lin Xian could only look around. While Lin Xian was looking around for something, Shin Shuchan also got out of the car. Looking at the dirty roads and old buildings in front of him, Shin Shuchan knew that they had come to the suburbs. Although it was an unfamiliar environment, Shin Shuchan felt a sense of familiarity. When I got closer to the gate, I looked up at the plaque on the gate which read Donghai Children's Welfare Institute. I've been here before. Shin Shuchan suddenly remembered that when she was in school, she participated in a charity event organized by the school. Just come here to bring the kids to play. We also donated some daily school supplies to them. The activity is organized by the school, and everyone can choose to go or not voluntarily. Many students thought it was dirty and tiring and did not go. In the end, only Shin Shuchan and a dozen other classmates came with large and small bags of things. The director of the welfare home is a very nice old lady. She devoted her whole life to charity and was a very upright and poor person. At that time, the elderly director warmly invited them in and introduced them to everything about the welfare home. Wait. I seem to remember, there was a boy at that time. Shen Mengchan looked at the figure in front of her. Recalling the charity event, there was a handsome young man in a white shirt playing games with the children in the yard. I still have some impression of that handsome young man. That's right. No wonder I felt that Lin Xian looked familiar. Isn't Lin Xian that little brother? Oh my god. It turns out they have met before. It was just that Lin Xian was not talkative at that time, and they only met once, so Shen Mengchan didn't pay much attention to him. Shin Shuchan looked at Lin Xian in front of her with surprise. Trot forward. So it's you. We are really classmates. We came here together last year during an event organized by the school. Do you still remember me? Sorry, I just recognized you now. Shen Mengchan couldn't help but laugh when she thought that the little brother was her classmate. All tension disappeared instantly. But Lin Xian did not respond to her and walked around on his own for a long time. Suddenly, Lin Xian's eyes lit up and he walked to the right side of the door. Shin Shuchan also followed curiously, and it turned out to be an old clothes collection box. Lin Xian picked up the box in his hand and threw it in without hesitation. Plop. The heavy box fell down. Shen Mengchan has only been here once. But Lin Xian comes here often. Although he was not well off financially before, he often brought things for the children. It's human nature. We all hope that these orphans can live a better life. Although the old lady is a good person, her financial situation is limited. With so many children, it is not easy to apply for funding. Now, this ill-gotten gains can be used just fine on the children. As the saying goes, take from the people and use it for the people. Afterwards, Lin Xian clapped his hands, a look of satisfaction on his face. Turning around, he saw Shin Shuchan behind him. Let's go. Shin Shuchan was stunned and didn't react. She felt that Lin Xian had really refreshed her cognition, making her a little confused. Isn't he a greedy person? He haggled over and over again when selling his information and even accepted bribes from Li Shengtian. However, he turned around and donated all that gold to the welfare home without hesitation. Still anonymous. No fame, no profit. This moment. Lin Xian's image became extremely tall in Shin Shuchan's heart at this moment. When she reacted, she looked up. Lin Xian had already opened the car door and was about to get in. Hey! Wait for me. She quickly ran inside and got straight into the car. Now she doesn't even feel nervous at all. Even if Lin Xian took her to the edge of the sky, she would not be afraid. Student Lin, did you intend to donate the money from the beginning? She looked at Lin Xian with some guilt. She felt as if she had always been doubting him, questioning him. But the other party has the same opinion as himself. It also saved me. As he thought about it, Shin Shuchan lowered his head and whispered. Sorry. He. Lin Xian smiled and touched Shin Shuchan's head. Fasten your seatbelts. Boom. There was another roar of air, and the golden Lamborghini disappeared into the night. Chapter 9, Little Emperor of the East Sea, Zhaoyingjie. At this moment, Shin Mengchan was sitting in the same position, looking out the window calmly. There has been a huge change in mentality. Not long ago, he was nervously holding on to his seatbelt, but now he is looking around with relief. He turned his head and looked at the mysterious man next to him. Shin Shuchan fell into deep thought. Only then did she realize that this man had never done anything bad from beginning to end. I had many prejudices against him because he knew my secret. Even if he did good things, I still thought he had ulterior motives. But now think about it. From the very beginning, when he told himself that Wan Lily wanted to kidnap him, chase away drunken hooligans, beat away the bad guys who kidnapped you, stop bar owners from selling drugs, donate gold bars to the children's welfare home. These are things that most people dare not and will not do. Even when he wanted to pay more later, I was the one who said I didn't want to pay, which annoyed him. Look at it this way. This classmate of mine is truly a hero who is loving, just, courageous and capable. What girl doesn't have love in her heart? Every girl has a dream of being the fairy Xixia, hoping that her hero will come to pick her up wearing golden armor and riding on colorful clouds. In Shin Shuchan's eyes at this moment, the dark night seemed to cover Lin Xian with a layer of golden light. Thank you, Senior Lin Xian. 2 hours later. The roaring Lamborghini stopped outside the gate of Shin Shuchan's villa. Shin Shuchan closed the car door, walked around to the driver's window, smiled and waved. Thank you, Lin Xian, for sending me home. Be careful when you go back. After saying that, Shen Mengchan turned and walked towards the door of her house. Wait a minute, this is for you. Hearing Lin Xian calling her, Shin Shuchan turned around curiously. What? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xian handing over something pink. Shen Mengchan reached out and took a look. It turned out to be my own cell phone. It was clearly snatched away by that gangster just now. How did Lin Xian steal it? Great. You actually helped me get my phone back. I had almost forgotten about it. It turned out that when Lin Xian came out, he passed by Scarface and used his skill of empty hand to take the item back from him. Lin Xian smiled slightly. How are you going to pay me if I don't give you my phone back? After saying that, Lin Xian took out his mobile phone, opened the app, and handed over his payment code. Shen Mengchan burst out laughing. You have a real work ethic. After that, I scanned the code and paid. It's over. I'm also a trusted person. It's been a pleasure working with you. After watching Shin Shuchan walk into the gate, Lin Xian stepped on the accelerator and left. Thought about it. It is really unsafe to drive such a flashy car on city streets full of cameras. Li Shangtian probably realized something was wrong at this moment. So we took a remote road and drove towards our hometown, Xinghe County. At this moment, Li Shangtian was sitting on the chair where Lin Xian had sat before, looking at his subordinates kneeling on the ground at his feet, and questioned them one by one. Make sure these people are okay and that no one will betray you. Li Shangtian himself felt that the problem was not with him. These people have been with me for several years and they should not betray me. The problem must be with that kid. At this time, a younger brother who was watching the surveillance came running over in a panic. Boss, something bad has happened. Li Shangtian scolded. You're the one in trouble. Just tell me what's going on. The younger brother swallowed his saliva. Boss, the golden Lamborghini you just brought back is gone. Tai. Li Shangtian jumped up directly from the stool. Who drove it away? It's that young man just now. Li Shangtian could no longer bear it. He took out his cell phone and called Mr. Zhao. Beep. 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 The phone rang 3 times before being picked up. A deep voice came from the phone. Explain. Hearing the call being picked up, Li Shangtian quickly said in a flattering manner. Master Zhao, it's me, Li Shangtian. The person you sent just left, and he seems to have forgotten something here. Would you like to ask him to come back and get it? Li Shangtian said this on purpose. The purpose is to get Mr. Zhao to tell me whether he has sent anyone over. There was a pause. A puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. The people I sent? Who did I send? A drop of cold sweat rolled down Li Shangtian's forehead, and he continued to speak. That boy looks young and handsome, and seems to have just graduated. He said you sent him. There was a pause on the other end of the phone. Li Shangtian, there is no one like you described around me. Are you being teased by others? Hearing this, Li Shangtian finally understood. I really was fooled by a young man in his early 20s. He cried out in tears. Master Zhao. Master Zhao, you have to make the decision for me. That person said he was doing something for you, so I dared not disobey him. He used your name to defraud me, but who knows if he has cheated others. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Jie was a little impatient. Stop yelling. Come over tomorrow and talk things out. Click. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Li Shangtian put down his phone and gritted his teeth. Boy, dare to impersonate Mr. Zhao's name. You are done. Chapter 10: The Dark History of Famous Players. Just as Shen Shuchan stepped into the house, Lin Xian, who was driving, suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully helping others through his dark history. A system reward package, do you want to open it now? The big gift package that I had been waiting for all night finally arrived. It seemed that Shen Shuchan had arrived home safely. Lin Xian lamented how busy he had been that night. He said to the system directly in his mind. Open it directly. Ding, open the system gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Black History System upgrade card. Upgrade card? Can the Black History System be continuously upgraded? Squeak. Lin Xian parked the car on the side of the road. Cherish life. He needs to concentrate on studying this reward from the system. Originally, Lin Xian thought that the system was going to reward him with some skills. After all, whether it is the Grandmaster level Sanda or the Liangshangji skills, they are both very powerful and practical. I didn't expect the system to not follow the routine this time. Use the Black History System upgrade card. Ding. The system upgrade card was used successfully. The system is being upgraded. Please wait. It seems that it will take some time to upgrade the system. Boom. Lin Xian started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards home. 10 minutes later. The Lamborghini stopped steadily in front of the old gate of his house. At this time, Lin Xian heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding, congratulations on the successful host system upgrade. System added, phone number display function. Phone number display function. When the host views other people's Black history, the phone number will be displayed. It shows the phone number, which is a good feature. It turns out, my system is just a simple version. You need to upgrade yourself to display more information. No wonder there were only names and ages at the beginning. Although phone numbers are not as useful as some practical skills, it's okay. Lin Xian got out of the car in a happy mood. I opened the door and saw my dad waiting to watch football. Mr. Lin is so old, and this is his only hobby. Dad, I'm back. Where's my mom? In front of the TV, Dad Lin was holding a palm leaf fan in his hand, wearing a white vest and shorts. His attention was all on the TV. Your mom is resting now. I'm watching the game here secretly. Today is Samero's retirement game. We can't miss it no matter what. So that's why. No wonder my father is still watching TV so late. Samero is his father's favorite football player. This guy is very famous in the football world. Even Lin Xian, who was not interested in football, often heard this person's name. Samero, professional football player. He has won numerous awards during his career. He has won many awards, including Footballer of the Year and Ballon d'Or. However, time is merciless. No matter how outstanding you are, you will have to retire when you get older. Dad, which team is Samero playing against tonight? Vanilla, the bottom team in the league, no suspense. This game is just to let Samero retire without any regrets. Yeah. Lin Xian didn't care. He didn't know anything about football, so he just let it go. Sudden. Dad grabbed Lin Xian and handed him a few lottery tickets mysteriously. Raise the index finger to Lin Xian. Shoo. Don't tell your mom. I bought it with the money in the cashier's drawer to earn some pocket money. He. Lin Xian looked down. It's 5 football lottery tickets. All the bets were on the Yellow Lions team, where Samero was to win, with a total amount of 1,000 yuan. If the Yellow Lions team really wins, they can cash out for 1,400 yuan in prize money, which is equivalent to earning 400 yuan. Lin Xian smiled bitterly, knowing that if his mother found out, he would definitely be beaten on the washboard. Dad, you're not trustworthy, are you? If I lose, I won't beg for mercy for you. Football matches are ever changing. You can't just rely on past results to predict that the strong team will win. Maybe no one will score or it will be a draw. Father Lin rolled his eyes at his son and said confidently. TSK. What do kids know? This is Samero's retirement match. How can you lose in a retirement match? Don't you care about your dignity? Besides, we're competing against such a weak team, so there will definitely be no problem. It's just like that game you guys play called Glory. The highest ranked player fights the lowest ranked player. How can they lose? After saying that, he touched the lottery ticket, put it in his pocket with a smile, and buttoned it up. 1,000 yuan is a lot in the eyes of my parents. This is already a week's income for their convenience store. If my mom knew about this, she would be beaten to death by the washboard. However, Lin Xian at this time had a huge sum of 500,000 yuan in his balance. If my parents knew about this, they would be terrified. It's about whether the father kneels on the washboard. Lin Xian shook his head and started watching TV with his father. The TV was showing a host interviewing Samero. Lin Xian felt a little emotional when he looked at the no longer young Zhimiluo in the picture. Such a great player retired. The level of the Yellow Lions team has definitely dropped more than a little bit. As I was thinking about it, I had been watching for a long time without realizing it. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Bite. A transparent box suddenly popped up. Various information about Shime Luo is displayed above. What the hell? Is this possible? When you look at people on TV, their dark history can also be revealed. Lin Xian widened his eyes. This is so unexpected. But, think about it carefully. It seems that the system description does not mention that you must look at real-life people. Stare at someone for 3 seconds and you will get information about that person and the dark history that he or she doesn't want others to know. It seems that I underestimated the system. So can I use photos and videos? I'll have to try it out if I get a chance. After making up his mind, Lin Xian started to read Zimiro's information. Name, Shime Luo. Age, 31. Telephone, 001XXXXXXXX. The biggest black history. As a professional football player, Samero has always been the pride of his family, country, and fans since he was a child. But in the last game of his life, he did not stick to the bottom line. Under the temptation of $1 billion from a gambling company, he agreed to play a fixed match and make the Yellow Lions lose. Lin Xian sighed. It was said to be a retirement exhibition match, but it looks like a fake match to make money. Lin Xian turned around and looked at his excited father. What a big leak! He was also happily waiting for his idol to help him win some pocket money. Little did they know. They took money from the betting company and were planning to fix the match and lose it. Why? Lin Xian couldn't help but shook his head. Samaro, who has adhered to his bottom line all his life, couldn't resist the temptation in the end. Actually, if you think about it, you can understand it. Retired players will simply be gradually forgotten by people and their income will plummet. But life must go on, and there is a wife and children to support. I guess Samara was also thinking about making the last profit. Faced with so much money, few people would not be tempted, right? Lin Xian thought about it. Why don't I take this opportunity to earn some money for my parents' retirement? Dad, is the lottery station still open? Can I still print tickets? Father Lin watched the TV without turning his head. Today is Saturday, the sales suspension time has been extended, it should be more than half an hour. Lin Xian quickly ran to drive the car. Went to a lottery station in town. Boom! The sound of the Lamborghini's engine attracted the attention of everyone in the store. After all, there has never been such a luxury car in the town. Lin Xian ignored everyone's gazes and looked at the time. Fortunately, there are still 20 minutes. So I walked into the store and saw the boss at the counter. Boss, can I still buy football now? The boss also saw Lin Xian's car and thought it was some rich young man passing by and bought some footballs to play with. Sure, little brother, you are here to bet on the Yellow Lion to win, right? How much do you want to bet on? Everyone who came here tonight bet on the Yellow Lions to win. They will score at least 5 goals against Vanera. This game is simply giving away money. Buy more, bro. However, Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. No. I'm just here to bet on Vanilla to win. Chapter 11 Lamborghini? Not as good as Havel H6. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, the smoky lottery station suddenly fell silent. There are many fans waiting to watch the game. Lin Xian's words really scared them. But then it became lively. Everyone was discussing this, and a few kind-hearted uncles even advised Lin Xian. Little brother, you may not know that this is Samaro's retirement match. It is a performance match. The Yellow Lions are basically sure to win. Yes, little brother, buy the Yellow Lions and earn some pocket money. I'm not lying to you. We have been watching football for more than 20 years and have watched Samaro grow up little by little. There is nothing wrong with this guy. That's right. The bookmakers are not stupid. They dare to give Vanilla such high odds because they know it's impossible for Vanilla to win. Little brother, there's no way this will be an upset. If I lose, I'll eat this table. Lin Xian didn't say anything and didn't refute. Turned around and knocked on the boss's desk. Boss, I just want to buy Vanera. Please hurry up and get the ticket. If the deadline comes, you won't be able to get it. The boss was somewhat shocked by Lin Xian's persistence. But looking at the luxury cars outside the door, maybe it's just that the rich are bored. The boss was smoking a cigarette and tapping the machine. Okay, then Vanilla. Tell me, how much do you want? Lin Xian did not hesitate. 500,000. The boss almost suspected that he was hallucinating. He stood there in a daze, and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. The noisy lottery shop fell silent again. Everyone opened their mouths wide. 500,000. In this unknown little county, many families cannot earn 500,000 yuan in their entire life. That night, Lin Xian made all the lottery players in the station remember him. The boss voice trembled a little, wondering if he had heard it wrongly. How many? 500,000. Hurry up and fight. It will be too late soon. Lin Xian felt completely helpless. The boss was then sure that Lin Xian was not joking and hurriedly started to operate. While busy, complaining. Little brother, there are only 10 minutes left. The maximum bet per ticket is 100 times the amount, which is only 200 yuan, so you definitely can't finish it. If you want to play so much again in the future, come to me earlier. Call me in advance and I'll book the whole place for you. After listening to the boss's words, Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I'll take as many as I can. The lottery station's income does not come from a share of the winnings, but rather a fixed share of 7% of the amount that lottery players purchase lottery tickets. Therefore, when the owner of the lottery station saw Lin Xian's generous investment, he felt extremely regretful. The share of the 500,000 yuan was 35,000 yuan, which was almost as much as his 2 months' income. At this moment, the lottery station owner wished he could grow a few more hands so he could do the operations. Seeing Lin Xian's determination, other lottery players also shook their heads. This kid is going to cry miserably now. That's right, you're still young and don't listen to advice. How could he lose in his retirement match? Doesn't the club have any dignity? How could the investors behind it allow this? The boy was being impulsive. 500,000 yuan wasted, maybe this is the legendary rich second generation. People don't care. No one in the entire lottery station was optimistic about Lin Xian, and Lin Xian just calmly watched the boss buy lottery tickets. The time came to 11:30. The lottery system is closed. The boss shook his sore wrist. Alas, little brother, this is all I can type out. The boss sighed and handed the ticket to Lin Xian, looking at him with some pain. I tried my best. This is 60,000 yuan, more than 300 tickets. Next time if you need so many, be sure to tell me in advance. At this time, an old man at the back looked at the odds table and calculated on his own. With such high odds, if the bet is successful, 60,000 will become 300,000 in an instant. After saying that, he smacked his lips. Others shook their heads inside, as if Lin Xian was a prodigal son. The boss looked at the luxury car outside the door and asked curiously, Little brother, is the car at the door yours? This Lamborghini is very cool. Yeah, it's okay. Lin Xian said lightly. The boss looked envious. I'm really envious. To be honest, I've only seen this car on TV. Today I've really opened my eyes. Lin Xian packed his lottery ticket and walked out of the lottery station. Boom! With a step on the accelerator, the car rushed home like a beast. When the people at the lottery station saw Lin Xian leave, they dared to open their voices and discuss loudly. Maybe they just have a lot of money, they're just playing around. Can 300,000 yuan buy a tire for this car? Let's not worry about other people's business. Even if they lost 300,000 yuan, they are still better off than us. No matter how much I persuade him, he won't listen. I guess he stole the money from home to have fun. Luckily, I only bet 60,000 yuan because I didn't have enough time. But even if I lost everything, I guess my family wouldn't care too much. The young man is still too impatient. Exactly. Ha, this makes me laugh to death. He's obviously a rookie who wants to bet on an upset. But is it so easy to make money? Buzz. The sound of the sports car can be heard from quite a distance. Lin Xian parked the car in the yard, walked back home, and waited for the football game to start with his father. Father Lin frowned and looked at his son who came in. What kind of crappy car are you driving? Who borrowed it from? I heard the noise from a long way off. Is it low on oil? Please add some so that the car doesn't break down. Listening to his father's kind nagging, Lin Xian felt warm in his heart. I know, Dad. Don't worry. Father Lin lit a cigarette and continued. Let me tell you, look at how cool your second uncle's Harvard H6 is. It has a high chassis, a big car, and can be loaded with things. After saying this, he glanced disdainfully at Lin Xian's car parked outside. Look at the car you drove back here. The chassis is so low that if the road is not good, the chassis will be broken into pieces. It's impossible to install it. There are only 2 doors and it can only accommodate 2 people. It's too impractical. After saying that, he shook his head. Keep praising the advantages of Havel H6. Lin Xian could only smile bitterly. Father Lin leaned close to Lin Xian's ear again in a mysterious tone. Your mother and I are saving money to buy you a Harvard H6. You've graduated, so it's time to find someone to marry. It's so cool to drive a H6. All the girls in the village like this car. Your mother didn't let me tell you because she was afraid you would become arrogant. You better not tell anyone. Puff. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of water. Are you feeling inflated by the thought of buying a domestic Havel H6 car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan? But for parents, this is the limit of what they can do. Lin Xian was very touched. In this life, although Lin Xian's parents did not have much money, they gave him warmth and love which were more important than money. They would rather suffer themselves than let Lin Xian suffer in the slightest. Lin Xian has always been very sensible. When he was in college, he used his vacations to work and study, and never asked his family for money. After making money this time, I came back to visit the two old people as soon as possible. Seeing his father's face full of wrinkles but showing a happy smile, Lin Xian also smiled. "Ha, Dad, you don't have to worry about me. I can make money on my own. Use that money to buy yourself a car, and don't drive that tractor of yours anymore." When Father Lin heard his son talking about his tractor, he immediately frowned and proudly boasted about his tractor. "What's wrong with my tractor? I tell you, my tractor is in great shape. It can haul goods and people. Every Saturday, I take your mother to the market." Looking at his father's proud expression, Lin Xian could only shake his head and smile without saying anything more. People of the older generation tend to be stubborn and nostalgic. If you say their stuff is not good, they will definitely argue with you for a long time. Just then the game started, so Lin's father stopped talking and the father and son started watching TV seriously. Samaro takes the lead. Chapter 12, another 300,000 yuan. On TV, the game has begun. The two commentators were also excitedly analyzing. "Look, the Yellow Lions player passed the ball to Samaro. Then we'll just wait for Samaro to make a good start, dribbling the ball all the way. Breaking through. NLCE shooting. Ha! This. A slap in the face always comes unexpectedly." The commentator's high spirits instantly wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. In the replay on TV, Samaro took a powerful shot, but the ball went wide. Ah! Why is it off? What a pity. But it doesn't matter. At present, the Yellow Lions are still suppressing Vanera, and the ball is in Vanera's half the whole time. "Yeah, it's already at the goal, how far can the goal be?" The two commentators kept cheering them on, treating it as just an unexpected incident. Father Lin also waved his palm leaf fan and said nonchalantly, "It's just a small mistake. The Yellow Lions have been pressing on Vanera's goal. Samaro is just still adapting to the game. He will be fine in a while." Lin Xian smiled helplessly. To an outsider like him, the ball seemed a little off target. With this distance and angle, even if the people from the school team were here, they wouldn't make such a big mistake. At this time, the commentary on TV continued. "Okay, beautiful, the Yellow Lions intercepted Vanera's ball, passed it and then passed it to Samaro." "What? What happened? Samaro didn't even see the ball. Samaro ran too far. The ball was intercepted by Vanera. The ball has now reached the door of the Yellow Lions. The Yellow Lions have only one goalkeeper. Shoot, it's in. Ah! Vanilla shot it. This, ahem, anyway. Let us congratulate Vanilla for getting the first point. She is taking the lead for now." The Yellow Lions players all went to attack, leaving only one goalkeeper to guard. How can they defend against the aggressive Vanera? So I say, the Yellow Lions should change their tactics. Let's wait and see how the Yellow Lion will fight back. On the other side of the TV, Lin's father was furious. He stood up directly from the stool and fanned himself wildly. "Do you think that Samaro's teammate is stupid? Samaro didn't even notice and passed the ball there. Isn't that intentional? I'm so pissed off." Lin Xian found it a little funny when he saw his father's angry expression. Samaro's mistake was so obvious that it was obvious he was acting. Only these fans would believe that he didn't see the pass, right? Maybe Samaro just firmly believes that fans will stand on his side no matter what. That's probably why they chose to resort to match fixing. After all, he has built up a reputation over 20 years, and it is impossible for it to collapse because of this game. What's more, this is a retirement match. Whether the performance is good or not, it can be considered a complete career. Don't worry, Samaro is so strong. It's just 1 point. It won't have much impact. Samaro will definitely be the winner in the end. Dad Lin had no doubt that Samaro would win. I don't know whether he was comforting Lin Xian or comforting himself. After all, he spent a lot of money. Lin Xian looked at his father, who was sitting upright like a primary school student in class. I don't know what to say. I had no choice but to continue watching with him. The following games were still the same. It is obvious that this exhibition match was held for Samaro's retirement. Whenever the Yellow Lions touched the ball, they passed it to Samaro, but Samaro seemed to be in really bad shape today. After halftime, the Yellow Lions were once again caught by Vanera, breaking the deadlock and scoring another point. The score has reached 0-2. The situation was out of control for a while. The fans in the stands were shouting their idols' names desperately, cheering for them. Come on, Samaro. Zamero, you are the best. We will always support you, Samaro. Father Lin took out the 5 lottery tickets from his pocket, sighed, and looked at the encouragement from the audience. Ah! I really didn't expect that. Samaro is really old. His physical strength and endurance can't keep up. It's time for him to retire. And why are the Yellow Lions so listless today? They seem to be taking a walk. Could it be that Samaro alone can influence the morale of the entire team? Isn't that the end of the Yellow Lions? Dad Lin was sighing and talking to himself. When Lin Xian looked at the people in the stands, it was as if he was seeing a field of green leeks. Gambling companies are not charities. Can ordinary fans make money? So many people around the world are trying to make some pocket money, but gambling companies are not fools. How could they give you money for free? The bookmakers must have paid the Yellow Lions players a lot of money. After this game, excluding a few people like Lin Xian who bought Vanera, a big underdog, and deducting the money given to Messi, Ronaldo and the players, the bookmakers can make at least tens of billions of US dollars. In the second half of the game, Vanera changed its tactics and basically stopped attacking. Instead, it focused on defense and made it impossible for the Yellow Lions to break through. At this time, Samaro seemed to have just adjusted his state and showed his usual style. At the last moment, he dribbled past 3 enemies and shot from long distance and it went in. Father Lin jumped up and clapped his hands. Well done to Samaro, you are worthy of being Samaro. There were also crazy cheers coming from the stands. They were all Samaro's fans. When they saw him score the winning goal at the last minute, they cheered and shouted so much that they wanted to blow up the stadium. The final score of Yellow Lions, Vanera, was 1-2, a narrow defeat. But in the eyes of the audience, Samaro did not lose. The last ball. Honor in defeat. A legendary football king, retired perfectly. After the carnival. Father Lin looked at the lottery ticket in his hand, which was already a piece of waste paper, and sighed. Hey, your mother will probably beat me to death tomorrow, and I'll definitely be beaten on the washboard. Remember to plead for me, kid. Hey. Puff. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh when he saw his father's expression. He took out a stack of football lottery tickets from his pocket and handed them to his father. Dad, if I give you these, Mom won't punish you. This is a lottery ticket worth more than 60,000 yuan. I bought it all for Vanera to win. I calculated that it can be redeemed for 300,000 yuan. You can buy a Harvard H6 and fix up the house. That's enough money. Father Lin's face was filled with shock, and he looked at the lottery ticket in disbelief. In fact, Lin Xian originally planned to go home and give some money to his parents. However, they are no longer under such great pressure and work so hard. But that's not necessary now. Let your father cash the lottery ticket himself, so he doesn't have to doubt where his money comes from. The residents of the small town had never seen much money in their lives, and Lin Xian, a recent college graduate, was afraid of scaring his parents by giving them too much money. Seeing that the lottery tickets in his hands were all bought for Vanela's winnings, Father Lin opened his mouth and said a word after a long time. Wait has made progress and can make money now. As he spoke, he smiled with relief. Lin Xian patted his father on the shoulder and said, But Dad, don't buy lottery tickets anymore. They're not good things. Father Lin smiled happily. Okay, Dad won't buy any more in the future. I'll save this money and it will be enough to buy you a car and marry you a wife. Lin Xian looked at his stubborn father helplessly, and he couldn't tell them that he still had hundreds of thousands of dollars. I can only say, that money is for you to spend. No need to save it. I still have it, and I can still earn more. After hearing what Lin Xian said, Lin's father just waved his hand perfunctorily. All right, go to bed now, little brat. Lin Xian knew that according to his parents' character, they would definitely save all the money, so he could only say helplessly, I know. You should go to bed as well. It's very late. After that, the father and son went back to their rooms to sleep. Chapter 13 Mr. Zhao, you need a brother-in-law. At the same time, in the town lottery station, people who had watched the game together were talking about it. What the hell? Vanilla actually won? What's going on? A big upset? Hey, do you remember that guy? The one driving the Lamborghini just now? This time, I'm going to make a fortune. 300,000. No, when I first came to buy the lottery, I was determined to buy 500,000. If all the numbers come out, how much money will I make? Yes, that boy looks so confident, he must be here to gamble or to make money. Oh, I just wanted to buy some from him. The person next to him pushed the person who just spoke. Stop talking now. You were the one who was jealous of me before. At this time, the shop owner just watched the people in the store discuss quietly. Bite. Suddenly, a WeChat message alert sounded. I opened it and saw that it was my store's lottery group. Someone forwarded a message. I lost a gold Lamborghini today. If anyone sees it and provides information, there will be a reward of 100,000 yuan. There will be a generous reward for reporting the car thief. Contact Li Shengtian, contact number XXXXXXXXXXX. 100,000? Just provide a piece of information. This is the car that the kid just drove. A golden Lamborghini, probably rare in the entire Donghai city. But the lottery shop owner pondered. The young man just now confidently predicted the result of the football lottery. There must be a lot of power behind him. 100,000 yuan or offending a big shot? Forget it. He gritted his teeth, cleared the messages and turned off his phone. Cleared. Come back tomorrow. The next day, Lin Xian slept until noon before getting up, and his father went to redeem the lottery ticket early in the morning. Lin Xian, watching the local midday news. This morning, a car accident occurred on Fumin Road. The victim was a female college student. She was seriously injured and is currently receiving emergency treatment in the ICU. The vehicle involved in the accident was a shabby van without a license plate. It is currently on the run. We hope that any enthusiastic citizens who saw it will actively report it. Our reporters will continue to pay attention to and report for you. When he heard that something happened to the female college student, Lin Xian looked up and saw the person in the picture. Although her face was blurred, the clothes clearly belonged to Wang Lily. Since it's Wang Lily, then it must be the Shin family who took action. Although the Shin family is not as powerful as the Zhao family, it is also one of the largest families in Donghai City. An ordinary college student planned to kidnap Shin Mengchan. How could she be forgiven? It seems that Wang Lily's good days are over. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. This person doesn't deserve sympathy. Lin Xian continued to eat and then watched the local news. MX Fashion's new product launch will be postponed. According to reports, the company's president, Ms. Zhao Yingjun, was involved in tax evasion and tax avoidance, which hindered the company's listing and affected the holding of the new product launch conference. To this end, Ms. Zhao Yingjun, president of MX, held a press conference this morning. The following is the specific content of the press conference. At this moment, the scene changed and a beautiful woman appeared. At the same time, a cold female voice came through the TV. Previously, our company was disturbed by false public opinion, which caused a series of processes of our company to lag behind. For the losses caused by this, our company will reserve the right to sue the rumor mongers and seek compensation after accounting. The internet is not a lawless place. Please do not follow the trend and spread rumors. If you have evidence, please report it to the relevant departments. Accompanied by the TV station's narration. The TV screen was still showing the scene of the press conference held by MX Fashion Company in the morning. Lin Xian looked at Zhao Yingjun on TV. Zhao Yingjun. Zhao Yingjie. The names are so similar. Could it be Zhao Yingjie's sister? Shin Shuchan is one of the most beautiful women in Donghai City. She is gentle, virtuous, and a lady from a noble family. Then Zhao Yingjun is not inferior to Shin Shuchan at all, but Zhao Yingjun's beauty is like a thorny rose, beautiful but covered with thorns. With long straight black hair, exquisite makeup, and a well-fitting suit, she looks capable and beautiful. It's eye-catching, yet out of reach. Lin Xian looked at this aloof woman who remained calm in the face of reporters on TV. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Bite. The transparent frame appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes again. It was filled with information about Zhao Yingjun's dark history. I swear to God, I didn't take the initiative to look at it this time. Lin Xian rubbed his eyes. There is no way. As long as you stare at someone for 3 seconds, the Black History information will automatically pop up, and this is not something Lin Xian can control. Forget it, since I've seen it, I might as well take a look at it. Lin Xian began to read the words in front of him. Name, Zhao Jun. Age, 25. Mobile phone number, XXXXXXXXXXX. Such a young president is really amazing. No wonder she looks like a strong woman. Oh my god, why does she have such a long dark history? Zhao Jun's dark history is written all over the transparent frame. I've checked out the dark histories of so many people, and Zhao Jun's is the longest and most detailed. It seems, there is indeed something unspeakable hidden. The biggest dark history, when Zhao Jun was just born, her grandfather arranged a marriage for her. The man was the grandson of Zhao Jun's grandfather's comrade in arms, and also the grandson of the future successor of the Lei family, who was very influential in politics and business, Lei Haolong. As a woman of the new era, Zhao Jun particularly disliked this kind of child marriage, believing that it was a relic of feudal society, and proposed to cancel the engagement several times. But the family believed that this was a happy event between two well-matched families and refused to cancel the engagement. Only her younger brother Zhao Jie, the future successor of the family, always supported her sister and hoped that she would be happy. Zhao Jun has always been a pure, independent and strong woman. She has always been the best among her peers in terms of appearance, family background and ability. If people knew that she had a childhood marriage, she would definitely be ridiculed. This is something she cannot accept with her strong self-esteem. Therefore, she made a 3-year agreement with her family that as long as she listed her company within 3 years, her family would agree to let her break off the engagement. Is there such a thing as child marriage in modern society? These big families are too stubborn. Not to mention that the strong woman Zhao Jun couldn't accept it, any ordinary person wouldn't be able to accept it either. It's called a child marriage, but isn't it just a commercial arranged marriage? Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the assistant next to Zhao Jun on TV. Although she is not as pretty as Zhao Jun, she is still a little beauty in the crowd. Bite. If you watch it for a long time, the Black History panel will pop up directly. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Ha ha. So, that's how it is. I just don't know how to deal with Zhao Jie. It's like someone gives you a pillow when you're sleepy. After all, in modern society, there are surveillance cameras everywhere, and it is only a matter of time before Li Shengtian finds me. This time, we can bypass Li Shengtian and deal with his master Zhao Jie. Lin Xian stood up and stretched. Master Zhao. You'll soon have a brother-in-law. Chapter 14, Your circle is really chaotic. Although Lin Xian has no way to deal with Master Zhao for the time being. However, seeing Zhao Jun's dark history at this time undoubtedly provided great help to Lin Xian. Things like child marriage. Now it only appears in places that are feudal, backward and have stubborn ideas, right? No wonder, Zhao Jun is such a desperate and strong-willed woman, but if she can't even have autonomy in her marriage, it is absolutely unbearable for her. It would be better if the system was smarter so that the dark history could be more comprehensive. But there is no rush, after all, the system can be upgraded now. Lin Xian read Zhao Jun's dark history again. Zhao Jun regards her childhood marriage as her biggest dark history. It seems that this strong woman is really very strong. It's really not easy for girls from big families. They can't even decide their own marriages. But this is not a bad thing for yourself. This dark history can be used to your advantage. Lin Xian already had a plan in mind. Once I become Mr. Zhao's brother-in-law, Mr. Zhao will no longer be able to do anything to me. After all, the brother-in-law is in his brother-in-law's place, so isn't it natural for him to mention his brother-in-law? Not to mention Li Shengtian, that guy who takes advantage of his master's power. Perfect. Let the plan begin. Lin Xian opened his phone and searched for the keywords Zhao Jun, MX Company, female president Zhao Jun. The following is a flood of negative news. Zhao Jun bullies others by taking advantage of his power. MX Company is being investigated for tax evasion and tax avoidance. Several properties under the name of female CEO Zhao Jun were seized. The specific reason is unknown. There is absolutely no positive news on the internet. It's obvious at first glance that it was maliciously slandered. No wonder. No wonder Zhao Jun said in the report that he would take legal action. This is clearly unfair competition. But Lin Xian could understand it. There are very few big companies in the market that are completely clean, not to mention that Zhao Yingjun has the support of the Zhao family behind him. Logically speaking, even if she didn't use the Zhao family's resources, others would give her some face just because of the surname Zhao. But the current situation is, even in this situation, there are still situations where people are smearing and spreading rumors and cannot control public opinion. So, there are only two possibilities. This is either her family trying to force her into submission or suppress her company. Or maybe some other big boss is targeting her, and maybe the final target is not her, but the Zhao family behind her. Maybe it's because Zhao Yingjun's company has been developing too fast recently and he was the first to be hit. But no matter what the situation is, it is a good thing for Lin Xian. This created opportunities for Lin Xian to get close to Zhao Yingjun. As for the infighting among the big guys behind the scenes, Lin Xian is not afraid. He is a person with a black history system. What I am least afraid of are these powerful bosses. At this time, Zhao Yingjun's assistant appeared on the TV screen, probably reading the lawyer's letter. Lin Xian stared at the young assistant. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Byte. Transparent message box pop up. Name, Li Jing. Age, 24. Mobile phone number, XXXXXXXXXXXX. The biggest dark history, Li Jing has been Lei Haolong's secret lover since high school, and she obeys Lei Haolong's every word. This time, Lei Haolong also went through many twists and turns and used various means to send Li Jing to Zhao Yingjun. Ha? Lei Haolong's mistress? This name is so familiar. Lin Xian suddenly reacted. Lei Haolong. Isn't he the child marriage mentioned in Zhao Yingjun's dark history? TSK, your circle is so messed up. It's ridiculous to let your lover spy on your childhood marriage partner. If the strong woman Zhao Yingjun knew that there was such a person around her, she would probably be so disgusted that she would vomit out the food she had eaten the previous night. Although Lin Xian did not agree with Lei Haolong's approach, he could still understand his thoughts. Zhao Yingjun is a great beauty and one of the best in Donghai City. Even if there was no Zhao family behind him, no one would let go if they had the chance to marry such a beauty. But in modern society, we should still promote free love. DD. A message from a group at ING myself came through my phone. When I opened my phone, I saw a group of my college classmates. Squad leader Wang Chao at everyone, picture. Squad leader Wang Chao, has anyone seen this car in Donghai City or in the towns near Donghai City? This is my eldest brother's car. I don't know which bastard stole it yesterday. Squad leader Wang Chao, if anyone sees this, send me a private message. My brother will reward you handsomely. Seeing the squad leader's lackey-like appearance, Lin Xian felt a little disdainful. When he was in school, this class monitor was a nice person. He often helped his classmates and had a good reputation. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered society, he started hanging out with Li Shengtian and his gang. This is a wrong path. Lin Xian thought about it for a moment. Li Shengtian should be finding me soon. This Lamborghini is so high profile. There are surveillance cameras everywhere on the road and in the shops near the road. It is very easy for Li Shengtian to find me since he has Mr. Zhao behind him. There is no need to hide it anymore. Who knows, Li Shengtian might be on his way here at this moment. Besides, I have already thought of a solution. Think of this. Lin Xian turned on the camera function on his phone and pointed it at the car in the yard. Click. I took a photo and posted it in the group. Lin Xian, squad leader, are you talking about this car? Lin Xian, but why can't I remember when I accepted you as my little brother? After sending it, the class group was in chaos. Lin Xian smiled and exited WeChat. Then opened the phone dialer page. Lin Xian recalled the cell phone number of Zhao Yingjun that the system had just displayed and dialed it directly. Beep. 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 At this time, Zhao Yingjun was rubbing his eyebrows tiredly. She and her assistant had just finished talking with the lawyer and were resting in the lounge. Assistant Li Jing handed over a cup of warm water, then walked behind Zhao Yingjun and rubbed her sore shoulders. Zhao Yingjun took a sip of water and said irritably, Xiao Jing, what's wrong with us recently? Everything is going wrong, Every time we make a decision, the other party is one step ahead, as if they know us well. Li Jing thought for a moment and then spoke tentatively. Mr. Zhao, do you think we are developing too fast? Do you think we should not rush to go public, but take steady steps first and hold a good new product launch conference? Hey, I can't slow down, Zhao Jun said with some tiredness. Go out first and check with the lawyer. If there is no problem, send it out. Okay, Mr. Zhao, you take a rest first. After saying that, the assistant picked up the documents and walked out. In the empty lounge, only Zhao Jun was left. He sat in the boss chair with his arms folded, thinking about his achievements in the past 2 years. In the past 2 years, Zhao Jun's MX company has developed rapidly and raised funds, and soon gained a place among similar companies. She has brought the company to this point with her own abilities, and only she knows the difficulties involved. Success seemed imminent, and he was just one step away from having his company listed on the stock market, and getting rid of that damn child marriage. But I didn't expect that the finishing touch would be so difficult. No matter how hard I try, I just can't take this step. Zhao Jun was unwilling. After more than 2 years of hard work, this is the last chance. I will definitely make the company successfully listed. After calming himself down, Zhao Jun began to recall his observations during this period. It's not that she didn't suspect that there was a traitor in the company, but after trying every possible means to find out for a long time, she still couldn't find any clues. Why? Ding-a-ling ding-ling ding-ling ding-ling. Her personal cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 15, First Meeting with the CEO. Sure enough, he is aloof. At this time, Zhao Jun's private phone rang. She looked down and saw it was an unfamiliar number. I couldn't help but frown. Only a few close people know my number. But apparently, this strange number is not someone I know. Zhao Jun thought about it and finally answered the phone. Hello? A calm male voice came from the other end of the phone. Ms. Zhao Jun, you must be confused now. Why do your competitors know every step of your company's plan in advance? Every decision you make is preempted by others before it is implemented. It's like, there's a spy among you, but you can't catch him. After hearing what the other party said, Zhao Jun immediately became alert. Who are you? How did you get my phone number? What is your purpose? Lin Xian on this side just listened calmly. Faced with Zhao Jun's 3 sharp questions, Lin Xian did not give a direct answer. Give me 1 million and I'll help you catch the spy. He. Zhao Jun would never believe such baseless nonsense. Why should I trust you? You don't even dare to reveal your basic name. How can I do business with you? Lin Xian seemed to have anticipated her reaction and laughed. Ha, whether you do this business or not is entirely up to you. Of course you can choose not to believe me, but unfortunately, then you can only marry your childhood sweetheart. Zhao Jun's expression suddenly changed. Who are you? Why do you know this? Beep, beep, beep. Before Zhao Jun could finish speaking, Lin Xian hung up the phone. He turned on his phone and searched for the location of MX Company. It is on the 36th floor of Lida Building in Donghai City. Lin Xian got into the golden Lamborghini and reversed it in a handsome manner. Boom. Then, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The beautiful sports car ran out like a wild horse. He firmly believes it. Even though I hung up the phone. But I hit the nail on the head about what Zhao Jun cares about most, so she will definitely call me back. The purpose of Lin Xian's call was not for the 1 million. He did it for Zhao Jun. Behind Zhao Jun is Zhao Jie, and as the future successor of the Zhao family, Zhao Jie has the entire Zhao family behind him. Zhao Jun was the stepping stone that Lin Xian chose for himself to enter that circle. Of course, he will also help Zhao Jun to get everything done this time. But the method. You have to follow Lin Xian's rhythm. Half an hour later. Lin Xian parked his car in the parking lot of Lida Building. Afterwards, Lin Xian took out his mobile phone out of boredom, opened the video software, and watched videos. He was waiting for Zhao Jun's call. As a strong woman, Zhao Jun must be a little flustered when a stranger knew her most difficult secret. In a panic, he would definitely send someone to investigate the person who knew his secret. The matter of child marriage should be known only to the Zhao family and a few people from the Lei family. Big families will definitely not disclose such things, because the most important thing for big families is their reputation. So, in the end, Zhao Jun found nothing. The less I can find, the more curious I become. So, I can only call myself again. Lin Xian had memorized everything, including Zhao Jun's psychology and reactions. Then all I have to do is wait for her to come to me. At this time, Zhao Jun in the office was exactly as Lin Xian had imagined. After the call was hung up, Zhao Jun immediately noticed that the person who called was unusual. My secret was discovered by a stranger. Must check carefully. So she called her assistant directly. It's me, check my phone number. Give me the result within 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Jun sat back in the large boss chair, which made her look petite in contrast. At the same time, Shanghai International Entertainment Club, in the luxurious president's office. Mr. Zhao, like his sister, sat in the large boss chair. Li Shangtian, who was standing next to him, handed over a pile of photos in his hand. Mr. Zhao, this is the man. I have already investigated all his information. His name is Lin Xian. He pretended to be you, smashed your store, and stole my car. That was my new car, and I never drove it once. Mr. Zhao, you must make the decision for me. Zhao Jie looked at the photo handed to him. They were all captured from surveillance footage, and the faces are very clear. This Lin Xian looks like a sunny and handsome boy. Looks like a college student. He is totally different from what Li Shangtian said, the kind of person who is good at fighting, smashing shops and stealing cars. Zhao Ji frowned. Have you investigated thoroughly? Li Shangtian nodded quickly. I'm watching it myself, there's absolutely no mistake. Lin Xian is just an ordinary college student with no background. My new little brother is his class monitor in college, so the information must be correct. Zhao Jie took out a cigarette, lit it, and looked quietly at the handsome boy in the photo. Do you dare to destroy your own place without any background? And he pretends to be his subordinate? Isn't he afraid that if I find out, he will suffer the consequences? After some thought, Zhao Jie felt that he should be cautious to avoid causing too much trouble. So, he threw the photo in his hand to Li Shangtian. The things you looked up were basically all obtained from other people. They are not reliable. Go contact the people in the bureau and conduct a thorough investigation to see if there is any background behind him, and then come and report to me. Li Shangtian took the photo that Zhao Jie threw over and replied. Okay, Mr. Zhao. After saying that, he closed the door and walked out. Zhao Jie inside the door was also rubbing his eyebrows with a headache. His action was exactly the same as his sister Zhao Jun. My own business has been targeted recently, and things don't seem to be going well with my sister either. Lin Xian's appearance at this time is very intriguing. If he was the one patrolling there, he could follow the clues and use Lin Xian to turn the tables. If not, and if there is no background, then he won't get any good results. In the underground parking lot, Lin Xian was still watching short videos to kill time. Sudden. Ding-a-ling ding ling ding ling ding ling ding ling ding ling ding ling. The cell phone rings. Lin Xian looked at the caller ID and saw that it was indeed Zhao Jun's call. He smiled and pressed the answer button. Before he could say anything, a voice like an order came from the other side. Lida Building, 36th floor, President's office, come here now. Lin Xian's face also turned cold. I'm in the underground parking lot of Lida now, in a golden Lamborghini, send someone to pick me up. After saying that, he hung up the phone. This is the previous war in which Lin Xian will face off against Zhao Jun, and he must not lose his momentum. Sure enough, after a while, a man in black uniform came down. The man came over and said politely, Hello, Mr. Lin. Mr. Zhao is waiting for you in the office. Please follow me. Lin Xian followed the man into the president's private elevator and went directly to the 36th floor. At first glance, there are only two huge conference rooms on the entire 36th floor, with a long corridor in the middle, and the sides are filled with flowers and green plants. At the end is a huge office with a sign that says President's Office. From the decoration and design style of the entire 36th floor, it can be seen that Zhao Jun's aesthetic taste is really high-end. At the end, the man in black knocked on the door. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Lin is here. At this time, a female voice as cold as the one on the phone came from inside. Let him in. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black opened the door for Lin Xian, and then closed the door after Lin Xian walked into the office. Bang! In the huge office, only Lin Xian and Zhao Jun were left. Chapter 16, Tit for Tat. Lin Xian's extraordinary move. Lin Xian walked straight to the reception sofa in the office. Sitting there, it felt like being at home. He looked around the office. The simple professional style, with only some lines for decoration, is in line with the taste of the strong woman Zhao Jun. A huge desk and a luxurious and comfortable boss chair. There are huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and you can overlook the entire Donghai city from the window. Zhao Jun sat in the large boss chair and watched Lin Xian from the time he entered the door to the time he sat on the sofa, without any sign of panic throughout the whole process. Only then did she believe that it was really this young boy who called her. Lin Xian's information was placed on Zhao Jun's desk. Too ordinary. Extremely ordinary. He is just an ordinary college student. According to the information, Lin Xian just graduated and has no job yet, and has no work experience. So Zhao Jun couldn't figure out how such a person knew her secret? This is a secret involving two big families. What's more, he even knew about the 3-year agreement. Looking at Lin Xian's appearance, Zhao Jun could see that Lin Xian and I are not from the same circle at all. So, at first, Zhao Jun always thought that the information was fake. The phone number is naturally fake. Perhaps someone stole Lin Xian's mobile phone number in order to conceal his identity. But the situation before her forced her to believe. The person on the phone is the sunny-faced college student in front of me. Zhao Jun put down the pen in his hand, took off his glasses, and looked at Lin Xian. You were the one who called me? And from the moment Lin Xian sat down, he was also looking at Zhao Jun sitting opposite him. She is indeed a high-scoring beauty. I didn't expect that this woman is even prettier in real life than she is on TV, especially the graceful figure outlined by the well-fitting suit. With frameless glasses and a capable look, she is a truly abstinent beauty. Lin Xian could feel the cold and powerful aura emanating from the other person even while sitting on the sofa. She is indeed a strong woman. Seeing that the other party spoke first, Lin Xian smiled friendly. Boss Xiao, nice to meet you. Zhao Jun didn't bother to waste time with him and asked directly. Tell me, who is the spy around me? Lin Xian still smiled without saying anything. Boss Xiao, now that the money is in place, everything else will be fine. In our business, it's a rule to pay first and then deliver the goods. When Zhao Jun heard this, his face turned cold instantly. He is so arrogant even in his own office. Who is this guy? Because they don't understand each other. Zhao Jun still suppressed his emotions and said calmly. Money is easy to talk about. Since you are here, you should know my character. If you take my money but don't do the job well, you should know what the consequences will be. Lin Xian stood up and placed the payment code on Zhao Jun's desk. Boss Xiao, don't worry if you take money from others to help them get rid of disasters. Show the payment code right away. Zhao Jun also learned a lot today. There are actually such men in the world? I really don't understand. Zhao Jun has been strong since childhood. Zhao Jia had been beaten by her many times since he was a child. So when her peers saw her, they were either afraid of her, or coveted her looks, or wanted to get the Zhao family's care through her. Zhao Jun has been very smart since childhood. She is very good at judging people. She can tell who the other person is and what his purpose is at a glance, so she can prescribe the right medicine. But it was the first time that Zhao Jun met someone who was so calm and composed, and directly stated his purpose. He really doesn't hide his purpose at all. Faced with this kind of person, Zhao Jun didn't know how to face him. But she thought about it. Maybe this is not a bad thing. Having been exposed to so many intrigues, this way of putting desires out in the open made it easier for her to accept. After a pause, Zhao Jun spoke. What is your purpose in approaching me? Lin Xian pointed to his phone. For money. Zhao Jun continued to question. Any other purpose? Lin Xian wanted to answer. Have. Zhao Jun was about to smile, but Lin Xian said. For more money. Zhao Jun was instantly furious. You're kidding me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jun, in a rage, picked up the ashtray next to him and threw it over. Call. The heavy ashtray flew towards Lin Xian with a whistling sound. It would be no joke if this hits. However, Lin Xian didn't show any intention of dodging. He simply held out his hand, slightly open. Puff. With a slight sound, Lin Xian used his superb fighting skills to catch the ashtray with 2 fingers. Dissolved the powerful force instantly. Lin Xian placed the ashtray on the coffee table. Smiled faintly. No words. Silence is better than words at this moment, although Lin Xian said nothing. But this is the trick I just showed. Zhao Jun immediately straightened up. This guy. Definitely not an ordinary person. At least in terms of skills, this is stronger than any of his bodyguards. He. Zhao Jun smiled elegantly. Just pretend nothing happened. She picked up her phone, walked over, and scanned Lin Xian's payment code. Ding, Zifubo received 1 million yuan. When Lin Xian heard the notification that the money had arrived, he smiled and said to Zhao Jun, "Boss Xiao, the money has arrived, we can talk business now." Lin Xian sighed inwardly. Fortunately, I have the skills provided by the system, which allow me to have such good skills. Otherwise, it is really difficult to make Zhao Jun, a strong woman, back down. If this matter cannot be negotiated. Even if I helped her catch the spy, the rest of the story wouldn't be able to unfold. But fortunately, everything is going as planned. Zhao Jun crossed his arms and looked at Lin Xian. "Mr. Lin, can you tell me now who is the spy around me?" Lin Xian nodded. "Boss Xiao, please call your secretary Li Jing in, just as you normally would." Zhao Jun frowned after hearing Lin Xian's words. "Xiao Jing? It's impossible for her to do that. I brought her up." Lin Xian just smiled mysteriously. "Boss Xiao, just call someone over." Zhao Jun frowned and thought for a while, then decided to try it out according to what this person said. If it was fake, he would apologize to Xiao Jing. If it was true, Zhao Jun simply couldn't imagine it. After all, Li Jing was the closest person to her. Li Jing was familiar with all the company's secrets, even the design drafts of some new products, which Zhao Jun had never hidden from her. For so long, all matters in the company were ordered by myself through Li Jing. Now the rival company has known our decisions several times in advance. Could it be that Xiao Jing is really? Lin Xian looked at Zhao Jun's uncertain face and smiled again. "You think she has been following you since she started her internship at school, so she must be very clean, right?" Zhao Jun didn't say anything, just stared at the confident and calm Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care about Zhao Jun's reaction and continued. "In fact, she has been kept by Lei Haolong since high school. She has always been Lei Haolong's lover. As for Lei Haolong's affairs, I don't need to say more, right? You know him better than I do, and his true purpose." Although Zhao Jun didn't completely believe it, he kept these words in mind. "How do you know these things?" "Because my profession is an intelligence businessman." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun glanced at Lin Xian with disdain. "Information dealer? You are an intelligence dealer at such a young age?" "Ha ha. Mr. Lin, if you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it. There's no need to be so perfunctory to me." Lin Xian just shook his head without explaining anything. Seeing that Lin Xian had no intention of explaining, Zhao Jun picked up the phone beside him. "Xiao Jing? Come in for a moment." After hanging up the phone, both of them waited quietly. Knock, knock, knock. 2 minutes later, a young girl opened the door and walked in. She saw the young man sitting on the sofa and said in surprise, "Mr. Zhao, you have a guest. Do you want me to come over later?" Zhao Jun didn't say anything, but waved his hand, motioning Li Jing to sit down. "Li Jing, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lin, intelligence businessman." Chapter 17. You live a really pathetic life. Li Jing sat on the other side of the sofa, confused. At this time, Zhao Jun said to Lin Xian, "The person has been called here, how are you going to prove it?" Lin Xian looked at the unhappy beautiful CEO and chuckled. "Do you need me to teach you how to collect evidence next? She's here now. Find a few trustworthy people to look through her computer, especially her emails and recycle bin. There will definitely be a surprise." Zhao Jun was not vague either. He picked up the phone and called. After making some arrangements, he hung up. Only then did Li Jing realize what had happened. Tai. Li Jing immediately jumped up from the sofa. She stared at Zhao Jun with eyes wide open in disbelief. "Boss Xiao. You actually believed an outsider and don't want to believe me. I have been following you for 3 years, since I was an intern in my senior year. I have never contacted other companies. How could I have leaked the new product?" He. Lin Xian lay down on the sofa and spread his hands. "Did we say it was a new product leak? Girl, you're admitting it yourself. Although Zhao Yingjun already felt that there was something wrong with Li Jing at this time. But her long-standing trust in prudence made her decide to wait until she saw the crucial evidence before making a decision. Li Jing looked at Zhao Yingjun in silence, and became even more flustered. Boss Zhao, I treat you as my own sister. How could I possibly betray you? I still have some unsaved documents on my computer. I have to check them out right away. Don't let those rude people lose them. Li Jing ran quickly to the door. But I found that the office door couldn't be opened. So, when Zhao Yingjun sent someone to investigate Li Jing just now, he ordered them to temporarily lock the office door from the outside. Li Jing realized that she might have been exposed. But she still didn't want to give up, so she ran to Zhao Yingjun's desk again. Bang! Clap your hands directly on the table. Boss Zhao, we have been friends for so many years, don't you still trust me? For so many years, I was not responsible for your food and daily life in the company. I also helped you convey the company's business. After saying this, she shed tears and continued crying. One time you had a stomachache and no one was around, but I saw something was wrong and came to take you to the hospital. Don't you remember all this? How could you misunderstand me? I have always treated our company as my home. What good would it do me if I betrayed this family? Zhao Yingjun still folded his arms. Close your eyes and don't speak. Really? Li Jing has been with her for more than 3 years. As she said, she is a workaholic, and her food and daily life in the company are all taken care of by Li Jing. But when I think about what Lin Xian just said, Li Jing is actually Lei Haolong's kept lover. Zhao Yingjun felt her stomach churning. Nausea. Absolutely disgusting. Li Jing tried several times but failed to get Zhao Yingjun to speak. I could only yell at Lin Xian. Who are you? What is your purpose in asking Mr. Zhao to instigate me? I think you have bad intentions. However, Lin Xian also had a fake smile on his face and didn't even glance at Li Jing. Li Jing stood in the middle, like a clown. Just as she was about to say something else, there was a crisp knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A deep male voice came. Miss, I found the thing. Zhao Yingjun glanced at Li Jing. Bring it in. Creak. 2 tall and strong men walked in with notebooks and a lady's backpack. Li Jing looked at what they were holding and became panic-stricken for a moment. Zhao Yingjun looked at Li Jing's panicked expression and her heart instantly sank to the bottom. At this point, even without looking at the evidence, she could guess the result. Lin Xian heard them calling Zhao Yingjun Miss instead of the company's unified address of President Zhao. He understood that this must be the person Zhao Yingjun brought from his family to help. A sturdy man put a notebook on Zhao Yingjun's desk. Look, young lady. At this moment, the recycle bin contains plans that were discussed in the morning meeting but have not yet been announced to the public, some daily life photos of Zhao Yingjun himself, and several emails that have already been sent. After seeing these solid evidences, what else does Zhao Yingjun not understand? She immediately flew into a rage and asked in a stern voice. Li Jing. I still treat you like my sister. Have I ever treated you unfairly? Why do you still want to disgust me when you are with that bastard? Zhao Yingjun snorted coldly. I realized that yelling louder would be useless, so I took a sip of water and calmed myself down. Just wave your hand. Uncle Zhou, drag him out and deal with him. When Li Jing heard this, she knelt down in fear and begged for mercy. Boss Zhao. Boss Zhao. Sister Yingjun, I know I was wrong. Please let me go this time. Please, don't force me. It was Lei Haolong who threatened me. Vomit. When Zhao Yingjun heard Li Jing calling her sister and thought of that disgusting man Lei Haolong, she couldn't help but dry heave. Uncle Zhou, are you so soft-hearted towards traitors? Following Zhao Yingjun's urging, a sturdy man came over and stabbed Li Jing in the back of the neck, causing her to faint. Then the 2 men dragged Li Jing out. The office fell silent instantly. Zhao Yingjun rubbed his temple tiredly. Lin Xian leaned against the back of the sofa, admiring the little-known vulnerable side of the strong woman. At this time, the voice of the system came into Lin Xian's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for punishing evil and getting a big gift package. Open now? Lin Xian thought secretly. Just waiting for you. Then I said to the system in my mind. Open the gift bag now. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill, strengthening the sixth sense. Sixth sense enhancement, it can help the host avoid many troubles imperceptibly, and even the dangers that are directed at the host can be sensed in advance. Yes, it's still a passive skill this time. Being able to sense danger in advance is a life-saving skill. After all, it's easy to dodge an open attack but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark, and it's hard to guard against a villain. Now, with this enhanced sixth sense, I don't have to worry about being tricked by others in the future. While Lin Xian was looking at the gift package, Zhao Yingjun calmed down. Said politely, "Mr. Lin, there were many misunderstandings before. I hope you don't take it to heart. I appreciate your help, but you said before that besides helping me catch the spy, what else was there?" Lin Xian sighed. It was rare for a strong woman to show her vulnerability, but it was like a flash in the pan and she recovered in such a short time. As expected, it's Zhao Yingjun. Listening to Zhao Yingjun's questions, Lin Xian knew that he could start his second plan, Mr. Zhao's brother-in-law plan. Lin Xian smiled slightly. "Another thing to help you." When Zhao Yingjun heard this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. The traitor had already been dealt with, so what else could this person do to help him? "Oh? What can you do for me? Tell me about it." Lin Xian sighed and shook his head. "You've lived so long and are from a wealthy family. But now your career is not going well and you can't even make your own decision on marriage. Don't you think you live a miserable life?" Hearing this, veins popped up on Zhao Yingjun's forehead. What she can't accept the most is being called a coward. "Mr. Lin, I must remind you. Although I accepted your help, I also paid for it. We are on an equal footing. If you want to continue insulting me, sorry, goodbye." Chapter 18, Pretending to be my boyfriend? Lin Xian looked at the angry Zhao Yingjun and asked with a smile. "Isn't it?" He stared into Zhao Yingjun's eyes and said word by word. "If Lei Haolong had any respect for you, would he let his lover come and humiliate you? He just relies on the childhood bond between you and him and doesn't want to let go, so he uses all means to monitor you and obstruct you. Even if you try your best to get rid of him, he still has eyes around you. Even your family is standing against you in this matter. I'm afraid that no one in this world is on your side. Everyone treats you as a puppet for a business marriage." Facing Lin Xian's words, each one was more harsh than the last. Zhao Yingjun clenched his fists, but couldn't think of anything to refute. The reason why she thinks it is a child marriage is because of her biggest dark history. That's why. Once someone finds out, they will mock her like Lin Xian did and look down on her. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape this fate. Zhao Yingjun frowned. "What can I do? What can I do? I can't control the thoughts of the elderly in my family. However, even if I die, I will never marry Lei Haolong." Lin Xian looked at the beautiful strong woman in front of him, who showed a rare look of frustration. There is nothing in Zhao Yingjun's life that she cannot handle. Except for the matter of child marriage. This further stimulated her unyielding personality, so she bore the pressure alone. "Try your best to seize the opportunities you have worked so hard to get. Even though I was isolated and helpless, I never gave up." There's no need to talk about such a serious issue as death. Didn't I just say that I'm here to help you solve this problem? Lin Xian's calm voice reached Zhao Yingjun's ears. Zhao Yingjun didn't take his words seriously, but just asked casually. "Oh? Then what can you do?" Zhao Yingjun didn't have any hope at all. Although Lin Xian helped him catch the spy Li Jing. But child marriage is different, as it is arranged by the elders in the family. With Lin Xian's strength, he is completely unable to compete with the Zhao family. Lin Xian crossed his legs and continued. "If I were you, I would cheat on Lei Haolong. I would vent my anger." "Cuckolded Lei Haolong?" Zhao Yingjun laughed loudly after hearing this, and then gnashed his teeth. "He doesn't deserve it. Who the hell is he? Should I humiliate myself just to piss him off? Are you crazy to say something like that?" After saying that, Zhao Yingjun pointed to the door. "Go away, I have nothing to say to you." Lin Xian certainly had no intention of leaving. This was only one step away from his goal. "Can't you change your temper? I didn't ask you to really cheat on him, why are you so excited?" Zhao Yingjun was speechless. Only then did I realize that I was a little too excited. She took a sip of water and sat down again. Child marriage is her nightmare. Whenever I talk about this, I get excited. After a long pause, Zhao Jun spoke calmly. Okay, Mr. Lin, thank you for helping me catch the spy before. I believe that your so-called plan is of some reference value. So, if you have any plans, just say it directly and don't beat around the bush. Lin Xian smiled. Give me 5 million and I'll be your boyfriend. Puff. Zhao Jun really couldn't help it. He burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin, are you telling a joke? Lin Xian ignored Zhao Jun's ridicule and continued. Although I helped you catch the spy this time, can you guarantee that there won't be other spies in the future? And, if I calculated correctly, your 3-year agreement is about to expire. If the company fails to go public, do you plan to continue marrying your childhood sweetheart? Can you afford to make this mistake? Sure enough, after hearing these words, Zhao Jun also put away his smile. So Lin Xian continued. So, you need an intelligence trader like me to stay by your side to help you see through all the schemes and get your company listed successfully. Lin Xian's words made Zhao Jun fall into deep thought. That's right, no one can be sure that the assistant found in a short period of time will be fine. And even if the assistant is fine, how could he possibly take over so much work in such a short time? Although Li Jing is not a very good person, she has good working ability. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to value her so much. Thinking of Li Jing, the mood that had just calmed down became a little angry again. And Lin Xian had just helped him capture Li Jing, proving that he had the ability to do so. And most importantly, he is someone you can trust. It is obvious that Lin Xian is not in the same group as Lei Haolong. Thinking that Lei Haolong actually sent his lover to monitor him. People like him who are rich and powerful have a strong desire for possession. What if I let him know that I have a boyfriend? I guess he would be furious, right? Thinking of Lei Haolong's reaction when he found out he was cuckolded, Zhao Jun really felt relieved. Besides, he's just a fake boyfriend, so I don't have to lose anything. 5 million is just a small amount of money. Good value. After thinking about it, Zhao Jun smiled and nodded. Mr. Lin, your method is good. A fake boyfriend can really save me a lot of trouble. It can also let my family know my attitude. But Lin Xian just looked at her with a smile, waiting for her to continue. After thinking about it, Zhao Jun felt it was boring and continued. But the person who pretends to be your boyfriend doesn't have to be you, right? I have someone better than me, someone with a better family background and education. Besides, I'm not trying to scare you, but being my boyfriend is dangerous, and Lei Haolong will definitely not let it go. Even my family might attack you for their own benefit, and I may not be able to protect you then. Pause. Zhao Jun spun the pen in his hand. Bang. The sound of a pen falling into the pen holder. Mr. Lin, being my boyfriend, you might really die. After saying that, Zhao Jun rested his head on his elbow, waiting for Lin Xian's reaction with interest. Lin Xian didn't take it to heart at all. Thank you for your concern, Miss Xiao, but, in this world, the person who can kill me may not have been born yet. Lin Xian is not bragging. With his master-level Sanda skills and super sixth sense, no one can plot against him. On the other hand, with a dark history system, even a powerful person can turn the tables. After all, how can there be someone in this world who doesn't have a dark history? These two combined. Whether it's a real fight with guns or poisoning, assassination and other despicable means, you can deal with it calmly. It's a defense with no blind spots. At present, it seems that his brother-in-law plan has been recognized by Zhao Jun. Just one step left. Let Zhao Jun recognize your strength. You have to let her know that I am not only good at intelligence work, but also very strong in my own right. Lin Xian stood up and looked around the office. When I saw the darts hanging on the blank wall, a confident smile appeared on his face. Chapter 19. I think I like you a little bit. Lin Xian walked to the wall and looked at the darts on it. There are a total of 6 darts on it, all in the 9th and 10th rings, and one is in the bullseye. It seems that Zhao Jun is good at darts. Then I'll just make her convinced. Lin Xian took all the darts off the disc. Walk over to the large desk and place the dart on it. Zhao Jun looked at the darts in front of him, somewhat puzzled. You want to play darts with me? Lin Xian shook his head and said with a smile. Compared to those educated people, what you need more is someone who Lei Haolong can't kill, right? Without waiting for Zhao Jun to answer, Lin Xian continued confidently. I will blindfold myself in a moment, and you can attack me with all your might and kill me. Zhao Jun raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Are you sure? Lin Xian didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. This smile made Zhao Jun feel a little dazzling. Does he think of himself as a powerless lady from a wealthy family? You know, the Zhao family attracts a lot of attention. The Zhao siblings have been learning self-defense since childhood, and Zhao Jun learned it a few years longer than her brother. Zhao Jie has been beaten by her many times since he was a child. Until now, Zhao Jie still feels both love and fear when he mentions his sister. Zhao Jun is such a proud person, how could he have been provoked so many times? Seeing Lin Xian's confident smile, he decided to teach him a lesson. Lin Xian just wanted to try out the skills he had just acquired to see how effective they were. With his strong physique from regular exercise and his super sixth sense, Lin Xian is confident that he can dodge Zhao Jun's attack. He put down the dart, picked up a handkerchief beside him, and took 2 steps with his back to Zhao Jun. It stopped about 2 meters away from Zhao Jun. Blindfold. At this moment, Lin Xian's 5 senses were magnified. With the help of his enhanced sixth sense, the entire office was replicated in Lin Xian's mind. There are several red highlights, including darts on the desk and a dagger in Zhao Jun's drawer. That's what Zhao Jun always carries with him for self-defense. Zhao Jun looked at Lin Xian, who was standing there calmly and without moving. She planned to test Lin Xian's ability first to prevent herself from being too heavy-handed in causing death, which would be difficult to deal with at this critical moment. So she took a dart. This kind of iron dart has a certain weight. At this distance, with Zhao Jun's arm strength, if it hits Lin Xian, it will definitely penetrate halfway. Whoosh! The thrown dart made a small sound of breaking through the air. Lin Xian looked at the trajectory of the dart and realized that it couldn't hit him. This was a test from Zhao Jun. So Lin Xian didn't move and started to mock Zhao Jun. Didn't you eat? You can't even touch me. Zhao Jun also became a little angry when he heard this. Whoosh! Another dart flew, this time aimed at Lin Xian's shoulder. A red parabola appeared in Lin Xian's mind, reaching his shoulders. A second before the dart hit him, he slightly turned sideways and dodged it. It's okay this time, keep trying. Zhao Jun was a little shocked when she saw Lin Xian dodge so easily. After all, she was very clear about her strength and accuracy, so it was impossible for her to miss. Then, she began to take it seriously. Whoosh! 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 3 consecutive darts flew towards Lin Xian's head, right shoulder, and left leg almost at the same time. Tricky angle. Bang! 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 There were 3 sounds of darts falling to the ground. The darts that would be impossible to dodge in the eyes of ordinary people, in Lin Xian's eyes, appeared as 3 clear lines. Lin Xian only needed to lower his head, turn his body sideways, and lift his legs to avoid them all. Seeing Lin Xian's strength, this further aroused Zhao Jun's desire to win. I saw her gently taking off her high heels under the table. Then she walked barefoot to the table and spoke to attract Lin Xian's attention. This is the last one. If you can dodge it, you win. Zhao Jun quietly picked up the sharp dart, walked behind Lin Xian, raised his arm, and stabbed it hard. However, there were no bloody scenes. At the moment when he was about to touch Lin Xian turned around and kicked the unsuspecting Zhao Jun to the ground, then stretched out his right hand to hold her waist. Zhao Jun took this opportunity and immediately stabbed Lin Xian's left shoulder with the dart in his hand. Seeing Zhao Jun stabbing at him again, Lin Xian grabbed her right hand with his left hand. With a reverse kick, Zhao Jun fell on Lin Xian's arm. In just a moment, Zhao Jun was unable to move. The 2 people's postures are somewhat ambiguous, and if you don't know, you might think they are a couple in love. At this time, Zhao Jun was still lying on Lin Xian's arms. Lin Xian leaned over and hugged Zhao Jun from behind. The 2 seemed to be performing some indescribable exercise. Zhao Jun's eyes widened in shock. She has always been confident in her skills. She never thought that Lin Xian, a person selling intelligence, would be better than her in skills. She was controlled after just one move. Only then did Zhao Jun begin to seriously consider what Lin Xian said about being her boyfriend. This man. He is indeed quite capable. At least, it's not so easy to be killed by Lei Haolong. Lin Xian naturally guessed what she was thinking. A chuckle. He took out a fresh lily from the vase beside him and placed it on Zhao Jun's lips. Zhao Jun opened his mouth subconsciously. I bit the flowers reflexively. Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. Flowers suit you better than bayonets. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Jun laughed so hard that the flower in her mouth fell to the ground. She reached out and took off the handkerchief covering Lin Xian's eyes, with an excited smile on her face. Very good. I think I'm starting to like you a little bit. She stroked Lin Xian's lips with her fingers, and taking advantage of the moment when he was distracted, she twisted her waist and broke free from Lin Xian's control. Zhao Jun has always known her strengths, but from childhood to adulthood, she has never needed to use this method to gain anything. She really likes simple people like this. The purpose is clear and there is no need for intrigue. Moreover, Lin Xian is handsome, has wide intelligence channels, and is also good in martial arts. It's just that I'm a little greedy for money. But greed for money is even better. As long as you give him money, he will be an obedient dog. 5 million gets such a person. Zhao Jun was very satisfied. She casually took off her suit and shirt, leaving only a suspender that barely covered her private parts. Then he put the clothes on the desk and walked to Lin Xian. Cooperate with me. After saying that, Zhao Jun pulled Lin Xian to sit on the sofa and sat on Lin Xian's lap. She reached out and fiddled with her phone for a few times, looking at Lin Xian with affection in her eyes. Lin Xian also looked at Zhao Jun tenderly and put his arm around her waist. Click. After taking the photo, Zhao Jun stood up immediately. Her expression returned to that of a cold, strong woman, as if all the tenderness and affection just now was an illusion. He opened his phone and looked at the photo carefully. Well, there is no place to go wrong. The two of them hugged each other in an intimate posture and behaved very close. Anyone who saw them would think that they were in love. Looking at the photo, she smiled proudly. Chapter 20 Mr. Zhao, here I come. Zhao Jun picked up his mobile phone and started checking the information on the table. DD. A message came on Lin Xian's cell phone. It's a notification from the bank that 5 million has been deposited into the card. Zhao Jun has comprehensive and detailed information about Lin Xian. Naturally, I know his bank card number. You've received the money, right? From now on you'll be my boyfriend. Even though it's fake, it must be more real than the real thing in front of others. If this matter is discovered or affects me because of something on your part. After a pause, Zhao Jun tapped the table with his fingers. You should know my determination. I don't mind going down with you. My assistant position happens to be vacant. I will hire you as my assistant. I will pay you as usual, but you don't have to do any work. Your job is very simple. Just go shopping with me when you have nothing to do and attend dinner parties. That's basically it. I'll think of other things later. Is there anything you don't understand? Zhao Jun gave a bunch of orders on his own. After Lin Xian saw that she had finished speaking, he spread his hands to indicate that he had no objection. Buzz. 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 At this moment, the phone on the table vibrated. Zhao Jun looked down and saw that it was a call from his younger brother Zhao Jie. I took it directly and answered it. Hey, Jie, what's wrong? The tone of his voice unconsciously carried a hint of doting. Lin Xian sighed to himself. It's really a brother-sister relationship. The relationship between the siblings is so good. It seems, when it comes to the matter of child marriage, Zhao Jie should stand on his sister's side. Zhao Jie's distressed voice came from the other end of the phone. It's that patrolman Zhou again. He's so annoying and won't let me go. Sister, where are you? Come over here, let's talk face to face, and you can help me think of a solution. Lin Xian was listening nearby and wanted to laugh. Judging from the tone of his voice, he sounds coquettish. How does he look like the underground emperor Zhao Jie? Zhao Jun was also a little worried about his brother. Jie, is it serious? Hey, it's quite troublesome, and there's another bothersome matter. Anyway, let's talk about it after you come, sister. Zhao Jun hung up the phone. Think about it. It's time to take Lin Xian to meet his younger brother. After all, the fact that he is her boyfriend needs to be let known to her family through Jie. So, she simply packed up and looked at Lin Xian. Come on, boyfriend, let me take you to meet my brother. After saying that, he walked towards Lin Xian, took his arm and walked out. Although things developed beyond Lin Xian's expectations, he didn't expect to meet Master Zhao so soon. But I am already his brother-in-law. Are you still afraid of meeting your brother-in-law? Zhao Jun took Lin Xian's arm, walked to the door, and suddenly stopped. She looked Lin Xian up and down. He is handsome, but too young. Did you really graduate? Lin Xian was a little helpless. My information is still with you. Zhao Jun nodded. I just want to confirm that you look too young for me. Others will think I'm keeping a gigolo. Lin Xian could only smile helplessly. Zhao Jun thought for a moment. Let's go to the mall first. I'll buy you some work clothes. Lin Xian nodded indifferently and spread his hands. You are the boss, you have the final say. Zhao Jun has been working alone in the business world for so many years, and what he has the most is attentiveness and patience. She would never allow the shocking act of her finding a fake boyfriend to be discovered by anyone for any reason. There must be no mistakes in this matter. Just walked out the door. The two security guards widened their eyes in shock when they saw that Mr. Zhao was so close to a man. They have followed Zhao Jun for so long, and this is the first time they saw her walking with a man, holding each other's arm. Everyone in their company said that Mr. Zhao would be alone for the rest of his life. After all, they couldn't imagine what kind of man could pick this high-ranking flower. Zhao Jun looked at them and shouted. Keep what happened today to yourself and don't tell anyone about it. The two of them lowered their heads and replied. Mr. Zhao, we understand. Don't worry. Only then did Zhao Jun nodded in satisfaction and left. After she left, the two security guards looked at each other, both confused. It's not their first day working as security guards, so they know what to do. As long as you don't know anything and keep everything to yourself, just follow the instructions. Then, Zhao Jun took Lin Xian's arm and went to other departments of the company and introduced Lin Xian to everyone. This Mr. Lin Xian will be my personal assistant from now on. He will also be my boyfriend. After Lin Xian greeted everyone, the two of them walked out of the office area together. When the two entered the elevator, the office exploded instantly. Aha, Boss Zhao, is this iron tree blooming? This boy is so handsome. He's handsome, but too young. Boss Zhao is not keeping a gigolo. Don't you think they are a good match? They look perfect together. Why would Mr. Zhao keep a gigolo? Didn't you see how Mr. Zhao leaned on that man like a little bird? Yeah, I never thought that President Zhao had such a feminine side. Zhao Jun held Lin Xian's arm all the way to the underground parking lot. Lin Xian saw the two burly men called Miss Zhao Jun, looked around, but didn't see Li Jing. The speed was so fast, I guess Li Jing has been dealt with. There were 3 cars parked in front, a Lexus in front and back, and a Maybach in the middle. Zhao Jun took Lin Xian's arm and got on the middle car. Lin Xian saw the bodyguards get into the 2 cars in front and behind. Even in the car, Zhao Jun still leaned quietly on Lin Xian's shoulder. The cars were arranged by the family and the drivers were all the old guys' people. Zhao Jun really didn't slack off at all. Since I have chosen to act, I won't let anyone find out. Zhao Jun whispered in Lin Xian's ear. Honey, do you think my brother will be okay? He was also very considerate, touching Zhao Jun's hair and comforting her gently. It'll be fine, don't worry. After that, neither of them spoke and closed their eyes to rest. Soon, the car stopped in front of the shopping mall that Zhao Jun often went to. She took Lin Xian into the mall and went to a store that Zhao Jie often went to. After choosing carefully, she finally picked 2 casual suits according to her preferences. One navy blue, one black. She looked at the 2 sets of clothes and smiled with satisfaction. Both of them are good, they look a lot more mature. I'll ask this store to make you a few formal suits according to your size later. There are always fewer people in high-end shopping malls. Zhao Jun pulled Lin Xian into the fitting room and looked around to make sure no one was around. She helped Lin Xian put away his clothes while admonishing him. No matter whether my brother threatens or bribes you, you must hold on. Don't let him see anything. Do you understand? Especially when we pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend. We must not let him find out. Chapter 21, No Risk, No Gain. Lin Xian nodded calmly. Don't worry, I'm a professional in acting. In fact, Zhao Jun's worries are not unreasonable. The brother and sister grew up together. It can be said that no one knows his sister better than Zhao Jie. Zhao Jun's willpower is unmatched by many men. At one point he thought his sister would end up living alone. Even among the young masters of the big families today, he thought that none of them was worthy of his sister. Not to mention a pretty boy like Lin Xian. As Zhao Yingjie's younger brother, he had experienced Zhao Yingjuan's strength since he was a child. When talking about his sister, Zhao Yingjie exuded fear from the bottom of his heart. Although he was called the Underground Emperor and was fearless, he was most afraid of his sister. It was always Zhao Yingjun who had the final say, and Zhao Yingjie dared not to say no. Once Zhao Yingjie sees Zhao Yingjun in a relationship, he will definitely think of various ways to test Lin Xian to see if this boy who is about the same age as him is serious. In his eyes, although Zhao Yingjun had a very high IQ and EQ, it was his first love after all, so it was easy for him to get carried away and have a love affair. He will definitely help his sister keep a close eye on it. Zhao Yingjun looked at Lin Xian in front of him. This one is nice. The suit I picked is really suitable for me. She sighed that having a hanger-like figure is very convenient because she doesn't have to spend a lot of time matching clothes and can only play to her strengths and avoid her weaknesses. Lin Xian in a suit no longer looks like a college student, but rather like a mature and steady workplace elite. It's true that clothes make the man. Zhao Yingjun helped Lin Xian tidy up his clothes and nodded with satisfaction. This is much better. The two hugged each other again and got into the car. The convoy drove steadily towards the Shanghai International Entertainment Club. Although Zhao Yingjun closed his eyes in the car, his mind never stopped thinking. Whether he can make his brother believe it depends on Lin Xian's performance next. Once Yingjie believes it, things will be easy at home. Yingjie is the successor after all, so the old guys still give him face. Then you will be not far from escaping from your childhood marriage. At this moment in Shanghai Entertainment, in the president's office, Zhao Yingjie was also rubbing his temples tiredly. As expected of siblings, their actions are exactly the same as Zhao Yingjuan's. Boom. 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 Zhao Yingjie tapped the table with his fingers, looking at the information at hand. Why are there so many things going on lately? I have more worries in this month than in the past year. I don't know where this brat came from. He is so bold that he dares to pretend to be me and do evil. The Inspector Joe sent by the higher-ups is also like a dogskin plaster. He has been checking Shanghai International every day, but no one knows what he has found. There are so many bars and game halls in Donghai City, but he doesn't go there. He just keeps his eyes on the ones under my name. Isn't this telling everyone that his target is me? He frowned irritably. Just before he called Zhao Yingjun, he received information from an informant and learned about Inspector Joe's background. There are people on patrol this week, and they are gilded when they come down. He has his eyes on this piece of fat meat. Zhao Yingjie has tried hard, and the elderly people in his family have also asked the higher-ups to intercede for him. But this week's inspection was like the stone in the toilet, smelly and hard, and it doesn't bite. In fact, Zhao Yingjie could also understand that if Inspector Zhou, who had just arrived, could get himself into trouble and implicate a series of people, it would definitely be a great achievement. From now on, who in Donghai City can challenge him? Bang! Zhao Yingjie was so angry that he threw the photo of Lin Xian in his hand. According to the informant, this patrol officer Zhou is truly capable and has already obtained a lot of evidence that is unfavorable to him in a short period of time. Just wait until the time comes and sue yourself immediately. Zhao Yingjie was so anxious that he couldn't think of any solution, so he had to ask his sister for help. From childhood to adulthood, this sister has been cleaning up my mess. It can be said that if Zhao Yingjun had not been helping and advising behind him, Zhao Yingjie would not have reached where he is today. Boom, boom, boom. A sudden knock on the door interrupted Zhao Yingjie's thoughts. Come in. It turned out to be Li Shengtian. He approached Zhao Yingjie with his head tilted. Mr. Zhao, I have really checked it out this time. That Lin Xian definitely has no background. He is really just an ordinary college student. Zhao Yingjie didn't have the energy to pay attention to such a small matter, so he waved his hand. You decide. Just clean it up. Li Shengtian was waiting for Master Zhao to say this. Hearing this, he rubbed his hands and said hatefully. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. We will definitely not let him speak, and no one will find out that it was us who did it. After saying that, he was about to go out, when a strange sound came from outside the door. Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. Hearing the voice, Zhao Yingjie stood up as if conditioned reflex. He quickly opened the window and called Li Shengtian for help. Quick, fan the room quickly, my sister is coming. When Li Shengtian heard this, he quickly picked up a book and fanned himself. The two of them worked hard to try to blow away the smell of smoke in the office. Zhao Yingjun is terrifying. As someone close to Zhao Li Shengtian has a deep understanding of this. They have watched Zhao Jun teach their boss a lesson countless times, and their boss could only obediently accept the beatings and scolding. So Zhao Jie's younger brothers all know this deeply. Even if you anger Zhao Jie, you may still be forgiven. However, if you anger Zhao Jun, even death would be a luxury. Privately, they all called Zhao Jun the female king of hell. This is enough to show how scared everyone is of her. Creak. A white hand gently pushed the door open. The two people inside the door stood still like frightened rabbits. Zhao Jun walked in holding Lin Xian's arm. Due to the angle, Zhao Jie only saw his sister holding someone's arm, but could not see that person's face clearly. And Li Shengtian saw Lin Xian's face. Li Shengtian shouted in surprise, scaring the nervous Zhao Jie. He turned around and shouted angrily. "You are a psychopath, what are you yelling about?" Li Shengtian swallowed his saliva in grievance and pointed at the photo on the table. "No, Mr. Zhao, this is that person." Lin Xian came with Zhao Jun, so Li Shengtian didn't dare to say anything about Lin Xian. Obviously. Zhao Jie did not understand what he meant and said impatiently. "If you have something to say, just say it. What about this person or that person?" At this time, everyone in the room was looking at Li Shengtian. Zhao Jie was impatient, Zhao Jun was confused, and Lin Xian was joking. He had no choice but to answer Zhao Jie in cold sweat under everyone's gaze. "Boss. He is Lin Xian." After saying this, he didn't dare to breathe, nor did he dare to look at anyone present. He just lowered his head to reduce his presence. After hearing what he said, Zhao Jie turned sideways. Only then did I see it. The man blocked by Zhao Jun. Chapter 22, Calling Brother-in-Law. Zhao Jie looked at the man in front of him with some curiosity. He was very handsome, wearing a well-fitting and neat suit. When I saw the man's arms, he stood there in shock. What is happening? Why would my sister hold this person's arm? The sun rises from the west? Li Shengtian, who was standing next to him, saw that his boss was just staring at Lin Xian and had no intention of taking action at all, and he became extremely anxious. He spoke angrily and said angrily, "Mr. Zhao, it's him. He pretended to be you, smashed the store, and robbed my car. He was the one who did it." Zhao Jie finally came to his senses and recalled the photos on the table in his mind. The guy in the photo is obviously a college student. He is wearing a hooded sweatshirt and jeans, and looks sunny and handsome. The man in front of him, although also very handsome, just looked like a white-collar elite at work, without any student-like air at all. But at this moment, Zhao Jie had no time to think about those trivial matters. All he could think about was his sister holding a man's arm. At this moment, Lin Xian took a light step forward. He looked at Li Shengtian's angry face and greeted him with a smile. "How are you, Boss Li?" It was not until he heard Lin Xian's voice that Zhao Jie recovered from his shock. He looked at the smiling Lin Xian, his imposing sister, and the nervous Li Shengtian. Suddenly I was totally confused. What is the situation now? Why does everyone seem a little weird? And most importantly, my sister actually held his arm. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Sister, this guy." Unexpectedly, before Zhao Jie could finish his sentence, Zhao Jun started to scold him. "What do you mean by this guy? This is your brother-in-law. It's rude. Puff. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough." This time, Zhao Jie almost choked on his own saliva. He kept patting his chest to calm himself down. While filming, he couldn't help but speak. "Ahem. Sister, you are kidding, this guy." Zhao Jun punched him again. "Call me brother-in-law." Zhao Jun glared with her beautiful eyes and raised her eyebrows. Zhao Jie was so scared that he didn't dare to talk back. From childhood to adulthood, whenever my sister showed an expression like this, she would definitely be beaten. It has happened so many times that now whenever his sister makes this expression, Zhao Jie feels pain all over his body. It has become a conditioned reflex. In the end, she gave in under the threat of her sister. Hiss. Zhao Jie took a breath and opened his mouth reluctantly. "Sister, husband. There are so many people here now. If Zhao Jun really gets angry and slaps me, I will be the one who gets embarrassed. After all, this person came here with his sister, so it's not shameful to listen to his sister." Here, Zhao Yingjie found reasons to convince himself. Li Shengtian next to him was no longer calm. What? What's going on? Shouldn't it be like when enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other? Li Shengtian suddenly felt his legs go weak. How did they become a family? I am the only outsider? At this moment, Li Shengtian wished he could slap himself hard a few times. You just said something mean. Let you talk nonsense. Zhao Yingjun is known as the female king of hell. I actually offended her boyfriend. Li Shengtian wished someone would hand him a piece of tofu so that he could hit it to death. Ahem. Zhao Yingjie cleared his throat at this moment and said to the others in the room. All of you go out and close the door. I have something to say to my sister. Zhao Yingjie's words were like the sound of nature to Li Shengtian. He stood up hurriedly and tried to leave with his bodyguards. Lin Xian suddenly spoke lightly. Boss Li, don't be impatient, I haven't finished what I want to say. Moment. For Li Shengtian, it was like falling from heaven to hell. Lin Xian walked up to him and said softly. Did I let you go? At this moment, Li Shengtian was so frightened that his face turned pale, and his legs were shaking. Lin Xian, no, brother Lin, big brother Lin. Please forgive me. I really know I was wrong this time. After saying this, Li Shengtian was about to kneel down. Lin Xian stretched out his hand, pushed Li Shengtian hard with his backhand, and threw him onto the sofa. Zhao Yingjie looked at Lin Xian's actions and looked at him with a sullen face. What do you mean? I see you came here with my sister, so I'll give you some face. But you are in my territory, touching my people. This is against the rules. They attacked Zhao Yingjie's men right in front of him, which showed that they didn't take him seriously. If he hadn't been concerned about his sister, he would have hit him with a stick long ago. Looking at Zhao Yingjie's expression, Lin Xian just smiled. Since you know he's yours, why don't you keep your dog on a leash? If you get into trouble, won't your sister have to clean up your mess? Since you can't manage it well, I, your brother-in-law, will manage it for you today. After saying that, Lin Xian walked towards Li Shengtian, who was sitting on the sofa. After hearing what Lin Xian said, Zhao Yingjie was furious. He was about to walk over to stop Lin Xian. Zhao Yingjun raised his hand and gently tugged at his sleeve. She knew that Lin Xian would not make things difficult for an insignificant younger brother for no reason. Among them, there must be something hidden. Lin Xian looked down at the frightened Li Shengtian. He reached out and patted Li Shengtian's greasy face. Boss Li, I thought we were even now. I didn't expect that you would play such a trick on me. Li Shengtian knew that Lin Xian was talking about how he had complained to Mr. Zhao and how he had sent a mass notice to find his car. He felt that he had no way to escape today. Plop! Li Shengtian suddenly knelt down. At this moment, he didn't dare to look at Zhao Yingjie's face. He just kept begging Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, please, this is the last time. I really won't dare to do it again. Please have mercy on me and let me live. When Li Shengtian knelt down, Zhao Yingjun became interested. But Zhao Yingjie made him kneel down until he lost his temper. Everyone could see that Li Shengtian had some fatal handle in Lin Xian's hands. Lin Xian should have let him go, but he came to Zhao Yingjie to complain. Lin Xian kicked Li Shengtian directly to Zhao Yingjie's feet. I promised you not to tell you because I felt sorry for you. If I don't say anything now, wouldn't that be a betrayal to my brother-in-law? Then, Lin Xian looked at Zhao Yingjie, who looked unhappy. As your brother-in-law, I have already said everything that needs to be said. You can ask him the rest yourself. When Zhao Yingjie saw this, he roughly understood what was going on. He stepped on Li Shengtian's stomach and asked fiercely. Tell me, what on earth did you do? Chapter 23 Heaven and Hell in a Mind. In the end, Li Shengtian couldn't stand the pressure and told everyone about his private sales. Even if he didn't want to say it, it was useless. Lin Xian also knew about it, and he had offended him. At this moment, Li Shengtian hated himself very much for settling the score after the event. If I hadn't offended him, would he have let me go? But it's too late to say anything now. Li Shengtian was instantly disheartened. Zhao Yingjie became furious after hearing this. He lifted his foot that was stepping on his stomach and stepped on his elbow instead. With anger, he twisted it hard with his foot. Even though one of his joints was broken, Zhao Yingjie's anger did not diminish at all. Looking back, he saw a baseball bat next to his desk. While playing with the baseball bat in his hand, he looked at Li Shengtian viciously. I was wondering, where did Inspector Joe get all that evidence? It turns out it's all your fault. You guys are good at causing trouble but not helping anything. Don't you love money? Today I want to see if you dare to make this money behind my back. I want to see if you can spend it alive. Zhao Yingjie swung the baseball bat in his hand fiercely at Li Shengtian's kneecap. Snap. Ah! The crisp sound of bones breaking. Then Li Shengtian's painful wail was heard. Li Shengtian crawled while crying and begging for mercy. One of his arms and one of his legs were already disabled. Zhao Yingjie looked at him coldly and raised his hand again. Snap. There was another crisp sound of bones breaking. Li Shengtian was already numb from the pain and stopped crying. He knew in his heart that Zhao Yingjie was not going to let him go, so he closed his eyes with a dead heart and did not move. Looking at Li Shengtian like this, Zhao Yingjie lost interest in torturing him. He took out the dagger that he had kept close to him, pointed it at Li Shengtian's neck, and with a fierce look in his eyes, he was about to stab him. Sudden. A strong white hand reached out and grabbed his hand holding the knife. Zhao Yingjie turned around and looked at his sister, who was stopping him with anger. Sister, why did you stop him? This scumbag actually sold drugs behind my back. For so many years, I have always remembered what my family said and never touched that thing. But this scumbag is so bold. If it weren't for him, how could I be forced into this state by Inspector Joe now? Zhao Yingjun shook his head and snatched the knife from his hand. Yingjie, he deserves to die, but he can't die now. Zhao Yingjie looked at his sister standing in front of him in confusion. She continued. Patrolman Joe is keeping a close eye on you right now. If you kill someone, wouldn't that be giving him evidence against you? Killing someone here is equivalent to putting the evidence directly in front of Inspector Joe. You must stay calm. Hearing this, Zhao Yingjie regained his senses. Yes, if I kill this scumbag now, I guess Inspector Joe will invite me back for tea later. Zhao Yingjun casually threw the dagger that he had just snatched from his brother to the dead Li Shengtian lying on the ground. Do you understand the rules of the underworld? Seeing this, Li Shengtian stopped pretending to be dead and quickly knelt down to thank Zhao Yingjun. Thank you, Miss Zhao, for saving me. I understand. Then he picked up the dagger beside him with his only remaining good hand. The knife falls with a sudden movement. Half of my palm fell to the ground. A few drops of blood even splashed onto Zhao Yingjun's shoes. The severe pain made Li Shengtian tremble all over, but this time he didn't make a sound. Zhao Yingjie looked at the blood on the ground, frowned, and shouted to the outside of the door. Someone come. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was opened by two strong men. One of them was particularly eye-catching. He was strong and over 2 meters tall. The most eye-catching thing was that he had a plaster cast on his hand. Lin Xian looked at it a few more times with interest. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Bite. The strong man's personal information suddenly popped up in front of me. After reading it, Lin Xian smiled knowingly. So that's how it is, this is really interesting. At this time, a strong man said. Boss, you called us. Zhao Yingjie just signaled with his eyes to Li Shengtian, who was lying on the ground. The two men understood, walked over, and each of them lifted up Li Shengtian. A trail of blood was left on the ground. Zhao Yingjie saw it and frowned. Sister, Mr. Lin, let's go to the next office. It's too dirty here. Lin Xian suddenly spoke. Etc. The two strong men heard someone shouting to stop. Although they didn't know the person, they stopped obediently because their boss spoke in such a polite tone. Li Shengtian, who was being held by two people, was so frightened when he heard Lin Xian call for a stop again. What else does this big brother want? I really can't bear it anymore. Looking at Lin Xian's smile, Li Shengtian felt as if the god of death was smiling at him. Lin Xian just walked up to him, took out the key to the golden Lamborghini, and shook it with a smile. Don't be nervous, I'm just returning your car keys. It's a nice car. I'll park it in the basement parking lot of Lida building. Remember to drive it. After saying that, he reached out and put the car keys in Li Shengtian's pocket. Call. Li Shengtian just breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, one more thing. Li Shengtian's breath of relief was instantly lifted up again. He couldn't hold his breath and his face turned red. Your new little brother, his character is not very good. Lin Xian mentioned this with a smile. Li Shangtian immediately understood. Isn't the person Lin Xian is talking about the squad leader who sold Lin Xian out? I understand. I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will teach him a lesson when I get back. He felt a little emotional. Alas, I can only say that the guy had bad luck. Why offend this smiling tiger when there are so many people to offend? Now he is as unlucky as me. Lin Xian said nothing more and nodded. Then he waved his hands again to indicate that he was fine, and the two strong men dragged him out. Zhao Yingjie just reached out to take the cigarette from the table when he saw his sister standing next to him, so he had to retract his hand and put it back. He thought again of the proposal that had just been interrupted. Come on, sister, Mr. Lin, let's go to another office. Hearing his brother's address, Zhao Yingjun immediately glared at his brother. What, Mr. Lin? Call me brother-in-law. Why don't you thank your brother-in-law? Ahem, okay, follow me. Zhao Yingjie avoided the question. After saying that, he pushed his sister out. At the same time, he turned around, and while Zhao Yingjun wasn't looking, he immediately put on a warning look and glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at his warning look and knew what he meant. In fact, Zhao Yingjie did not acknowledge himself as his brother-in-law from the bottom of his heart. The good and obedient behavior mentioned above was just an act for Zhao Yingjun to see. However, Lin Xian had already anticipated this situation. He is not in a hurry. Just take your time. He had plenty of time and ways to make Zhao Yingjie feel sincere. Identify yourself as your brother-in-law. Chapter 24, Furious Mr. Zhao. In Zhao Yingjie's opinion, Lin Xian is not worthy of his sister at all. He knew his sister's character very well. A woman who is strong, hardworking, and never gives up, and whose work makes men feel inferior to her. He always thought that his sister was destined to be lonely in this life, and he lost a lot of hair because of worrying about it. After thinking about it, he felt that only a mature, successful middle-aged man could be somewhat worthy of his sister. And now, judging from the information Li Shangtian gave him, Lin Xian is just an ordinary college student. No family background, no amazing talent. My sister, who has always been strong-willed, wouldn't even look at such a person, let alone date him. After thinking about it, Zhao Yingjie was suddenly stunned. There is a possibility. My sister was cheated of her feelings. If you think about it carefully, it is really possible. My sister is my first love, a complete novice. But Lin Xian couldn't say for sure. There are almost no college students who have never been in a relationship, right? He might be a scumbag. This man must have used sweet words to deceive the love-loving girl's sister. Zhao Yingjie turned back, looking at the sister who was following behind Lin Xian with a happy face. Zhao Yingjie secretly made up his mind to save his lost sister. Bang! Zhao Yingjie followed him into the office and closed the door. Seeing his sister and Lin Xian snuggling together happily, he smiled and moved over. Mr. Lin, how did you and my sister know each other? Hearing this, Lin Xian turned to Zhao Yingjun tenderly. I think it was love at first sight. At an angle that Zhao Yingjie couldn't see, Lin Xian gave Zhao Yingjun a look that said, "Come and take it." After all, the two had just met for a short time, and Lin Xian had no idea what Zhao Yingjun had done. If I talk nonsense and Zhao Yingjie catches me, I'll be exposed. Zhao Yingjun was also very smart. When she saw Lin Xian's eyes, she instantly understood what he meant. She looked at her brother with a shy look on her face. We met at a job fair held at their school. At first I just thought he was handsome, and the company happened to be recruiting male models, so I added him on WeChat. After a while, we got familiar with each other and got together. Lin Xian also laughed and joked. I think your recruitment is fake, and you are attracted by my beauty. Zhao Yingjun said proudly. So what? You are mine now. TSK. Spreading dog food like crazy. And Zhao Yingjie next to him had been petrified. To him, this world is too mysterious. He knew that his sister had gone to the job fair at Tunghai University more than a month ago. Many companies went there that day. After all, college students are the most useful labor force. With a blank slate, they can be trained according to the company's requirements and have low salary requirements. None of this is important. It's only been over a month. Such a cold and aloof sister is already being clingy with someone else after only 1 month. Is she really my sister? And what did she just say? She took the initiative to expose the relationship. This is too. Zhao Jie tried to hold back, but couldn't help it. Sister, don't you think you guys are developing a little too fast? It's only been a month, and you're already so sick of each other. Isn't that a bit bad? He spoke carefully, fearing that his sister would get angry and slap him. Hearing what his brother said, Zhao Jun rolled his eyes at him. You know what? Once you feel it, just let it go. And, if nothing unexpected happens, we will get married next year. After saying this, she looked at Lin Xian with a sweet face. This drama queen. Lin Xian also accompanied her and reached out to scratch her tall nose. Spreading dog food again. For a moment, Zhao Jie found himself speechless. He had no choice but to point the finger at Lin Xian again, hoping that he would reveal himself. Mr. Lin, what business are you in? Lin Xian looked at Zhao Jie, who had a serious face. I don't do any business. I'm helping out at your sister's company. Zhao Jie did not give up. What about your parents at home? What do they do? Lin Xian still replied calmly. They run a small supermarket in their hometown and barely make ends meet. That. Zhao Jie was about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by his sister. Are you checking my household registration? How can you treat your brother-in-law like this? Zhao Jie pushed Zhao Jun aside, furious. Sister! You were deceived by him. What are you talking about? That's your brother-in-law. You, stop fooling around here. Let's get down to business. Didn't you call me to tell me something urgent? What is it? It's not convenient to say now. Zhao Jun pinched him hard. What are you talking about? I said he is your brother-in-law, not an outsider. Zhao Jie looked at his sister somewhat aggrieved. She actually hit herself in front of this man. When I catch him by the braid, I will pay him back double. Lin Xian looked at the somewhat awkward atmosphere and reached out to pat Zhao Jun's back soothingly. Gently said. Didn't I tell you that I will help our brother solve this problem? Zhao Jun felt a little confused, as she hadn't told him anything. Where does he get the confidence to handle Ingjie's affairs? On second thought, he helped himself catch the spy. Could it be that Ingjie has a problem too? Zhao Jun thought about it and decided to cooperate with Lin Xian. After all, he still hasn't figured out his own strength, and they are now in the same boat. She reached out and lifted her hair, then leaned into Lin Xian's arms. Ah! Fortunately I have you. Zhao Jie looked at his sister, who had transformed into a little bird, and his eyes widened in shock. Sister, did you tell him everything? I really don't treat him as an outsider anymore. In the end, it makes his younger brother seem like an outsider. What else did he say he would solve it? How could he, an ordinary college student, solve the problem of weekly patrol? What a joke! All the old men in the Zhao family have gone, and there is nothing left to do. What can an ordinary person like him do? Even if Zhao Jie is beaten to death, he still doesn't believe that Lin Xian can handle his own affairs well. Bang! Zhao Jie slammed the table, pointing at Lin Xian. I've been putting up with you for so long. You're such a liar. You cheated on my sister and now you're cheating on me. I'm telling you, I won't believe you. Bang! There was a louder slamming sound than before. Zhao Jun looked at his brother and scolded. Zhao Jie, I have tolerated you for so long. How can you talk to your brother-in-law like that? Do you still have me as your sister in your eyes? Seeing his sister getting angry, Zhao Jie hung his head like a mouse seeing a cat. Sister, don't be fooled by him anymore. Maybe he is Inspector Zhou's spy, and he is just around you to get information. Zhao Jie became extremely angry whenever he thought about the fact that his sister had no guard against this man at all. Lin Xian put his arm around Zhao Jun's shoulders, took her to sit on the sofa, and said soothingly, You two really are siblings. That table looks so innocent. Stop arguing and calm down. Zhao Jie looked at his sister and glared at Lin Xian fiercely. There's no need for you to pretend to be kind when it comes to our relationship. Chapter 25, Beware of Gentlemen, Not Villains. Zhao Jie looked at his sister in front of him and felt that all this was extremely unreal. Sister, you've only known each other for over a month. How can you trust him so much? Zhao Jun raised his head and looked at his brother, who was in disbelief. In fact, she didn't trust Lin Xian at all. She and Lin Xian had only known each other for a few hours. I haven't had the chance to talk to Lin Xian about anything else yet. So Ing Jia's affairs definitely have nothing to do with Lin Xian. And with Lin Xian's ability, he can help him catch the spy. Then Ing Jia's problem should really be solved. Thinking of this, Zhao Yingjun felt that he still had to cooperate with Lin Xian. After all, no matter from his ability, he is still pretending to be her boyfriend. You all have to cooperate with him. So, Zhao Yingjun smoothed her long hair with her hand, and with her other hand, she held Lin Xian's arm. At the same time, she looked at Zhao Yingjie and sighed. Yingjie, you are so ignorant. Zhao Yingjie almost collapsed when he saw this scene. He looked at Lin Xian and gritted his teeth. Okay, since my sister trusts you so much, then tell me why. I wonder what tricks you're up to. Tell me why my every move is being watched so clearly by Inspector Zhou? At this moment, Zhao Yingjie wished he could tear Lin Xian into pieces. If Lin Xian hadn't come here with Zhao Yingjun, he would never let Lin Xian be so arrogant in his own territory. Moreover, Zhao Yingjie has taken over the family business for so long and has always listened to the advice of the elderly in the family. He did not have complete trust in any of his subordinates. Everyone has eavesdropping and monitoring software installed in their mobile phones, computers, and any other electronic products. Everyone around him has a fixed place to eat and sleep. It can be said that as long as she stays with Zhao Yingjie, she will have no personal freedom. He looked at the calm Lin Xian with a mocking tone. Mr. Lin, do you want to ask if there is a traitor here? Lin Xian just looked at him seriously. Yes. When Zhao Yingjie heard Lin Xian's words, he laughed as if he had heard a big joke. Ha 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 ha, sis, I told you he was a liar, and you didn't believe me. He's really amusing me. You know what's going on here, sister? How could there be a traitor? Detective Lin, you are not talking about that rubbish Li Xingtian, are you? I never believed him. He has no connection with the things happening around me. He is just a little brother who does odd jobs for me. Lin Xian shook his head inside. You are still the same as your sister, too confident. You should be on guard against gentlemen instead of villains. At this time, Zhao Yingjun deliberately pinched Lin Xian. She deliberately turned her body slightly so that Ing Jie could see her interaction with Lin Xian. You said Ing Jie is still young, you said he was talking about him, why did you mention me? Lin Xian also cooperated and frowned. I'm not worried about you two. Zhao Yingjie couldn't stand the way they were being so affectionate, so he interrupted their interaction. He said with certainty. If it's not Li Shangtian, then it's impossible. He looked at Lin Xian in silence, thinking that he had hit the nail on the head, and was speechless. Zhao Yingjie glared at Lin Xian fiercely. Sister, you see he has nothing to say, I said he is a liar. At this time, Zhao Yingjun also looked at Lin Xian with some concern. Seeing that he was as calm and composed as ever, Zhao Yingjun thought of how he helped her catch the spy. And his hands kept pinching his own hands rhythmically. He looked like he was in a state of ease. Feeling relieved, she continued silently and let Lin Xian play with her hands. Lin Xian shook his head and reminded. The tall and strong man who just came in and took Li Shengtian away, call him in. You mean Wang Zhengqiang? Zhao Yingjie asked sarcastically. It's impossible for him to do that. Although he has only been here for a short time, I have someone following him 24 hours a day. That means he doesn't have any time for himself. By the way, even when he went to the bathroom, someone followed him. After Zhao Yingjie finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Xian, as if he had defeated him, and raised his head proudly. After hearing this, Lin Xian just smiled slightly. Then believe it or not. Patrolman Zhou has already received the news and should be lying in ambush downstairs. Zhao Yingjie walked to the window full of suspicion and looked out through the gap in the blinds. There seemed to be a few inconspicuous vans that had never been seen before parked under the tree. He looked at Lin Xian with some doubt. It shouldn't be like that. He didn't have any time to pass on the message. And you saw his arm in a cast. There was one time when there was a disturbance in the store and he blocked a knife for me. His bones were almost broken. Lin Xian knew that people like Zhao Yingjie were extremely confident. You are still so stubborn even now. He sighed, shook his head and said. Yingjie, you said that they didn't have time to pass the message. But did you know that they just passed the message in front of you? Why do you think Patrolman Zhou and the others knew that something was going to happen here today? Luckily your sister stopped you just now, otherwise that patrol officer Zhou would have already barged in and taken you away. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Yingjie broke out in a cold sweat, and his arrogance completely disappeared. Looking worried, Zhao Yingjun was also shocked after hearing what Lin Xian said. Since Lin Xian said so, the traitor is most likely that person. She pulled her hand away and looked at Lin Xian, her eyes full of worry. This time she was not acting, but she was really worried about her brother. After all, the relationship between siblings is deep, and at home, her younger brother is the only one who supports her. She is really worried about her brother now. Lin Xian loves you. Now that things have come to this, what should we do? Lin Xian looked at the trace of fragility revealed by the strong woman and hugged her comfortingly. Don't worry, didn't I tell you that I will take care of this matter? He patted Zhao Yingjun on the back, then turned to look at Zhao Yingjie. Call that man in first. Zhao Yingjie also wanted to see how Lin Xian proved it. He picked up the phone, said a few words and hung up. Boom. 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 There was a steady and powerful knock on the door. Come in. Zhao Yingjie shouted. Then, the strong man walked in step by step. Lin Xian didn't say anything, just looked at the man named Wang Jingxiang. Finally his eyes stopped at the plaster cast on his arm. Seeing this, Zhao Yingjie ordered the man standing still. Wang Jingxiang, open the plaster. The man did not show any hesitation when he heard the order. He untied the belt around his neck and picked up the firework stick on the table. Bang, bang, bang. He hit the plaster on his arm hard. Snap, snap, snap. It was the sound of plaster falling to the ground. The office reeks of dead skin. I couldn't take a shower for so long with the plaster on, so it was inevitable that there would be a bad smell. Zhao Yingjie frowned, walked to the plaster, kicked the plaster fragments at his feet, and did not find anything suspicious. He raised his head and looked at Lin Xian. Is this what you mean by there being a ghost in the plaster? Chapter 26, Imperceptible Morse Code. Zhao Yingjie picked up a large piece of plaster and threw it at Lin Xian. What's the problem? Find it out. I want to see what other tricks you can come up with. Facing Zhao Yingjie's provocation, Lin Xian still smiled without saying a word. He took the plaster block thrown by Zhao Yingjie and walked to Wang Jingxiang. He patted Wang Jingxiang on the shoulder and asked with a smile. You look so decent, why do you need to be sent undercover? Wang Jingxiang remained calm when he heard this. Mr. Lin, I don't understand what you are saying. After saying this, he still stood straight. Seeing this, Zhao Yingjie became even more suspicious of Lin Xian. He felt that Lin Xian was just bluffing. It seems. The fact that he was able to help Zhao Yingjun catch the spy was simply a blind cat catching a dead mouse. It's ridiculous to continue trying my luck here. Even Zhao Yingjun frowned her delicate eyebrows, feeling a little worried. Lin Xian saw everyone's reactions at this moment. He gave Zhao Yingjun a soothing look in return. Then lift the plaster in your hand. Bang! Throw the plaster hard on the ground. But the plaster did not break. It turned out that there was a layer of mesh inside for fixing. He picked it up, looked at it, then threw it away, picked up another piece of plaster and continued smashing. Bang! 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 Everyone was watching Lin Xian's actions. Zhao Yingjun was worried, while Zhao Yingjie looked at him as if he were a fool. At this moment, Wang Jingxiang finally showed a trace of nervousness. Lin Xian continued to search without distraction. Until he found a black crystal with a flashing red light, proving that this thing was always on. Zhao Yingjie came over immediately, picked up the black crystal and looked at it carefully. There is only a power button on it, and nothing else that can be operated. He took the black crystal and placed it in front of Wang Jingxiang. What is this? Ha! Wang Jingxiang calmed down and explained calmly. Mr. Zhao, I don't know either. I have never seen this thing. He firmly believed that no one would know what this thing was, and only he and the people over there knew how to use it. As long as you don't admit it, they won't do anything to you. At most you will suffer some physical pain. And the information had been passed on before I came in. If I didn't have any information within half an hour, someone would come to rescue me. At this moment, Wang Jingxiang was not afraid at all. Seeing that Wang Jingxiang refused to admit it, Zhao Yingjie raised his fist to hit Wang Jingxiang on the head. Lin Xian stretched out a hand and grabbed Zhao Yingjie's wrist. He is patrolling on patrol. That is a signal transmitter. He uses this little thing to transmit information. Zhao Yingjie was a little puzzled. How do you use this thing? It's not an intercom, it doesn't have a microphone to receive sound, and it doesn't have buttons. How does it accurately transmit information? Lin Xian said nothing. He walked to the coffee table and tapped it with his hands. Da did day day day. Rhythmic tapping. It's Morse code. Zhao Jun next to him spoke up. Wang Jingxiang also showed a look of surprise. In an instant, everyone understood. Morse code is a signal code that is intermittent and uses different arrangements to express different English letters, numbers, and punctuation marks. It was invented in 1837 as an early form of digital communication. It is a signal code and it is on and off. Such signal codes are arranged in different orders to show different English letters, numbers, and punctuation marks. Short and rapid, da. Long and slow, da. For example, the Morse code for the letter A is da-day. The Morse code for the letter B is da-day-day-day. The Morse code for the letter C is da-day-day-day. And so on. By using different permutations and combinations and comparing them with the code table, it can be clearly deciphered. It just so happened that Zhou Xuancha graduated from XXXX Military University, which had a required course specifically on Morse code. It turned out that when the burly man came in and took Li Xingtian away, Lin Xian looked at him a few more times and sought his dark history. Byte. Name, Li Yaxiang. Tell, XXXXXXXXXXXX. The biggest dark history, he looks like a homeless person, but he is actually an undercover agent planted by Inspector Zhou. The rescue of Zhao Jie in the bar was arranged by Inspector Zhou. In order to ensure the safety of the undercover, Inspector Zhou always asked him to keep in touch. The way they communicated was to use Morse code through a signal transmitter hidden in the plaster. It was not until this moment that Zhao Jie fully understood. Why is it that every time I do a business transaction, I have to rush to the patrol department to conduct a surprise inspection? Every time a private business opens, someone comes to inspect. Zhao Jie was immediately furious. He picked up the knife in the office and was about to stab Wang Jingxiang. Ah, no, his name is also fake, it's Li Yaxiang. Zhao Jun reached out and stopped his impulsive brother again. Don't do it, you're giving evidence to Inspector Zhou. As soon as he finished speaking, sirens sounded downstairs. Throwing down the knife, Zhao Jie walked to the window and looked down. It turned out that the suspicious vehicles that appeared out of nowhere had sirens on them. As expected, they are all Inspector Zhou's men. Zhao Jie was really angry and powerless at this moment. He picked up the black crystal that had just been placed on the table and threw it to Li Yaxiang. Roll. At this moment, Li Yaxiang smiled. I really wish you could cut me right here. If you kill me, you'll be caught red-handed. Plus, with the evidence that Inspector Zhou has, you'll never be able to get out of here again. Li Yaxiang left the office with a smile. After a while, the sirens disappeared and silence returned outside the window. They must have all left, but there must be someone who stayed behind to monitor Zhao Jie. Although Inspector Zhou has not handed in the evidence and applied for the arrest of Li Jie, the evidence he has is enough for Zhao Jie to spend several years in prison. But his purpose is to completely overthrow Zhao Jie. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, let the whole East China Sea see your methods. In this way, once Zhao Jie falls, the entire Donghai city will be controlled by Zhou Xuancha. At this moment, Inspector Zhou was sitting in the car, listening to Li Yaxiang's report with a sly smile on his face. In the office, Zhao Jie watched Li Yaxiang leave wildly, and slumped in the chair weakly. He looked at his sister in front of him. Sister, what should I do this time? That Wang Jingxiang. Bah, Li Yaxiang has always been close to me. He is an undercover agent. Inspector Zhou must have a lot of evidence. Although no one was caught red-handed, the evidence he has is definitely enough to keep me in jail for several years. The elders in the family have talked to someone and found out that Inspector Zhou is simply not responsive to any persuasion. Zhao Jun felt very sad when she saw her brother's helpless appearance, but she was suddenly at a loss as to what to do. So, she winked at Lin Xian while calmly comforting Zhao Jie. It's fine. There's your brother-in-law. Chapter 27. This brother-in-law is so sweet. Lin Xian looked at Zhao Jun's gaze and said jokingly. Don't look at me like that. It's not like you anymore. Hate. Zhao Jun pouted and reached out to pinch the soft flesh on Lin Xian's waist. At the same time, she turned around as if she wanted to cover it, but deliberately let Zhao Jie see it. Lin Xian was deeply impressed by such superb acting skills. Then, he pretended to be helpless and said, It's not that I don't want to help Jie, but you see he doesn't really treat me as his brother-in-law. Zhao Jun heard this and complained. Jie is still young. Why would you, as a brother-in-law, bother with a child? She looked at Lin Xian's confident expression, and thought about how he had helped her and how he had just helped his brother catch the traitor. So young, yet so capable. He can definitely handle Jie's affairs. Thinking of this, Zhao Jun nestled in Lin Xian's arms like a little bird. We are all family, and Jie is not an ignorant child. If you help him this time, he will definitely respect you from the bottom of his heart. After saying that, she gave her brother a look that said, if you don't behave yourself, you're dead. Zhao Jie received the message from his sister's eyes. Thinking about how Lin Xian had just helped him. And this time I came here to help myself. He also knew in his heart that if he didn't say something nice now, he would be really hopeless. He watched his sister flirting with this man, and his sister even learned how to act like a spoiled child. It was not until this time that he began to take Lin Xian seriously and truly regard him as his brother-in-law. The change in Zhao Jie's eyes naturally did not escape the attention of the two smart people present. They watched the suspicion in Zhao Jie's eyes completely disappear, and the heavy stone in their hearts fell temporarily. The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. Looking at his sister's gentle smile, Zhao Jie admired Lin Xian very much at this moment. He thought to himself. This Lin Xian not only took care of his sister, but also helped so much. He is really amazing. A real man can bend and stretch. I must appease this brother-in-law, and then my problem will definitely be solved. So, it's like changing your face. Zhao Jie had a smile on his face, looking at Lin Xian in an extremely friendly and flattering manner. Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. I didn't know you well before. Who would have thought that you look so young but are so capable and amazing, right? Since I'm so sincere, please help me this time. We are all family, you can't hold it against me. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Look at Zhao Jie like this and listen to what he says. Lin Xian knew that he had completely conquered this unruly underground emperor. This brother-in-law is quite sensible. It can be said that a man who knows the times is a hero, and a real man can bend and stretch. We are a family, there is no need to help or not. Originally, I told your sister that I was here to help you. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Jie immediately became happy. Thank you, brother-in-law. Then brother-in-law, do you need any information? Lin Xian listened to Zhao Jie calling him brother-in-law so sweetly and smiled too. First, give me a copy of the weekly patrol report. Remember to bring a photo. Okay, brother-in-law. Zhao Jie responded and hurried out. This office was only temporary and nothing was prepared, so he had to go to the previous office to get some things. Zhao Jun heard his brother calling him brother-in-law sweetly, and for some reason he felt a little strange. She sat there and thought for a while, but had no clue, so she reached out and pinched Lin Xian again. Hiss. Lin Xian was pinched and felt pain, and frowned. You really don't know how to control your strength. At this time, Zhao Jie, who had just come in, happened to see this scene, and he also frowned. Sister, don't you know how strong you are? Why do you always pinch my brother-in-law for no reason? Seeing his brother-in-law speaking for him, Lin Xianle laughed out loud. Zhao Jun was so angry that she rolled her eyes at her brother. I really forgot about my sister after I got my brother-in-law. Here, Lin Xian sat in the boss chair and took the information handed over by Zhao Jie. He looked at the photos of the inspection last week. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The dark history of Inspector Zhou was displayed before his eyes, which clearly showed the backers behind him and some of the things that happened between them. Lin Xian thought for a moment and looked at Zhao Jie. Go prepare wax, pens, writing paper, and envelopes. Zhao Jie was a little confused. Does anyone still write letters now? Can't it all be done with just a text message or a WeChat message? But he was not a talkative person. Although he was a little curious, when he saw that Lin Xian had no intention of explaining, he nodded and went out to prepare. Zhao Jun on the side was also a little curious about who Lin Xian would write to. She did not doubt the method of writing letters. With the development of modern information technology, although the speed is faster, its security is difficult to guarantee. Whether it is text messages from mobile phones or messages from WeChat, they can all be monitored and recorded in the system background. There must be a big shot behind this Inspector Zhou. Zhao Jun was a little curious about who the big shot behind the scenes was. After a while, Zhao Jun came back again with the things Lin Xian wanted in his hand. He put the things on Lin Xian's desk, walked to the sofa, and just sat down when he heard Lin Xian's voice. "You two go out first. I'll call you later and you can come back in." Zhao Jun was a little surprised. "Should I go out too?" Lin Xian nodded. "Listen, I'm protecting you." Hearing this, the brother and sister said nothing more and walked out one after another, until Lin Xian was the only one left in the huge office. He then opened the letter, took off the pen cap, and wrote all over the letter. Then fold it, put it in an envelope, and seal it with wax. Sealing the letter with wax means that no one except the writer can see the contents of the letter, so that the person behind the letter can rest assured. These things were not meant to be spread out, they were just used to protect Zhao Jie. "Jie, come in." Lin Xian handed the envelope with Mr. D, Lotus Pond, Baiyun Villa written on it to Zhao Jie. "Don't read this letter. Find a time to meet with Inspector Zhou and hand this letter to him in person." Seeing Lin Xian's solemn expression, Zhao Jie quickly put the letter close to his body. "What if Inspector Zhou asks me who wrote this?" Lin Xian smiled coldly. "Tell him he's not qualified. Just ask him to deliver the letter." After listening to this, Zhao Jie nodded seriously. Chapter 28, God of Gamblers or Gambling Monster? Brother-in-law, please reveal a little bit, at least I can have a general idea in my mind. After hearing what Lin Xian said, Zhao Jie became even more curious. He moved closer to him and just stared at him. Lin Xian pushed him angrily. "I'm not telling you for your own good. The more you know, the more dangerous it will be." Listening to Lin Xian's words, Zhao Jun also came over with some curiosity. She wasn't that curious before Lin Xian said it. However, since Lin Xian said so, the big man behind Inspector Zhou must have known some secret of his own. Curiosity killed the cat, and Zhao Jun and her brother chose not to pay attention to the letter. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open and Zhao Jie was startled. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to come in?" The visitor looked at Zhao Jie anxiously. "Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, please go and have a look, someone is making trouble upstairs." Zhao Jie was a little puzzled. "Someone else dares to cause trouble in my territory? Who is it?" The subordinate did not dare to raise his head and answered. "It's Boss Lu who often comes here to play. He has always been a bad gambler. I don't know where he found a helper this time. He won't leave even though he won." Zhao Jie angrily slapped his subordinate's head. "Are you stupid? So many police officers just came, but you still haven't cleared the area. Do you think your life is too long? That Boss Lu is also a fool. Why didn't he leave after winning money? Why did he have to lose more money? What are you still making a fuss about? And the people he brought here, have you asked someone to keep an eye on them to make sure they're not cheating?" Zhao Jie was very angry at his subordinate's words. The subordinate was so frightened that he dared not breathe, and hurriedly explained. "Well, Mr. Zhao, we asked someone to watch over him. But we didn't find any signs of cheating. That person is very powerful. Boss Lu has won a lot today, up to the cordon of our club, but he insists on getting back all his losses. He won't stop while he's ahead." Zhao Jie cursed secretly when he heard this. "Son of a bitch, there must be something wrong with this guy. Let's go up and take a look." After saying this, he looked at his sister and brother-in-law again. "Sister, brother-in-law, there are some things to deal with upstairs, you guys can just play around for now." After saying that, he took his younger brother and walked towards the casino upstairs. It turned out that there was a huge casino upstairs from the club's office. It could be said that a large portion of Zhao Jie's income came from this casino. Since ancient times, gambling has always resulted in 9 losses out of 10. The only winner is the owner of each casino. They generally do not participate in gambling, but only charge a commission of about 10% of the gambling money. So, no matter who wins, it will not affect the boss's profits. They are never afraid of winning or losing, they are only afraid that no one will come to play. Only when some people have too much money to gamble and there is no one at the table, the casino will send out its own people to play. They use the casino's money to play with the big bosses. The upper limit Zhao Jie set for them was 100 million, and they would stop loss if they lost 100 million. And today I lost 100 million. When Lin Xian heard the word casino, the beautiful women in uniforms on the website advertisements immediately came to his mind. Beautiful dealer, dealing cards online. He smiled and called Zhao Yingjun. Let's go and see your brother together. Zhao Yingjun also nodded. After all, few people dared to cause trouble in her brother's territory, so she was still a little worried. The two took the elevator and pressed the button for the 22nd floor. Lin Xian has been waiting for the system reward, but the system has not responded. He thought about it and decided that catching Inspector Zhou's undercover agent Wang Jingxiang was probably not a good thing. The last time Messi and Ronaldo were involved in match fixing, they didn't get any reward even if they won the lottery. It seems that the system's definition of good things is quite strict. He looked at the system introduction in his mind again, and the system explained it very clearly. Only by using the Black History system to help others, eliminate violence and protect the good, and eliminate harm for the people will you be rewarded with a big gift package. It seems that I have to do more good things in order to upgrade the system faster. Bite. The elevator stopped at the 22nd floor. Zhao Yingjun immediately took Lin Xian's arm. She really never forgot to act. The security guard at the door saw it and his eyes widened, unable to recover for a long time. He naturally knew Zhao Yingjun, but he didn't expect that the female king of hell would be so close to a man. It was only after Lin Xian coughed lightly that he came to his senses, opened the door, and let the two of them in. He was still a little dazed until the door closed automatically. Lin Xian didn't think too much about it and walked in with some anticipation. But after going in, he felt a little regretful. Where are the beautiful dealers? The hall was filled with extremely luxurious decorations, including card tables and a huge table in the middle. But now most people have left, leaving only a large card table in the middle with a few people surrounding it. At this time, a middle-aged man was chattering there. Lin Xian understood that the general meaning was that Boss Lu had lost all his family fortune before, and now he had finally borrowed money and hired an expert to help him. Although we have won a lot now. But he still wanted to win back all the money he lost before. How could he stop like this? It was because Zhao Yingjie was being watched too closely by Inspector Zhou now. If it had been before, this man would have been thrown out by him long ago. Zhao Yingjie scratched his hair in annoyance and was about to say something. At this time, Lin Xian and Zhao Yingjun came over together. The handsome man and beautiful woman immediately attracted everyone's attention. The fat boss Lu saw Zhao Yingjun coming, accompanied by a strange man. He thought about it in his head. Among the young talents in Donghai City, there is no one like Lin Xian. However, since he can stand with Zhao Yingjun, he must not be an ordinary person. He quickly stood up and greeted. Miss Zhao is here today too. What an honor. Then he looked at Zhao Yingjun and asked with a smile. I wonder what the name of the person next to Miss Zhao is. Without waiting for Zhao Yingjun to reply, Zhao Yingjie immediately said proudly. This is my brother-in-law Lin Xian. Upon hearing this, Boss Lu looked at Lin Xian carefully again. He had never heard of the name Lin Xian, but could an ordinary person win over Zhao Yingjun, a beautiful lady from the upper mountain? Thinking of this, Boss Lu immediately stretched out his hand and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Nice to meet you, brother. Lin Xian was about to reach out. Suddenly, the sixth sense is here. Danger sense. He glanced at Boss Lu's bulging left waist without leaving a trace. It seems the danger lies here. He immediately changed the handshake into a hug and stepped forward to give Boss Lu a warm hug. Ha, brother Lu, please take care of me from now on. The two hugged each other for a while and then separated. Boss Lu's mouth was almost stretched to his ears with joy. He thought that Zhao Yingjie was showing weakness to him. He smiled and said, Okay, ha ha ha. Zhao Yingjie and Zhao Yingjun were completely confused. They both knew that Lin Xian was not such an enthusiastic person, let alone such enthusiasm that was almost flattering. Both of them looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Chapter 29 Danger Sense Again. Lin Xian pointed to the chips on the table. Boss Lu, you're lucky today. Boss Lu thought Lin Xian was praising him, and immediately said with a smile. It's okay. It's okay. Zhao Yingjie next to him couldn't help himself and walked over with a smiling face. Old Lu, since you've won today, why don't you just stop now? Boss Lu also smiled and shook his head. Mr. Zhao, this is not how you do business. This is only 100 million. You are such a big casino, you can't afford to lose such a small amount of money, right? Zhao Yingjie heard this and put away the smile on his face. Boss Lu, whether we win or lose depends on our own abilities. But you know my situation now. I am being closely watched by Zhou Sun. It's not safe to continue like this, right? Come back in a few days, and I will play with you until you have enough fun. How about that? Boss Lu saw that Zhao Jie gave him a way out and thought that he had given in, so he became even more relentless. When you won my money, why didn't you say that you should stop playing? You want to quit playing now that you lost? No way. It turned out that Boss Lu had lost all his family fortune due to gambling. The company's working capital was also taken over. He even mortgaged the company for a loan, and used the money to hire an expert, who came here today to demand revenge. If he loses again this time, he plans to fight to the death with the casino. He knows that Inspector Zhou has been keeping an eye on Zhao Jie recently. If someone were to die here again at this time, Zhao Jie would definitely not be able to escape, and he would have to take someone with him to die with him. Zhao Jie was already suppressing his temper, and Boss Lu's impolite tone irritated him even more. He no longer suppressed his anger. You are so arrogant, Lu. Do you think the casino is owned by your family? You have to leave today, whether you want to or not. After Zhao Jie finished speaking, he was about to order someone to throw them out. Boss Lu on the other side also got angry and slammed the table. Zhao Jie, are you trying to play this trick on me? When I started out, your hair wasn't even fully grown. You have to play with me today and give me back all the money you took from me. After saying that, Boss Lu reached into his waist. I took out. Dig. Dig. Boss Lu's posture showed that he was about to pull out a gun. The bodyguards beside Liang Jie immediately came over and protected the Zhao siblings and Lin Xian behind them. But Boss Lu searched around but came up with nothing. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. That is his last resort. It was this that gave him the confidence to speak so firmly to Zhao Jun. He originally planned that if he could win today, he would leave, and if he couldn't win, he would commit suicide here with this gun. No matter what, Zhao Jie will not have an easy time. But why is it gone? Boss Lu was so anxious that he kept turning around and groping himself. The bodyguards here were also a little confused. At this time, Lin Xian walked from behind the bodyguard to the table. Snap. A crisp sound. A ceramic revolver lay quietly on the table. Everyone gasped. The detector at the door didn't detect it. Seeing the robbery, Zhao Jie and Zhao Jun both broke out in cold sweats. Gamblers are all very crazy. No matter who they hit at such a close distance, there will be no end to the game today. What's more, one is the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, and the other is the only heir of the Zhao family. Lin Xian glanced at Boss Lu calmly. Boss Lu, are you looking for this? When Boss Lu saw the robbery, he was immediately frightened out of his wits. He said tremblingly. You, how, you? Lin Xian smiled and finished for you. Are you asking why you are here with me? He. It's not that I can't tell you. Do you know why I hugged you just now? After Lin Xian finished speaking, the Zhao siblings suddenly realized that when Lin Xian first came in and hugged Boss Lu, they felt disgusted. So it seems that he knew at that time that this man had a gun? Both of them were a little surprised. Zhao Jie couldn't help but yelled. Lu Yanqing. You are so lawless, aren't you? You dare not follow the rules in my place. As he said that, he walked to the table, wanting to pick up the gun and shoot Boss Lu. Lin Xian exerted force with his hands and quietly held down Zhao Jie's hand holding the gun. Boss Lu was exposed at this moment and looked disheartened. Boss Lu knew very well what kind of person Zhao Jie was, otherwise he wouldn't be called the Underground Emperor. Although he was in some trouble now, it was too easy for him to deal with himself. Boss Lu was about to kneel down and beg for mercy when he heard Lin Xian's voice. Boss Lu, do you like gambling? Boss Lu looked at Lin Xian who was speaking, his eyes showing a strong desire to survive. What do you mean? Lin Xian smiled. Since Jie doesn't want to play with you, and I happen to like it, come and play with you. Boss Lu looked at the man in front of him and immediately agreed without thinking. Ha 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 ha. Okay. At this moment, he just wanted to quickly get over the previous things, and Lin Xian's suggestion of playing was exactly what he wanted. Zhao Jie asked softly in Lin Xian's ear with some confusion. Brother-in-law, you? Lin Xian just nodded. Leave it to me. Zhao Jie thought about it, but still felt worried. He walked to his sister and asked in a low voice. Sister, is my brother-in-law good at gambling? Zhao Jun hesitated for a moment. It seems he won't. The brother and sister looked at each other in confusion. Lin Xian walked to the table and sat down, waving his hand, motioning Boss Lu to sit down as well. After Boss Lu sat down, Lin Xian spoke calmly. I have something to do later, so let's play something bigger and decide the winner in one round. How about that? Boss Lu suddenly smiled happily. He came here today just to win money. Although there was a small accident just now, as long as I continue to win, Zhao will not say anything to me. What's more, I have a secret weapon. Everyone who comes here is here to give money to themselves. Boss Lu glanced at the expert he had hired standing next to him. Say confidently. Okay, Mr. Lin, I still have 200 million chips, plus the 100 million I just won, a total of 300 million chips. What about yours? After saying that, Boss Lu stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around and looked at Zhao Jie. Bring me 300 million chips. Zhao Jie looked at his sister when he heard this. After all, 300 million is not a small amount of money. It is the annual income of his club. Moreover, he just asked his sister, and his sister also said that he didn't know how to do it at all. At this time, Zhao Jun was also a little nervous. She and Lin Xian had only known each other for a short time, but he had demonstrated his abilities many times. Zhao Jun felt that she should believe him. He is her boyfriend, and he also wants to help her get rid of that damn childhood marriage. Even if I lose, just consider it as a thank you fee from me to him, and my brother can just find a way to compensate him himself. Thinking of this, Zhao Jun said to his brother firmly. Go get it for your brother-in-law. Chapter 30, I don't know how to gamble with money, but do I dare to gamble with my life? Not long. Lin Xian had a pile of chips neatly arranged next to him. Both of them had their chips ready. Looking at the chips on the table between the two of them, Lu Yanqing smiled in a filthy way, as if all of them belonged to him. Brother Lin, what shall we play? You choose, Texas Hold'em or Blackjack. Or. Lin Xian just shook his head. Lu Yanqing continued to ask in a good-tempered manner. How about playing mahjong? Pai Gao? Lin Xian still shook his head. Lu Yanqing was a little confused. What to play then? Lin Xian just said lightly. Boss Lu, I don't know how to play any kind of cards, nor do I know how to play mahjong. Hearing his words, Lu Yanqing slammed the table angrily and said angrily. Are you kidding me? Why are you here if you don't know anything? Looking at the furious Lu Yanqing, Lin Xian laughed. Don't worry, Boss Lu. I don't know how to bet on other things. But how about we gamble our lives? Everyone who heard his words was a little confused. What does this mean? Gambling with your life? Ignoring the people who were unable to react, Lin Xian took the pistol next to him. Crash! Lin Xian removed the magazine from his pistol. Da-day-day-day-day. The sound of bullets hitting the table, 7 bullets, not one less. He gently picked up one of the bullets and loaded it. Crackle, clackle, clackle. The ceramic revolver spun rapidly. No one could see exactly which magazine the bullet was in. Snap! With a crisp sound, Lin Xian placed the gun in front of Lu Yanqing and looked at him provocatively. Boss Lu, do you dare? No one who was watching expected that Lin Xian would play such a big game. Russian roulette. This is a particularly famous way of gambling with one's life. Generally, people who can't make a living or are extremely vicious will choose this in order to fight for the last chance. The gameplay is very simple. There is only one bullet in the pistol, and 2 people take turns pulling the trigger at their heads. The winner is naturally the one who perseveres to the end. The losers were either afraid to surrender and lose all their money, or they held on and lost their lives. According to a survey, at least 10,000 people lose their lives every year in the world because of this project. A cruel and bloody way. Everyone present is in this business, so they are of course very familiar with this method. However, no one has ever played like this in the Zhao family's hall. After all, it involves human life, and it is particularly troublesome to deal with. Zhao Jie wanted to go up and say something to Lin Xian, but his sister pulled him back and shook her head at him. Although the other bodyguards and staff were extremely shocked, no one dared to say anything. Lu Yanqing looked at the exquisite pistol in front of him. My heart was beating fast. I brought this pistol with me originally for the money. If I didn't win any money, I wouldn't plan to leave. He looked at the 300 million chips beside Lin Xian again and hardened his heart. Just play, there's nothing to be afraid of. But I want a new bullet. Lin Xian nodded indifferently. Zhao Yingjie signaled a dealer who had received training in this area to come forward and brought over a disclaimer. Although this statement cannot exempt him as the boss from liability if someone dies, it can reduce a lot of trouble. The beautiful dealer came over with the contract first, and the two of them signed their names in turn. The beautiful dealer took the statement and handed it to Zhao Yingjie. At this time, Boss Lu still looked indifferent. The beautiful dealer walked to the other side of the table, put on gloves and picked up a pistol. Click! He removed the magazine and took out the bullets. She randomly picked out a bullet from the table and showed it to Lin Xian and Lu Yanqing. Lin Xian just glanced at it calmly and nodded. Lu Yanqing leaned in to take a closer look, and nodded after confirming that there was nothing wrong. The beautiful dealer waited for them to confirm before loading the bullets into the magazine. Crackle, clackle, clackle. The dealer picked it up and started spinning it randomly, making it impossible for anyone to see where the bullet was. Click. The dealer stopped spinning and gently placed the gun in front of the two men. You two, the props are ready. Who's going first? Lin Xian glanced at the relaxed Lu Yanqing. People who don't have a gun pointed at their heads won't be afraid. Boss Lu is the guest, so let him choose first. Boss Lu, do you want to go first or second? After saying that, he waited quietly. Lu Yanqing thought about it and called the master he had invited. The expert calculated for a long time and whispered in his ear. The first round, 6 blank bullets and 1 live bullet, the probability of being shot is 1 in 7. The second round, 5 blanks and 1 live round, the probability is 1 in 6. The third shot, 4 blanks and 1 live round, the probability is 1 in 5. And so on, by the 7th shot the probability of being shot is 100%. The further you go, the greater the chance of getting shot. After hearing his words, Boss Lu looked at Lin Xian and said loudly, I want to take the initiative. Okay. Lin Xian didn't think too much about it. Lu Yanqing took the gun and slowly raised it to his head. The people watching are also sweating for you at this moment. He hesitated for a long time and didn't have the courage to pull the trigger. It was not until the moment he pointed the gun at his temple that he realized he was nervous and afraid. He seemed to see a green-faced, fang-toothed god of death standing in front of him, waving at him. At this moment, he suddenly felt that nothing was more important than living. He thought of the old saying, it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. But now, he is in a difficult situation. Close your eyes. Be cruel. He pushed with one finger. Click. It's an empty gun. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yanqing showed his excitement at surviving the disaster. He pushed the pistol towards Lin Xian. It's your turn, Mr. Lin. The onlookers at this moment, whose expressions of relief had just appeared, immediately all felt their hearts in their throats. Because now it's Lin Xian's turn. Lin Xian just looked at him impatiently. You're so slow. After saying that, he picked up the pistol handed to him by the other party, played with it in his hand for a while, and performed a beautiful trick with the gun. Then, click. Lin Xian pointed the gun directly at his own head. No pause at all. Everyone was still preparing for their emotions when they saw the scene before them, leaving them dumbfounded. Is this the end? So simple? Everyone was still a little slow to react. On the other side, Lu Yanqing was no longer calm. Because now it's his turn again. At this time, the probability of being shot becomes 1 in 5. Everyone saw Lu Yanqing stretch out his hand tremblingly and take the gun shakily. But no one laughed at him. He silently said to himself that there was still 1/5 left, and 1/5 was not scary. Constantly building up your mental strength. When he picked up the gun and put it to his head, cold sweat had already soaked his clothes. Chapter 31, winning back 300 million in one move. Boss Lu is still in shock. Lin Xian on the other side was impatient. Boss Lu, can we be quick? Faced with Lin Xian's urging, Lu Yanqing had no choice but to close his eyes. Grit your teeth. Snap. Still an empty gun. Ha 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 ha. He let out a long breath and pushed the gun to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's next move. The onlookers opened their eyes wide. Speechless and just shocked. Snap. After Lin Xian took the gun, he pointed it directly at the forehead without any hesitation. Another empty shot. At this time, Even the ruthless Zhao Jie next to him was frightened by Lin Xian's audacity. He came close to Zhao Jun. "Sister, isn't my brother-in-law afraid of death?" Zhao Jun thought about Lin Xian's recent feat and smiled. Maybe he really isn't afraid of death. Zhao Jie was a little confused when he saw that his sister was not worried at all and instead smiled. At this time, there were only 2 blank bullets and 1 live bullet left in the gun. Lu Yanqing was still stunned by Lin Xian's smooth movements. It took only half a minute for him to take the gun from Lin Xian, fire the gun, and return it to him? Lu Yanqing was deeply suspicious. This person, oh no, this is not a person. This is a monster. He looked at the smiling Lin Xian, then looked at the chips around him and the chips around himself. Holding a lucky mentality. After all, it was 1/3. As long as he could survive it once more, Lin Xian would definitely not dare to do it again. As long as he could survive it once more. If I lose today, I will not only be penniless, but also owe a lot of debts. Thinking of this, Lu Yanqing took a deep breath and picked up the gun. Snap. It was another blank bullet. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yanqing laughed wildly towards the sky. Survived again. He looked greedily at the 600 million chips on the table. In his heart, Lin Xian would definitely give up, as if the money already belonged to him. In his mind, he was already imagining how to spend the money. At this time, there was only 1 blank bullet and 1 live bullet left in the gun. In other words, the probability of death at this time has reached 1 in 2. However, everyone only saw that Lin Xian still calmly took the pistol and pointed it at his forehead. Snap. Another blank bullet. The mood of the crowd at this moment could no longer be described as shocked. They had been numbed by Lin Xian's shock. Zhao Jie couldn't help but shout. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is awesome. At this moment, he was completely impressed by Lin Xian's courage. He even didn't understand how such an outstanding man could fall in love with his fierce sister. Zhao Jun looked at the handsome man with complicated eyes, and she couldn't help but admire Lin Xian's courage. If she were in this situation, she wouldn't be able to remain so calm. But at this moment, Lin Xian did not look at the reactions of the crowd. He just smiled faintly and looked at Lu Yanqing. "Boss Lu, it's your turn." These simple words instantly frightened Lu Yanqing. He looked like he had just been pulled out of the water, covered in cold sweat. His smile was still on his face. Your smile is uglier than your cry. He now deeply understood what it meant to be in heaven 1 second and hell the next. I was so happy when I was imagining how to spend the money just now, but now I feel so desperate when I see the gun in front of me. There is only 1 bullet left in the gun at this time. In other words, if you shoot at this time, you will definitely die. He was so frightened that he collapsed from his chair. With a trembling voice, he looked at Lin Xian and said, I give up. He took one last look at the weights on the table. He regretted it. No matter how important money is, it's not as important as life, right? Only when you have truly experienced the situation of your life hanging by a thread will you fear death. At this moment, he really felt death and was really scared. He has made up his mind never to gamble again in his life. Hearing him admit defeat, everyone came to their senses and breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Boss Lu would become depressed and commit suicide. Lin Xian smiled, picked up the pistol, and handed it to Zhao Jie. Put it away, be careful of accidental discharge of the gun. Zhao Jie took it hurriedly and put it carefully in his pocket. He looked at the chips on the table in disbelief. That's 600 million. It only took my brother-in-law such a short time to earn so much. And his brother-in-law just helped him catch the traitor. At this moment, Zhao Jie's admiration for Lin Xian has reached a blind level. My brother-in-law is really my benefactor. At this time, Lu Yanqing straightened his clothes, his face was ashen, like a dead person. But he still sighed and said slowly. Mr. Zhao, it is true that beauty and hero go hand in hand. Miss Zhao has good taste. He knew that no amount of money could attract someone like Lin Xian, and he would have to help willingly. He looked at Zhao Jie with some envy and continued. Mr. Zhao, I have already lost. Now I am penniless. I can leave now. Seeing that he looked a little embarrassed, Zhao Jie did not pursue the matter of him bringing a gun in. Anyway, the 300 million yuan is in hand. He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't make a decision for him, but just said, This is your place, make your own decision. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Jie signaled Boss Lu to leave. Leave some room for improvement when doing things so that you can meet again in the future. After all, even a dog will jump over the wall when it is forced into a corner, let alone a human? Boss Lu was about to leave after calling upon the experts he had found. Etc. Lin Xian's faint voice came over. Boss Lu, I asked you to leave, but I didn't let him go. After saying that, Lin Xian pointed at the expert that Boss Lu had found. Zhao Jie was also a smart man. He immediately realized that something was wrong and signaled his men to arrest the man. Lu Yanqing frowned in confusion and looked at Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Lin Xian said nothing, walked up to the man and extended his hand. Sizzle. Lin Xian directly tore off the man's sleeves. 2 playing cards fell out of his sleeve. It's the Ace of Hearts and the King of Spades. Moreover, this person's palms are very strange. He was born with 6 fingers. His 6th finger is still growing in the opposite direction upwards. Everyone looked at it in shock, and the hall was completely silent for a moment. Zhao Jie was furious when he saw this scene. You are so good, Lu Yanqing, how dare you cheat me? No one dares to play this with me in my place. I think you live a very comfortable life. As for the gun, Zhao Jie could let it go because he had lost so much money, but cheating? This was a big violation of the rules. Zhao Jie absolutely can't tolerate this. Looking at the angry Zhao Jie, Lu Yanqing panicked for a moment and began to stutter. Mr. Zhao, please listen to me. I don't know anything about this either. You know me well. Although I like to gamble, I have a good gambling character. You have to believe me. This is not the first time I've played with you. I've lost so much in the past. When have I ever thought of this crooked way? Chapter 32 System Rewards Skills Again. Lin Xian hugged Zhao Jun and walked towards the elevator. When passing by Zhao Jie, he whispered, Let him go, don't let anyone get killed in your territory. It turned out that when Lin Xian first came in, he was particularly interested in the master that the younger brother mentioned. Looked at his information. Name, Lu Rang. Age, 29. Mobile phone number, XXXXXXXXXXX. The biggest dark history, others say he is an excellent gambler, but in fact he just cheated and didn't get caught. He was born with polydactyly, and after training, he has a natural advantage in cheating. After seeing this information, Lin Xian paid special attention to this person. Sure enough, I noticed that his right sleeve was longer, but most people wouldn't notice it. What seems inadvertent is precisely the key to his title as a gambling master. Lin Xian did not expose him at the beginning, intending to wait until the end before handing him over to Zhao Jie for handling. The two took the elevator down to the 10th floor, which was Zhao Jie's exclusive rest area. There was also a lounge in the building that he prepared for other people. Zhao Jie really had food and accommodation provided, and everything was under his nose, so he was very confident at the beginning that there would be no traitor on his side. Lin Xian in the elevator suddenly heard a familiar voice from the system in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully punishing evil and getting a system reward package. Open now? Lin Xian was looking forward to it, as he believed that the products produced by the system must be of high quality. I helped catch this cheating guy this time and saved so many families. The system's reward must be very good. With excitement, Lin Xian answered the system in his mind. Open the gift bag. Bite. Open the gift package successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Master Piano Level. Master Level Piano Level, the host will have world-class piano playing, listening, appreciation, tuning, and musicality levels. What? What skill is this? What use do I have for this crappy skill? Lin Xian complained harshly about the system in his heart. Although being able to play the piano is indeed something that can improve your status. But this is totally optional, okay? Flashy. He thought to himself. This crappy skill can probably only be used to pick up girls, to play a song and shock the whole audience. Then the little girl will look at him with admiration, fall in love with him, and then some unspeakable things will happen. Lin Xian was horrified by his own imagination and shuddered violently. Zhao Jun next to him looked at him in confusion. It's not cold here either. Never mind, at least something is better than nothing. Lin Xian had no choice but to comfort himself in this way. Zhao Jun raised his head and looked at him with interest. How did you do that? Lin Xian looked at her in confusion. What? Zhao Jun glared at him. Why are you still pretending to be confused with me? That's right. You fired without hesitation. You must have known that the bullet was the last one. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled meaningfully. With such a fast rotation speed, how can I see clearly? The bullet wasn't even in the last one. Zhao Jun opened his eyes wide in confusion and stared at Lin Xian without blinking. Lin Xian stretched out his hand towards Zhao Jun with a sly smile on his face. Want to know? Sure, 200,000. After saying this, he shook his head and acted as if he had suffered a great loss. It's a good deal to buy my exclusive secrets for only 200,000. Zhao Jun choked. Is money all you care about? In your mind, is money omnipotent and can buy everything? After that, he fell silent. Lin Xian just smiled when he heard that. Ms. Zhao, maybe in your eyes money is just a number, but in the eyes of people like us who have experienced poverty, money is very important. Although money can't buy everything, with money, many problems are no longer problems, right? When Zhao Jun heard Lin Xian's question, he was choked for a moment. Living in such an environment as mine, I have naturally never lacked money since I was a child, and naturally I do not experience many of the troubles brought about by poverty. Both of them fell silent suddenly. Until a ding sound brought the two back to their senses, and the elevator arrived. Led by Zhao Jun, the two passed through two security doors and arrived at the door of a large suite. Lin Xian was a little curious. The decoration style here was different from other magnificent styles and was full of pastoral atmosphere. The furniture is all made of solid wood, and there are rockery and flowing water in the middle. There are also some green plants for decoration. I didn't realize your brother has such good taste. Zhao Jun smiled. He doesn't have any taste at all. He just copied the style of his home and moved it here. He said he was afraid of being in a new environment. Lin Xian also laughed when he heard this. 2. This kind of solid wood pastoral decoration style is probably not liked by young people. Basically, those who like it are the powerful elders. The two continued to walk inside, and some Western-style items appeared. A wine cabinet filled with red wine and foreign liquor, and a few abstract paintings. This style is neither Chinese nor Western, no wonder even his own sister laughed. This taste is really, really disappointing. What is even more out of place with the decoration is a Bessendorf piano placed next to the Chinese screen. Bessendorf piano is a world-famous and precious piano brand, produced in Austria, and is the aristocrat among pianos. Naturally, Lin Xian had never been exposed to the piano since he was a child, which was incompatible with his life. He was able to tell at a glance that this piano was extraordinary, all thanks to the ability that the system had just given him. However, he could not imagine that someone like Zhao Jie would sit down and play the piano honestly. Zhao Jun seemed to see through Lin Xian's doubts. She walked to the piano and explained calmly. This is the 18th birthday present Jie gave me. She smiled and looked at Lin Xian. You must be curious as to why it is here since it is my birthday present. You know what? I actually don't like playing the piano at all. Zhao Jun seemed to treat Lin Xian as a listener, who could listen to her complain about her grievances and talk about the past events that had been buried deep in her heart over the years. She seemed very happy and kept smiling. As the daughter of the Zhao family, there are many things that I cannot help doing, such as learning the piano. She touched the non-existent dust on the piano. Even if she confiscated it, Jie would probably send someone to look after it carefully every day. Actually, I don't like piano at all, not at all. Jie and I have been close since we were young. On my 18th birthday, he went to great lengths to buy it from abroad. He was afraid that I would know about it, so he kept it a secret. You know what? When he sent me here, he was full of expectations, but I scolded him, so he just left it here. Zhao Jun looked at the piano in front of her, as if recalling the moment Zhao Jie gave her the gift in person. He smiled inside. Chapter 33. Are you teasing me? Lin Xian nodded and said jokingly. Indeed, the way you play the piano is really unimaginable. After saying this, he raised his head seriously, pretending to be thinking. Zhao Jun just glared at him fiercely. If anyone had dared to say this to her before, she would have given them a good beating. Why don't you look in the mirror and look at yourself? Is there anyone who dares to say anything about her? But now, after hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Jun did nothing but glare at him. I even reflected on it in my mind. Was he really too violent? Too fierce? The slender jade fingers slid across the piano lid. Zhao Jun looked at this valuable piano that had never made a sound, and for a moment he felt an indescribable feeling brewing in his heart. I scolded Jie severely at the beginning, but it did not affect the relationship between siblings afterwards. But Jie must have been very sad at that time. Because since then, I have never heard anyone mention anything like piano. Am I really a violent woman? Ha! That's not right. Why did I start reflecting on myself when I was fine? What a joke. I was actually influenced by this stinky man. Things like ladies have never been relevant to me. Hasn't he my target all along been the female devil that everyone fears? Now this effect is exactly what I want. I am a strong woman who is stronger than many men. What do you want? She retorted to Lin Xian. Sitting on the piano stool, she adjusted the piano to a comfortable position. Zhao Jun shook his head and lifted the piano cover. The black and white piano keys appeared in front of people for the first time. She straightened up and put her feet on the pedals. Slender fingers are placed on the piano keys, and elegant piano music flows slowly. Various wonderful notes combined together create wonderful music that makes people immersed in it. The entire room with a strange style seemed to be sublimated because of this song. Although Zhao Jun is very averse to piano. But that was just the rebellious psychology of a girl during adolescence. The pressure from her family made her disgusted with the piano. Due to the pressure from her family and the one-on-one instruction from a professional teacher, she surpassed most piano students in terms of technique even though she had no passion for the piano. This kind of professional learning continued until she became an adult, and she finally escaped the situation where she was the one in charge of the family. Therefore, her basic piano skills and foundation are very solid. The piece played by Zhao Jun was Canon. It is a must-learn piece for any piano student. This light and cheerful piece of music was completely oppressive and heavy to Zhao Jun. From the moment I touched the piano keys, practicing over and over again seemed like it was just yesterday. If the person in front of him was the Lin Xian before today, or any ordinary person, he would be immersed in this wonderful music. But Lin Xian now possesses master-level playing and appreciation skills. The natural feeling is also different from that of ordinary people. What sounds like beautiful music to others is full of flaws to Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned and shook his head. The sound is indeed very accurate. The beat is also very accurate. She really handled these technical matters perfectly. But the sound of her music was hollow. This kind of music is like beautiful dolls, although they are gorgeous and beautiful, they have no soul. This is exactly what Zhao Jun's music is like. There was no emotion in her piano playing. The music played in this way sounds like it is played directly from a mechanical computer. Nice to listen to, but it doesn't resonate with people. The key to judging whether a pianist is good or not is whether his music can attract people and resonate with the listeners. Skills can be acquired through day-to-day practice, making your muscles familiar with every movement, but emotions and soul require talent and understanding. This is the difference between a music master and an expert. At this time, Zhao Jun was still playing. But Lin Xian couldn't bear to listen anymore. His hands were itching, and his heart was itching too. He quietly came to Zhao Jun's body, bent down, and put his slender fingers on Zhao Jun's hand. Each finger overlaps. At this time, Lin Xian's head was just on Zhao Jun's shoulder. He turned his head and whispered in her ear. Relax and leave it all to me. Hearing the warm breath, Zhao Jun's hands froze and he played a wrong syllable. Fortunately, Lin Xian was there and adjusted it in time. Lin Xian's fingers pressed on Zhao Jun's fingers, leading her hands to dance on the keys. Zhao Jun was somewhat shocked by Lin Xian's behavior. This boy is so bold. Even though he is my boyfriend, there is no need to be so intimate with him. After daydreaming for a while, Zhao Jun was immersed in Lin Xian's music. She relaxed her body and completely handed the initiative to Lin Xian. It's a wonderful feeling. Zhao Jun found himself at a loss for words. It's like. It seems that. It was a pool of stagnant water that suddenly came alive. Sometimes it is like a trickle, flowing slowly, so soft and gentle. Sometimes it is like a mighty river, rolling towards the sea, majestic and magnificent. In such an atmosphere, Zhao Jun slowly closed his eyes. In front of her, there seemed to be butterflies spreading their wings to fly, fish swimming playfully, and eagles flapping their wings. Everything seemed to come alive. Immersed in the world of music, Zhao Jun relaxed everything and left everything to the man who was accompanying her. She forgot everything and just enjoyed the wonderful music she had never felt before. At this moment, Lin Xian's fingers suddenly increased strength and the style of the music changed suddenly. The music becomes grand and powerful. Zhao Jun, immersed in the music, felt even more deeply. It was as if an explosion had occurred in her mind. Everything around me disappeared. Various images are playing like a kaleidoscope in front of my eyes. There are changes in times and replacement of dynasties. There were ancient apes hunting, and there were also modern guns and cannons. Billions of years of historical development unfolded before her eyes. This feeling almost suffocated her. She felt as if she was in the deep ocean, trying desperately to dive to shore. She seemed to see the origin of life, primitive dinosaurs, and all kinds of animals migrating and running. Everything exploded in her mind like a slideshow. Make her forget who she is. Forgot where I was. Do. As the last note falls. Only then did Zhao Jun slowly open her beautiful eyes. The empty mind returned to the body and returned to reality. Only then did she discover. The postures of the two people are particularly strange. Lin Xian almost pressed his entire body against her back, with his arms around her arms, and every finger seemed to be connected together. Lin Xian's head was still resting on her shoulder, and she could clearly feel the hot air coming out of his nose. Zhao Jun turned her head, her lips almost touching, with a smile that was ambiguous. Lin Xian, are you teasing me? Chapter 34 I bet there's no bullet in your gun. Lin Xian smiled when he heard this. Ha, Miss Xiao, I don't have the habit of flirting with my employer. Zhao Jun looked at Lin Xian quietly. Isn't this considered flirting? She signaled Lin Xian with her eyes to look at his body at this moment, which was basically pressed against hers. Each of them can feel each other's body temperature. Ms. Zhao, as someone with good piano skills, hearing such an emotionless piece of music. I think you can understand my itchy hands. Lin Xian said in a very calm voice. Zhao Jun was so shocked that he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Is he criticizing his own level? Seeing that Zhao Jun didn't say anything, Lin Xian continued to speak calmly. Ms. Zhao, I think our transaction is quite pleasant. You take the money and I do the work. Isn't it? After saying this, Lin Xian gave Zhao Jun an innocent smile. Zhao Jun felt that the tip of his nose seemed to touch the other person's face. Is it just a transactional relationship? She looked at Lin Xian's eyes again. The distance was so close that she seemed to be able to see clearly how many eyelashes he had. Do we need to be so close to each other for a transaction? It seems like your whole body is pressed against me. Is this the kind of deal we are in? After saying that, Zhao Jun deliberately leaned back, so that her whole body was completely in Lin Xian's arms. She blinked her beautiful big eyes and smiled slyly. Mr. Lin, you seem to be taking advantage of me. Lin Xian snorted nonchalantly. Don't you have this little power as a boyfriend? As soon as the words fell. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, interrupting the conversation between the two people. The two of them still maintained that close posture. Sister, brother-in-law. The person outside the door heard his shouting before he came in. Zhao Jie walked in and was about to speak when he saw the posture of his sister and brother-in-law at the moment. He deliberately covered his eyes with his hands in a joking manner. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything, really. Why don't you guys continue? I'll be back later. You guys keep going, keep going. Zhao Jun and Lin Xian just looked at each other. Neither of them had any intention of paying attention to Zhao Jie, nor did they give in at all. However, this tense atmosphere made Zhao Jie mistakenly believe that the two were flirting with each other. The distance between the two of them was really too close, and his sister was held in Lin Xian's arms, with his arms around her and their fingers interlocked, which made him think so. Zhao Jie pretended to step back and walk out. Zhao Jun caught a glimpse of her brother's actions out of the corner of her eye and she gave a bright smile. He reached out and touched Lin Xian's face. That's what I like most about you. After saying that, she stood up and closed the piano. This time he looked at his younger brother. Everything has been dealt with? Zhao Jie nodded his head quickly like a chick pecking at rice. Don't worry, sister. I listened to my brother-in-law. No one was killed. He was sent to the hospital. It turned out that Zhao Jie taught the man a lesson, crippled one of his hands as a price, and then sent him to the hospital. I asked the waiter at the club and heard that my sister and brother-in-law had come to the lounge. Originally Zhao Jie was a little worried that his sister would be angry if she saw the piano, so he hurried over. I didn't expect that there is always something better than nothing. My sister, who always gets angry at the slightest provocation, is actually snuggling gently in her brother-in-law's arms, and it seems like they just played a song together. Doesn't my sister stop playing the piano? But as long as my sister is not angry, it's fine. At this moment, Zhao Jie admired Lin Xian. It is like the endless flow of a river. He is handsome and looks like an ordinary harmless college student, but his methods are so cruel that even he himself is ashamed of himself. And he knows so many secrets. Zhao Jie looked at Lin Xian with stars in his eyes. At this moment, in his heart, his brother-in-law was closer to him than his sister. Zhao Jun looked at his brother's useless admiration. She snorted disdainfully. Humph. I just helped you win some money, look how excited you are. Zhao Jie immediately retorted to his sister in dissatisfaction. Sister, that's not a small amount. My total annual turnover is only about 300 million. Besides, my brother-in-law is so capable, this isn't about money at all. After saying this, he took out the pistol with a smile. Brother-in-law, I admire you so much. You're not afraid at all? I don't have your courage and determination. Lin Xian listened but smiled calmly and pointed at the gun in Zhao Jie's hand. Try it on yourself. Zhao Jie quickly shook his head. Joke. He is not stupid. There is only one bullet left, and the bullet must be inside. It's not like I'm tired of living. Lin Xian looked at him, shook his head and smiled. Don't dare to try? Then open it and take a look. Zhao Jie felt a little confused when listening to Lin Xian's words, but he still instinctively did as he said. He opened the wheel of his revolver. But suddenly I was stunned. Ha! Where's the bullet? What's going on? When Zhao Jun heard what his brother said, he also came over. What's wrong? Zhao Jie showed the gun and revolver in his hand to his sister. I saw that the roulette wheel where the bullets were supposed to be placed was now empty. The bullet wasn't in it. The two looked at each other, unable to react for a moment. Because at that time, it was the dealer who pushed the bullet in personally, and everyone present saw it. Zhao Jun shifted his gaze to his younger brother. Zhao Jie waved his hands quickly. It's not me, sis. I haven't even touched it. At this time, Lin Xian smiled faintly and took something out of his trouser pocket. Don't guess, it's here. He spread his palms in front of the two of them. In the palm of his hand was the missing bullet. How is this possible? Both of them were filled with shock. Zhao Jie couldn't help but ask. Brother-in-law, how did you do that? You had the gun in your hand for a short time, and so many people didn't notice that the bullet was missing. The brother and sister were both recalling the gambling game that had just taken place. Lin Xian shot very quickly every time, and the gun was rarely in his hand. What's more, how did he do it in front of everyone and with no chance at all? Zhao Jun was also thinking, and suddenly she smiled knowingly. I see. The other two men fixed their eyes on her. She looked at Lin Xian and said confidently. It was when you first touched a gun. You're not a person who likes fancy things, but you played with it for a few rounds in your hands at that time. I was a little curious at the time. This wasn't your style. So that's when you took out the bullet. Lin Xian sat on the piano stool where Zhao Jun had just sat. Neither confirming nor denying. Zhao Jie seemed to have an epiphany at this moment. No wonder. Every time Lin Xian shot himself in the head, he was so calm, just like eating and drinking water. Turn out to be. There is no bullet in it at all. Of course I won't be afraid when facing an empty gun. Chapter 35 Zhao Jie's little plan to curry favor with Lin Xian. It's so funny to think about Lu Yanqing being so scared that he almost peed his pants. Zhao Jie laughed unkindly. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. His eyes rolled around and he moved closer to Lin Xian. Brother-in-law, you are amazing. How did you do it? Come and teach me. He patted Lin Xian's shoulders a few times to please him. Lin Xian just smiled helplessly. It's not that I won't teach you, it's that even if I teach you, you won't be able to learn it. Zhao Jie immediately hung his head in disappointment. Lin Xian looked at his listless appearance and thought for a moment. Although this one won't work, I'll teach you something else in a few days. When Zhao Jie heard this, he instantly felt like he was injected with chicken blood. He nodded hurriedly. Okay, thank you, brother-in-law. He thought happily in his heart, my brother-in-law is so capable, whatever he teaches me will surely be amazing. Lin Xian looked at his smiling face and shook his head. You two can chat, I want to go to the bathroom. Zhao Jie immediately stood up. Brother-in-law, I'll take you there. It's in here. Lin Xian waved his hand. You stay here with your sister. I'm already an adult, what do I need to accompany? Zhao Jie obediently said nothing more and showed Lin Xian the way. Until Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Zhao Jie immediately put on a serious expression, no longer looking silly in front of Lin Xian. He looked at his sister seriously. Sister, what does my brother-in-law do? Why does he know so much information that we don't know? And why is he so professional in handling a gun? There are so many things that ordinary college students can't even touch. Is he really an ordinary college student? Although it is a good thing that Lin Xian is powerful, Zhao Jie is a little worried about his sister. Although Zhao Jun is very business savvy, just as Zhao Jie thought, she has never been in love and is easily deceived by smooth-talking people. Although Lin Xian is not a smooth-talking man, his mysterious ability makes Zhao Jie a little worried. Zhao Jun took a sip of tea and calmed down. In fact, she didn't know much more than Jie. They just met today and are not even familiar with each other. How could she know those secrets of Lin Xian? After thinking for a while, she spoke. What are you thinking about? Your brother-in-law is your brother-in-law. If he didn't have so many abilities, would I, your sister, like him? Zhao Jun did not answer his question directly. But at this time, Zhao Jie showed his ability to act coquettishly and clingy. Sister, good sister, just tell me. Just tell me. I'm your brother, I won't tell anyone else, and I won't bring any trouble to you. I'm just curious. Faced with his younger brother's coquettish behavior, Zhao Jun felt helpless. She had no choice but to put on a stern face and slap her brother hard with her hand. Ask, what are you asking? Zhao Jie looked at his sister aggrievedly. Seeing his brother like this, Zhao Jun said helplessly. Your brother-in-law should tell you about his affairs himself. If he wants you to know, he will tell you. He doesn't want to tell you, so it's no use asking me. Zhao Jie nodded when he heard this, and rubbed his head, which still hurt a little from being hit by his sister. He's gotten used to it over the years. He had already thought of this result, but he was still a little curious. It's not that he doubted Lin Xian, he just admired him because he was so young but knew a lot of things he didn't know and could do things he couldn't do. Since he was born, Zhao Jie has basically never met anyone who was better than him in all aspects, and he couldn't help it for a moment. But since my sister said so, there is still a lot of time and I can slowly find the answer. What happened today made him realize that his brother-in-law was truly amazing and was his benefactor. Although he helped me out of my sister's consideration, we are all family after all, so I shouldn't care too much. But I thought of my sister's bad temper. What if my brother-in-law can't stand it anymore one day? Or maybe I pissed off my sister and she won't let my brother-in-law help me? This woman is so violent. Rubbing his head, which still ached a little, Zhao Jie's heart began to beat fast. Sister. You said, should I give my brother-in-law some money? Zhao Jie asked hesitantly. On the one hand, he wanted to give his brother-in-law some money to thank him for his help today, but on the other hand, he was afraid that his brother-in-law would be angry when he saw the money and think that he had insulted him. After all, most capable people are arrogant. Zhao Jun was a little surprised when he heard this. Give him money? What for? Zhao Jie looked at his sister with some disapproval. Sister. He has helped our family so much, we should show some appreciation, right? We can't let him work for nothing. Even if that's my brother-in-law, you can't do this. Zhao Jun glared at his foolish brother who had been completely bribed. We are all family, so helping each other is our duty. You don't have to thank me deliberately. Zhao Jie saw that his sister disagreed, but he still tried to persuade her. Not only was the undercover arrested today, but also Lu Yanqing's 300 million was earned by my brother-in-law. Although we now know there is no danger, I was still scared at the time. And if it weren't for my brother-in-law today, let alone winning 300 million, it's hard to say what the outcome would be today. That scumbag came in with a gun. We just passed by like nothing happened. I feel uncomfortable. Zhao Jun thought about it and felt that what his brother said made sense. Besides, didn't Lin Xian just mention a deal? You handle this yourself. Zhao Jie breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his sister agreed. In fact, the reason why he wanted to give Lin Xian some money was not only to thank him for what happened today. He was also afraid that if Lin Xian and his sister broke up one day, he would not ignore him for the sake of the money. After all, you have to be grateful to others. Hey. Zhao Jie had his own plans. If Zhao Jun knew what his brother was thinking, he would probably blow his head off. Not long after, Lin Xian came back. He saw that the two siblings had their own agenda and was a little curious. What are you guys talking about? They all look thoughtful. Zhao Jie immediately stammered in response. No, nothing. He was afraid that his sister would tell others that he was going to give money to his brother-in-law. If my brother-in-law doesn't want it, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? After chatting with his sister and brother-in-law for a while, Zhao Jie left quickly. After all, he is still in trouble now, and he has to find a way to meet with Inspector Zhou and hand the things over to him. Chapter 36: The Sad Girl. Only Zhao Jun and Lin Xian were left in the room. It's getting late, let's go eat. Lin Xian thought about it. I don't have anything to do. Where are we going to eat? Zhao Jun smiled. Go where there are a lot of people. The more people see the two of us together, the better. Let's go to the floating house. Lin Xian nodded without comment. The Water Village can be said to be the iconic hotel in Donghai City. The people inside are either rich or noble, and are very famous in the wealthy circle of Donghai City. The entire restaurant stands on a huge artificial lake. It has a quiet environment and elegant style. It has private rooms with unique characteristics. It is an excellent place for banquets and business talks. Certainly. Those who frequent the famous water celebrities are either rich or noble. After all, the prices there have discouraged many people. At least the previous Lin Xian had never been there. Lin Xian naturally understood what Zhao Jun meant. Zhao Jun's fame is so great that it can be said that she is known to everyone in the aristocratic circle. Where did she go to eat alone with a strange man? I believe that it won't be long before all the powerful people in Donghai City know that this rare flower has been plucked. As for those old stubborn people in the Zhao family, Lei Haolong will definitely receive the news as soon as possible. That's her attitude. The attitude she expressed to everyone. She, Zhao Jun, has a boyfriend. The two of them simply tidied their clothes and went downstairs. Sitting in the familiar Maybach, Zhao Jun's mood at this moment changed drastically from when he left. She leaned lightly on the shoulder of the man beside her, sighing in her heart that this man brought her more and more shocks. The environment inside the car is quiet and peaceful. At the same time, in the suburbs of the city, in a villa area surrounded by mountains and water. In a room in one of the villas, a young girl curled up on the bed. He covered his head with the quilt in his hands. She had been in this position all day. A lot of things happened yesterday, which made her physically and mentally exhausted. She didn't think much about it. She went home, took a shower and went to bed. Yesterday she took a sip of the drink mixed with drugs. It's just that the dosage was not large, so I didn't faint, but my brain was a little unclear. When I woke up in the morning, I recalled what happened yesterday. She looked at her phone. The search page is still at. The suspension bridge effect refers to the fact that when a person crosses a suspension bridge with trepidation, his heartbeat will involuntarily speed up. If he happens to meet a person of the opposite sex at this time, he will mistakenly interpret the accelerated heartbeat caused by this situation as a physiological reaction caused by the other person making his heartbeat faster, and thus develop feelings of love for the other person. Shen Mengchan felt that this was how she felt towards Lin Xian. But it didn't seem like she had chosen Lin Xian by mistake, but rather fell in love at first sight. That is right, she felt that she fell in love with Lin Xian at first sight. At this moment, she couldn't help feeling annoyed again. He pounded his head in self-motivation. I'm such a fool. Why don't you give me his contact information? How am I going to find him then? She took the phone and looked at it again. She couldn't count how many times she had looked at the transfer record today. Avatar. 500,000 yuan. Payee, Lin Xian. Lin Xian's profile picture is a photo of himself. Snap. She picked up her phone, took a screenshot of Lin Xian's profile picture, and saved it in her phone. Staring at the photo and grinning. He he he. Chapter 37, The Iron Tree Blossoms. The Donghai business community is shocked. Lin Xian and Zhao Yingjun took a car to the water village together. There were still seats available in the restaurant, but the two people didn't go. Instead, we came to the water pavilion built next to the restaurant. There are also some dining tables where guests can dine while enjoying the scenery. This is a location that many people who come here simply to eat like. Zhao Yingjun just wants more people to see Lin Xian, so this is the best choice. As soon as the two of them sat down, the waiter came over with 2 glasses of lemonade and a menu. Order food. Waiting for the food. During this gap in time, many people came over to say hello. Boss Xiao, what a coincidence, you're here for dinner today too. A middle-aged man wearing glasses greeted Zhao Yingjun with a smile. Mr. Qiu, what a coincidence. Zhao Yingjun smiled politely. Qiu Xiaoyuan, 47 years old, is the president and major shareholder of Innovation Group. He is in the electronic accessories business. He has been married twice and has a son and a daughter. Currently, Innovation Group's business is very good and can be said to be thriving. People are naturally in high spirits. But in fact, Qiu Xiaoyuan and Zhao Yingjun had no business dealings. After all, one is a clothing fashion company, which is naturally not related to a company in the electronics industry. But rich people's connections don't necessarily require business dealings to be familiar. They are all in the same circle, so there are many opportunities for contact, such as various business receptions, birthday parties for important people, weddings of other people in the circle, etc. It is a truth that everyone understands: more friends mean more roads, more enemies mean more walls. Even though Zhao Yingjun doesn't like this kind of socializing in private, her family has introduced her to the people she should know. After all, it has unique resource advantages. In a gathering of wealthy people, Zhao Yingjun is always the most eye-catching one. She was too young, very beautiful, and had a family background that others could not envy, which meant that she did not need to take the initiative to do anything in any situation. Because others will take the initiative to make friends with her. Zhao Yingjun exchanged a few words with Qiu Xiaoyuan. Qiu Xiaoyuan changed the subject and asked with a smile. Who is this? Is this your brother? Qiu Xiaoyuan was certainly not asking Zhao Yingjie. How could there be anyone in Donghai City who didn't know about the reputation of the underground emperor? However, the Zhao family is large and powerful, so it is impossible that there are only 2 siblings in this generation. Who knows whether this person is a side branch that has received attention? Because Lin Xian was too young, and he wasn't the noble son of some family in his impression. It is even more impossible that they are business partners. It is impossible to discuss business while sitting outside. Zhao Yingjun smiled and said sweetly. No, this is my boyfriend, Lin Xian. She introduced to Lin Xian. Dear, this is Mr. Qiu from Innovation Group. Lin Xian stood up and was about to shake hands with the other party, but the other party extended his hand first. The two shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. Nice to meet you. Qiu Xiaoyuan greeted calmly on the surface, but he was shocked inside. If it weren't for all these years of hard work, I would almost be unable to keep a straight face. Zhao Yingjun is a well-known strong woman in the circle. For so many years, this beautiful lady has never been in a relationship. Everyone says that she might not like men. But just now, Zhao Yingjun called me dear with her own mouth. How could Qiu Xiaoyuan, who had known her for a long time, not be surprised? Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. Haha, Mr. Lin is really a handsome man, and he and Boss Xiao are really a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Qiu Xiaoyuan's mind worked quickly, and when he praised Lin Xian, he also praised Zhao Yingjun. Lin Xian just smiled and agreed. Thank you, Mr. Qiu, you're welcome. After saying this, he and Zhao Yingjun looked at each other. Ha ha ha, I wonder where Mr. Lin is working now. Qiu Xiaoyuan laughed and chatted. I just graduated from college and am helping out in Yingjuan's company. Lin Xian said lightly. Although this sounds like a gigolo, the college graduate who just graduated has no job and is helping out in his girlfriend's company. But this is Zhao Yingjun's boyfriend. Over the years, many young men from wealthy families have pursued Zhao Yingjun, but were all ruthlessly rejected. How could her boyfriend be an ordinary person? So when Qiu Xiaoyuan heard Lin Xian say that he was a college graduate, what he thought was, is this some young master from some family who hasn't been announced yet? Considering Zhao Yingjun's conditions, talent, knowledge, and background, anyone who can catch her eye cannot be an ordinary person. Boss, your guests are here. A man who looked like an assistant came over from behind Xiao Xiaoyuan and whispered to him. I'm sorry to bother you two with your date. I'll treat us to a simple meal some other day. My client is over there, so I'll go over there first. Boss Xiao's business is booming. Xiao Xiaoyuan said with a smile. Zhao Yingjun also responded with a smile. Okay, you go ahead and do your business. Xiao Xiaoyuan turned around and walked away in a hurry. He was still thinking as he walked. Whose son is this Lin Xian? I've never heard of any big shot with the last name Lin. He told his assistant to check it out when he had time. Xiao Xiaoyuan is a good person. He likes to make friends and is also an executive of the East China Chamber of Commerce. Seeing someone walk into the room, Zhao Yingjun looked at Lin Xian and gave a brief introduction. Lin Xian smiled, nodded, and took a sip of water. After a few minutes, the second person came to say hello. Boss Zhao, long time no see. The man who came this time was a tall and thin man in his 40s, accompanied by a young and beautiful female companion, who was obviously not his wife. Hello, Mr. Lin, hello. The tall and thin man stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lin Xian. It was almost the same process. This tall and thin man, like Xiao Xiaoyuan just now, could not hide the shock on his face after knowing that Lin Xian was Zhao Yingjun's boyfriend. After he left, Zhao Yingjun gave a brief introduction. Don Lai, general manager of Jinxing Group, the second largest shareholder. The largest shareholder is his father, the confirmed heir to the family. The person next to him just now was one of his lovers. Lin Xian didn't pay much attention to these people and just nodded. Afterwards, several more people came over to greet Zhao Yingjun. When they heard that Lin Xian was her boyfriend, their reactions were exactly the same. The people who come here to eat are either rich or noble, so those who come over to say hello are all well-known figures in Donghai City. The food finally arrived. The two of them talked softly while eating, and occasionally passed food to each other. They looked like a couple in love. Zhao Yingjun seldom appears in public, and would postpone gatherings whenever possible, pushing many things to his younger brother Zhao Yingjie. So many people who didn't come over to say hello also cast curious glances over. I think within a few days, everyone in the upper circles of Donghai City will know that Zhao Yingjun has a boyfriend and they are very close. Chapter 38, The Bath Center Technician Married into a Wealthy Family. Oh, isn't this Miss Zhao? What a coincidence. At this time, a woman's sarcastic greeting came over. Zhao Yingjun doesn't like being called Miss Zhao. Only on special occasions does she not feel disgusted. Most people around her call her Boss Zhao. She personally likes this title because it better fits her identity as a strong woman. Listening to the words of the visitor at this moment, Zhao Yingjun frowned. Lin Xian listened to the other party's impolite words and looked up for a while. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Bite. Name, Hua Xiaoshuang. Age, 28. Phone number, XXXXXXXXXXX. The biggest dark history, her original name was Hua Xiaoxiao. She had been working in a bath center before and later married into a wealthy family through plastic surgery. She is the wife of Deng Gaoga, a wealthy businessman from Donghai. But their child is not Deng Gaoga's own. In fact, she got pregnant through an affair with Hua Dai, who pretended to be his cousin. The two also planned to murder Deng Gaoga and seize his property. A familiar system prompt sounded, and Lin Xian looked at the dark history of the woman in front of him. He laughed silently and sarcastically. The visitor was wearing a foreign haute couture dress, holding a limited edition Hermes women's bag, and wearing a huge sapphire ring. She looked to be about 30 years old, with big wavy hair and delicate facial features, but her makeup was too heavy, making her look a little mean. Zhao Yingjun ignored her and quietly introduced Lin Xian. Her name is Hua Xiaoshuang. She is from the nearby Liujia village. Her husband is Deng Gaoga, the chairman of Hangshan Group. She married into a wealthy family because of her son's status. With my husband's resources, I founded Huashuang Fashion Company, Limited, which mainly deals in clothing. It turns out that she is the director of Zhao Yingjun's competing company. Lin Xian took another look at the lady in front of him. How can this person open a clothing company if his taste is like this? It seems that her husband has invested a lot. Lin Xian smiled softly again. How can I not be jealous? She is not as capable as Zhao Yingjun, nor can she compete with him in terms of family background. She finally managed to marry into a wealthy family by relying on her son's status, but it was through conspiracy and trickery. Lin Xian shook his head. Zhao Jun introduced to Lin Xian in a low voice. Jia has a very good personal relationship with this man's husband, Deng Gaoge. Deng Gaoge started out in the demolition business and was involved in some shady practices. He later set up a real estate company and successfully cleaned up his name. He is a man of integrity and righteousness. When he was young, he once blocked a knife for his brother and almost died. Lin Xian sighed a little. Such a man actually married such a wife. Lin Xian, who originally didn't intend to meddle in other people's business, secretly made a decision in his mind. In fact, Zhao Jun never understood why a generous man like Deng Gaoge would marry such a wife. Is it just because she gave him a son? It's Mrs. Deng. Isn't Boss Deng here with you? Zhao Jun responded indifferently. Zhao Jun was too lazy to deal with this mentally ill woman. She has always regarded Zhao Jun as an enemy, but in Zhao Jun's view, this person is not even worthy of being her opponent. The reason why I don't care about her rudeness is that I have a good personal relationship with her husband Deng Gaoge. My husband is outside the door. He will come in when the guests arrive. Hua Xiaoshuang said this and looked at Lin Xian again. Ms. Zhao, is this your boyfriend? Zhao Jun knew that this woman was starting to make trouble again. She just said lightly. Oh, since when did Miss Zhao develop a hobby of keeping a gigolo? Hua Xiaoshuang shouted loudly and exaggeratedly, not caring at all that she was being watched by so many people. On the contrary, she felt proud that someone was watching her. She just couldn't stand Zhao Jun acting like an icy beauty all day long. Seeing that Zhao Jun had no intention of paying attention to her, she continued. Miss Zhao, you should be almost 30, right? How old are you, this pretty boy? You look pretty good. You are an old cow eating young grass, and you are eating it very skillfully. Hua Xiaoshuang's words attracted many people to look over here. But in fact, Zhao Jun doesn't care much about these words. But this woman has been provocative to this extent, and there is no need for me to endure it. Zhao Jun has always believed in keeping one's own business to oneself. What this woman did today has touched her bottom line. As soon as she raised her hand, Lin Xian held it down. Lin Xian knew that she wanted to slap this woman in the face to teach her a lesson. But there is no need to do so, as it would worsen her relationship with Deng Gaoge. So, Lin Xian spoke first. Did you inject too much hyaluronic acid into your face? You're acting like a shrew, disturbing everyone's meal. What did you say, pretty boy? Lu Caixio slammed the table. Snap. Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. Isn't it on the face? Did the chin shaving or the eye surgery damage the nerves? Did it damage the brain? Puff. Zhao Jun couldn't help laughing when listening to Lin Xian's words. Some other people who heard Lin Xian's words also started laughing. Hua Xiaoshuang became even crazier when she heard everyone's laughter. Shut up, pretty boy. I didn't have plastic surgery. Her plastic surgery was a secret, even her husband didn't know. She is very satisfied with her current appearance and is extremely sensitive about the topic of plastic surgery, and usually never talks about it. Now that Lin Xian had said it out loud like this, Hua Xiaoshuang was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fur standing on end. And plastic surgery is just the most insignificant thing in the dark history that Lin Xian has seen. He didn't want to get involved in these trivial matters, but he couldn't stand the fact that some people were seeking their own death. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. Lin Xian didn't mind helping her. Hey! Why do I suddenly feel that you look familiar? Lin Xian pretended as if he had just figured it out and looked at Hua Xiaoshuang seriously. Hua Xiaoshuang felt a little frightened by his stare. Lin Xian continued. Have you ever worked in a bathing center before? Snap. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, making Hua Xiaoshuang feel dizzy. Because she had actually worked in a bath center before, but that was history 10 years ago, and she thought no one knew about it anymore. And she didn't do it for long before she had plastic surgery and then got together with her current husband. She quickly retorted loudly to cover up her panic. You've only worked in a bath center. Your whole family has worked in a bath center. You bastard, you slanderous bastard. Hua Xiaoshuang's face turned red and she started to throw a tantrum. Lin Xian just looked at her, shook his head, and said softly. Sister, are you worthy of your status to yell in a place like this? Even if you don't consider yourself, you should at least give your husband some face. You've developed bad habits from doing that kind of thing over the years. Change them now. Hua Xiaoshuang was so angry at Lin Xian that she almost vomited blood. He didn't understand where Zhao Yingjun, a taciturn man, found this sharp-tongued pretty boy. The important thing is that he knows so many of my secrets. He was panicking, but was about to throw the bag at Lin Xian. She was smashing and shouting. I told you to frame me. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Chapter 39. You're done. Snap. A crisp sound was heard, but the bag did not hit Lin Xian. Zhao Yingjun's bodyguard stood in front of Lin Xian. When going out tonight, Zhao Yingjun also brought bodyguards with him. Although not as many as during the day, it is enough to handle such small scenes. The bodyguard turned around, with a look in his eyes asking her what to do next. Zhao Yingjun didn't say much. After all, Lin Xian had already transferred the trouble to himself. Now it depends on how Lin Xian handles it. Besides, Zhao Yingjun looked down on mentally retarded people like Hua Xiaoshuang and didn't take her seriously. Compared to Hua Xiaoshuang, she cares more about Deng Gaoge. The Zhao siblings are very powerful and can be called the dragons crossing the river of the East China Sea. But Deng Gaoge is the real local tyrant in Donghai. This is also one of the reasons why the Zhao siblings have a good relationship with Deng Gaoge. Temperament is only one aspect. What is more important is that strength is equal, everyone is on an equal footing. If they work together, both will benefit, but if they fight, both will suffer. Only in this way can we be friends. Zhao Yingjun didn't feel too much psychological burden about Lin Xian's criticism of Hua Xiaoshuang. Although she and Lin Xian had not known each other for long, she could feel that Lin Xian was not a reckless man who was good at talking. Lin Xian said in public that Hua Xiaoshuang had plastic surgery and had been a prostitute. Do you really think Deng Gaoge is easy to bully? Let's see how he resolves it. Mrs. Deng, please stay calm. The bodyguard stopped Hua Xiaoshuang. But Hua Xiaoshuang was like a madman at this moment, and she was determined to kill Lin Xian with her bag. Bang! Hua Xiaoshuang lost her patience and slapped the bodyguard. Get lost! The bodyguard, who was 1.9 meters tall and whose arms were thicker than Hua Xiaoshuang's thighs, did not move. Ma'am, calm down. It's not appropriate to get angry here. Zhao Yingjun narrowed his eyes. These personal bodyguards are her trusted followers and have been following her for many years. Zhao Yingjun stood up. Just at this moment. Honey, what's going on? Why are you arguing for no reason? Near the main entrance on the first floor of the restaurant, a middle-aged man in his 50s with dark skin and a strong body shouted. This is Deng Gaoge, 55 years old, chairman of the Donghai Julie Group, vice president of the Donghai Chamber of Commerce, one of the top 10 richest people in Donghai, a businessman with connections in both the political and business circles and enormous power. Deng Gaoge came today to treat people to a meal. I just had something to discuss with a guest outside the door, so I let my wife into the restaurant first. Unexpectedly, after the matter was dealt with and the guests arrived, my wife acted like a madman and wanted to beat someone up. In this situation, no matter who is right or wrong, he will definitely go to protect his wife. Otherwise, as a chairman of the board, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't even protect his own wife. But when Zhao Yingjun appeared in his sight, Deng Gaoge understood what was going on. It must be his wife who was looking for trouble again and started arguing with Zhao Yingjun. Deng Gaoge is not a fool. He knows exactly what kind of personality his wife has and what kind of heroine Zhao Yingjun is. Seeing her husband coming, Hua Xiaoshuang, who had been acting like a madman just now, calmed down instantly. She immediately came in front of Deng Gaoge with a pitiful and weak look. Zhao Yingjun greeted him indifferently at this time. Brother Deng is here. Deng Gaoge nodded and said to Zhao Yingjun apologetically. Boss Zhao, what a coincidence. His wife has always been competing with Zhao Yingjun, and almost everyone in the East China Sea knows about it. As for why Zhao Yingjun didn't kill Hua Xiaoshuang immediately, Deng Gaoge knew that it was because of his face. Hubby. This pretty boy scolded me, not only saying that I'm ugly, but also that I used to be a prostitute. At this moment, Hua Xiaoshuang was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, which was in stark contrast to her previous sharp and brutal behavior. What? Deng Gaoge's expression changed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. As a billionaire, a successful man, and a well-known figure in the East China Sea, you can be scolded and you can pay compensation, but you cannot be humiliated like this. If your wife is a prostitute, then what have you become? Deng Gaoge is a man of great martial arts sense, and he values face as much as his life. If Deng Gaoge doesn't vent his anger for his wife today, how will he survive in the future? What's more, not only are there outsiders present, but also the guests invited by myself are here. It's okay, don't cry, your husband is here, don't be afraid. After comforting Hua Xiaoshuang, Deng Gaoge followed his wife's resentful eyes and walked towards Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian and Zhao Jun approaching, Deng Gaoge frowned and asked, "Boss Xiao, is he your friend?" If it wasn't for Zhao Jun, he would have punched Lin Xian. From Deng Gaoge's tone, Zhao Jun could also tell that he was holding back his anger. However, she remained calm and said, "His name is Lin Xian, he's my boyfriend, or what your wife calls a pretty boy." Zhao Jun is not afraid of breaking up with Deng Gaoge. Everyone is evenly matched in strength, so if a fight really breaks out, it's not certain who will be afraid of whom. Deng Gaoge was shocked again. Your boyfriend? Zhao Jun is a well-known ice beauty. Except for her own brother, she has never been seen to give a good face to any man easily. Now a boyfriend suddenly appears? And judging from Zhao Jun's tone, it seemed that he was ready to confront him over this young man. Hua Xiaoshuang started to act like a spoiled brat again. It's a gigolo. Am I wrong? You're a 30-year-old unmarried virgin, and now you're looking for a 20-year-old boy as your boyfriend. Isn't that keeping a gigolo? Wife. Deng Gaoge turned around and glared at Hua Xiaoshuang. He wants to save face, and he wants it all. Not only does he have to protect his wife, but his wife can't act like a village shrew. Hua Xiaoshuang burst into tears again. They are bullying me. They are ganging up on me. What they just said is even more offensive than what I said now. Deng Gaoge softened his heart for a moment, and said in a gentle voice. Okay, let your husband help you vent your anger, so please stop talking for now. Lin Xian felt that it was his turn to go on stage, so he asked the bodyguard to stand aside and took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, Boss Deng. Let me introduce myself in person. My name is Lin Xian. Deng Gaoge glanced at him with an expression that said "you're done" on his face, and actually stretched out his hand. But he held Lin Xian's hand with great strength. Lin Xian took advantage of the situation and pulled Deng Gaoge shoulder to shoulder. At the same time, he pressed Deng Gaoge's right shoulder with his left hand, tilted his head, and whispered in Deng Gaoge's ear. Subconsciously, Deng Gaoge wanted to push Lin Xian away. But Lin Xian's words made him freeze. The next scene was extremely shocking. Deng Gaoge, who was extremely angry just now, was actually very quiet and listened to Lin Xian's words attentively. At the same time, Deng Gaoge's expression changed very brilliantly. Chapter 40. What did this man say? Lin Xian didn't have a bad impression of Deng Gaoge. He is a generous and righteous person who would go to great lengths to help his friends. I just glanced at him, and the system gave me the following information. Name, Deng Gaoge. Age, 41. Dark history. In the past, during the demolition process, he used illegal means to smash the competitor's company. He had 2 knife wounds on the inner thigh and was almost infertile. He is currently undergoing treatment. In addition, he once abandoned his first wife Zhang Huixia. Zhang Huixia was pregnant at the time, but Deng Gaoge didn't know. Zhang Huixia raised her daughter alone and insisted on not remarrying. The daughter is named Zhang Gaoman and is also married. Now Zhang Huixia already has a granddaughter and grandson. Deng Gaoge has been indebted to the mother and daughter for many years. These were enough to impress Deng Gaoge. Lin Xian said quickly. You have 2 stab wounds on your thighs and are still receiving treatment. How can you have a child so soon? So your child is not your biological child. It's the result of your wife's affair with her cousin. I bet your child doesn't look like you, right? Your wife's last name is not Lu at all. Her original name is Hua Xiuxiu. Her cousin is Hua Dai. This information quickly fermented in Deng Gaoge's mind, and then exploded with a boom. The old injury on his thigh has always been the biggest humiliation and secret in his heart. No one knew except his best friend back then. He even kept it a secret from Hua Xiaoshuang. Of course he knew Hua Dai, he was one of his old colleagues who had worked with him, and he was also one of the few people who knew about his infertility. There have always been rumors about his marriage to Hua Xiaoshuang. This was particularly controversial as the child born did not look like him. But because the paternity test showed that everything was normal, he had to bury his doubts in his heart. These are the thorns in my heart. How did Lin Xian know so much when he met me for the first time? Lin Xian continued speaking at a rapid pace. I'm a private detective. Hua Xiaoshuang had an enemy who asked me to investigate her. That's how I found out a lot of her dirty deeds. I know you are a righteous person, and I can't bear to see you get cheated, so I told you this. Let me tell you, the fact that you and Hua Xiaoshuang, also known as Hua Xiuxiu, know each other is a trap set by Hua Dai. They are after your family property. If you don't believe me, send someone to check their background and see if it's what I said. Deng Gaoge was an old hand after all. He quickly calmed down, holding back the shame and resentment in his heart, and gritted his teeth and said, "But, I have done a paternity test." Lin Xian smiled and said, "If you have money, you can make real things, but you can't make fake things? Hua Dai has been by your side for many years, how could he not be able to make such a fake? If you don't believe me, secretly find another agency to do it, I guarantee you will have a surprise. If you don't believe me, I can tell you a way to trick her." In fact, no matter how many times others say such things, Deng Gaoge finds it hard to believe. But Lin Xian said he was a private detective and actually told his past secrets, which proved his professional level. Moreover, he had previously doubted whether this child who looked nothing like him was his own flesh and blood. Now that he had heard this, he had no choice but to verify it himself. Everyone at the scene was watching Lin Xian and Deng Gaoge whispering to each other, as close as good brothers. Zhao Yingjun was particularly puzzled. When the two of them were leaning against each other, she thought Deng Gaoge was trying to pull Lin Xian over and attack him, and she was ready to send her bodyguard to help Lin Xian. Who would have thought that Deng Gaoge would actually whisper with Lin Xian? Having dealt with Deng Gaoge for so many years, Zhao Yingjun knows his temper best. If you can be unreasonable, do so as much as possible. If you are reasonable, it is because you have no choice. It is this underworld style of doing things that makes Deng Gaoge appear particularly different and dangerous. Now, he is as well behaved as a little brother. What did Lin Xian say to him? Just when Zhao Yingjun was curious, Lin Xian finished his suggestion. "It's up to me whether to speak or not, but it's up to you whether to listen or not." Lin Xian patted Deng Gaoge's right shoulder and let go of his hand. Deng Gaoge had a gloomy face and slowly turned around to look at Hua Xiaoshuang. Deng Gaoge held his belt tightly with both hands. This is a manifestation of his suppression of his anger. Deng Gaoge has a hot temper, but he is not the kind of person who explodes at any time and place. He knows when to endure and when to vent all his anger. Hua Xiaoshuang had never seen Deng Gaoge look like this before, and felt a little guilty. "Hubby, what's wrong with you?" She didn't know what Lin Xian had said to Deng Gaoge that could make Deng Gaoge transfer his anger to her. But when she thought about how Lin Xian had accurately described his own shameful past career, Hua Xiaoshuang felt very scared. She works as a prostitute for no other reason than to make easy money. As long as she can get the money, she can be shameless. Including a conspiracy to steal Deng Gaoge's money. Now that her past had been revealed, she had a bad feeling. The people around also craned their necks, trying to figure out what was going on. The atmosphere gradually became weird. Deng Gaoge suddenly said, "Did Hua Dai come to see you yesterday?" Hua Xiaoshuang was stunned. In order to hide it from Deng Gaoge, she not only changed her name, but also pretended not to be familiar with Hua Dai. Except for the times when Deng Gaoge would entertain his brothers for dinner during the holidays, the two would meet in person, but their meetings had always been secret. Why did Deng Gaoge suddenly ask this? Could it be that he knew something? Hua Xiaoshuang said quickly. "No, no." Deng Gaoge added. "Where did you go then?" Hua Xiaoshuang became nervous again. I'm shopping." Deng Gaoge looked at her expression and felt that it was almost certain. A feeling of grief and indignation welled up in my heart. "I asked Hua Dai yesterday, and he said she had seen you." Hua Xiaoshuang suddenly became nervous. "Really? Now I remember, I saw him when I was shopping, and then..." Bang! Before Hua Xiaoshuang could finish her lie, a crisp and loud slap sounded. Everyone who heard it subconsciously felt one side of their face go numb. Hua Xiaoshuang flew out, and when she landed, her head hit a big vase. Blood instantly flowed from the corners of the mouth, forehead, and face covered with heavy makeup. Especially the side of the face that was hit was swollen and extremely asymmetrical between the left and right sides. This scene shocked everyone present again. Deng Gaoge has always been very doting on his wife, so why did he suddenly do that? Why did he hit her so hard? It was like hitting his own enemy. Even Zhao Yingjun, who had been calm all along, was startled. She still remembered that every time Hua Xiaoshuang was making things difficult for her and used all kinds of disgusting tricks, Deng Gaoge would secretly find her and ask her to be more tolerant of Hua Xiaoshuang. The image of a husband who doted on his darling wife is still vivid in my mind. How come he became a different person? Zhao Jun looked at Lin Xian with more awe than he looked at the angry Deng Gaoge. What on earth did this man just say? How could he have such great magical power? Chapter 41 Deng Gaoge's Abnormal Behavior. Deng Gaoge looked at Hua Xiaoshuan lying on the ground bleeding profusely, with no sympathy on his face. Take her back to rest, keep a good eye on her, and don't let her go out. After hearing this, the bodyguards brought by Deng Gaoge rushed over to pull up the unconscious Hua Xiaoshuan, and then helped her walk quickly outside. Deng Gaoge looked at Lin Xian, took a deep breath, and did not speak for a long time. Then, he turned around and smiled apologetically at the others and his guests. Everyone, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. My wife is ignorant and I have spoiled her. I have ruined your mood. I, Deng, would like to apologize to you all. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment later, ha ha ha. Family affairs are family affairs after all, and Deng Gaoge will not allow them to affect his business. I have already lost my face, so I still have to maintain some dignity. Everyone reacted quickly. Although it was Deng Gaoge who was apologizing to himself. But Deng Gaoge is a big man in the absolute sense. Boss Deng, that's not right. We dare not accept your wine. Boss Deng, just take care of your business. We're fine. The people in the restaurant expressed their goodwill politely and then dispersed. Deng Gaoge nodded with satisfaction and looked at the restaurant manager. Manager, all the consumption of everyone present today will be recorded in my account. Also, 2 more bottles of mutai for each table, understand? How could the manager not understand? He kept saying. Understood, Boss Deng, rest assured, it will be done beautifully. The guests knew what was going on and thanked him again. After drinking, you can no longer talk nonsense. Only when it was almost time did Deng Gaoge return to his guests. There weren't many guests, only 6. The leader was a middle-aged man with a fat figure. He looked very elegant in a suit and also had a strong business style. Deng Gaoge said without waiting for him to speak. Big brother, I'm sorry that it took so long. I'm sorry I made a fool of myself by making you laugh. The middle-aged man shook his head and asked in a low voice. Brother Deng, are you okay? After working together for many years, it was rare for them to see Deng Gaoge getting angry. Deng Gaoge waved his hand without saying anything extra. It's all my ignorant wife's fault. I won't mention it anymore. From the conversation just now, other people knew nothing except that Hua Xiaoshuan was intentionally hiding something. It is even more impossible to associate that Deng Gaoge's son is not his biological son. Lin Xian saw it and nodded. He has a good vision. Deng Gaoge is indeed a qualified veteran. If you use different methods to solve a problem, the results you get will be very different. If he revealed Hua Xiaoshuang's conspiracy and Deng Gaoge's scandal on the spot, he could make Hua Xiaoshuang suffer social demise on the spot. But given Deng Gaoge's wealth and business scale, it is not impossible for him to be on the hot searches on Weibo and make headlines in various newspapers. For example, titles and topics such as the billionaire's wife actually murdered her husband for many years, and even the child is not his own, are enough to set off an online frenzy. After analysis, Lin Xian felt that Deng Gaoge was a person worth getting to know, so there was no need to make things so extreme. Having a friend with great power is also having an enemy with great power. Lin Xian remembered the account clearly in his mind. Deng Gaoge laughed again. Okay, big brother, you guys go up and eat first. I have something to discuss here, he said to his assistant. Take the guests to the box and take care of everything for me. The assistant nodded. Boss, rest assured, leave it to me. After saying that, he made a pleased gesture and invited the guest upstairs. After Zhao Jun sat down, he held the wine glass in his hand, but he was reluctant to drink it. Instead, he kept staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian tilted his head and stared at Zhao Jun. What? You're looking at me like a thorn in your side. Zhao Jun tilted his head, but his eyes were still fixed on Lin Xian. It seemed as if she really wanted to see through Lin Xian with these eyes. At this time, Deng Gaoge came in again. Boss Xiao, I'm sorry. I didn't discipline my parents well enough, and I've caused you trouble again. I promise that I will never let her embarrass herself again. Beating your wife because of something like this? Of course Zhao Jun wouldn't believe it. And this excuse is too embarrassing. In fact, Deng Gaoge also felt uncomfortable. He didn't know how much Zhao Jun, as Lin Xian's girlfriend, knew about his affairs. So I mainly say these things to other people. It's much better than letting others know that you're angry because you've been cuckolded. Zhao Jun put down his wine glass and smiled. Boss Deng, you're too polite. I won't take it to heart. Deng Gaoge looked at Lin Xian again. Lin Xian seemed to know what he would say, and before Deng Gaoge could speak, he said, "How about we go out and talk some more?" Deng Gaoge was thinking the same thing and nodded. Good. Lin Xian patted Zhao Jun on the shoulder and said, "I'll be back soon." After saying that, he stood up and followed Deng Gaoge out the door. Zhao Jun turned his head and looked at the two men's backs, with an even more incredible expression on his face. Go out for a private chat? What on earth did Lin Xian say that could make Deng Gaoge, a man who could be regarded as half of the underground emperor of the East China Sea, lower his posture so much that he would be willing to communicate with him in private? Are you going to hide it even from yourself? It looked as if Lin Xian and Deng Gaoge were sitting on an equal footing, and the two big shots were discussing some confidential matters. Zhao Jun had seen many overt conspiracies in the business and human relations fields, but he had never seen such a bizarre scene. At this moment, she began to feel unprecedented curiosity about her boyfriend. Until they walked out of the restaurant, the guests who witnessed the previous scene were all looking at Lin Xian and the others. Their curiosity is no less than Zhao Jun's. Being able to have a private conversation with Deng Gaoge is something that many ordinary people can hardly imagine. But Lin Xian achieved it easily with just a few words. This really cannot but attract special attention. I guess this is another emerging big shot? No, maybe he is already a big boss? The parking lot outside the restaurant was like a luxury car show, with millions of sedans and sports cars parked quietly together. They didn't stop until they reached Deng Gaoge's Lincoln sedan. Lin Xian put one hand in his pocket, looking very natural. Boss Deng, do you believe what I said? No man would directly admit that he has a bright green hat on his head. So Deng Gaoge obviously still wants to struggle a bit. What you said is only partially true. That woman is indeed lying. Maybe she has something unclear with my subordinates. But what I'm more curious about now is, how on earth do you know all this? Chapter 42. This is a trade secret, understand? Lin Xian smiled calmly. I said, I'm a private detective. How I got this information is naturally a trade secret. Since it's a business secret, I can't talk about it casually. In fact, if it weren't for your kindness and courtesy to my woman, I wouldn't mind these matters. Lin Xian paused, then looked back at the luxuriously decorated restaurant and the night sky as the background. And morally speaking, good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil, right? Deng Gaoge fell silent. He was a man who had been in the martial arts world for decades, but he couldn't see through Lin Xian. Lin Xian's way of handling the matter left a very deep impression on him. First of all, no one dares to say such things to oneself in this way. Secondly, Lin Xian's demeanor at this moment was calm and composed. He hadn't seen anyone talk to him like this for a long time. Helping yourself is not for fame or profit, nor is it based on one's own status. You just help out for the sake of other people's face. Zhao Jun's boyfriend? In fact, in order to avoid family pressure to get married, Zhao Jun also found many contract boyfriends to serve as shields. These people are either wimps or useless people, none of them is capable of taking on important tasks. But Lin Xian is obviously different. Especially when he intentionally made things difficult for Lin Xian, Zhao Jun stepped in to protect him. It also made Deng Gaoge understand that Zhao Jun was serious about Lin Xian. Private detective? What detective could uncover so many old stories or the current conspiracy? The resources are huge and the power is overwhelming. These two words came into Deng Gaoge's mind. Lin Xian is definitely not the ordinary person he looks like. Perhaps from some prominent family. Even if not, given his professional level, he is still a valuable talent. But these are not what Deng Gaoge cares about most. It is basically enough not to be an enemy of someone like Lin Xian. The only thing he cared about was his own affairs. Deng Gaoge patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. Okay, I got it, thanks bro. It was just a simple way of saying thank you. Deng Gaoge already regarded Lin Xian as someone of the same status as himself. But his heart was still turbulent. It is normal for a man of his age to already have grandchildren. But because of his physiological problems, having children is a luxury for him. No matter how much experience you have, it is impossible not to have feelings of disappointment and discomfort in your heart. Deng Gaoge asked again. Have you told anyone about this? This other person, of course, also includes Zhao Ingjun. Lin Xian shook his head and said calmly. No, Ingjun is curious, but I don't plan to say too much. But whether it can be successfully resolved in the end depends on your own judgment, Boss Deng. Deng Gaoge felt as if something was stuck in his throat and was speechless for a while. Then he took out an unopened box of cigarettes from his bag. Deng Gaoge has always been good at smoking and drinking. But he is not addicted. Cigarettes and alcohol are just a means for him to get business done. After taking 2 puffs of his cigarette, Deng Gaoge said self-deprecatingly. Forget it, if this is God's will, then I can't shut up so many people. Lin Xian felt deeply moved when he saw Deng Gaoge's self-destructive look. Then you must first deal with Hua Xiaoshuang and Hua Dai, the 2 thorns in your side. Deng Gaoge paused for a moment and asked this question with anticipation. That child is really not mine? As a man with strong traditional values, Deng Gaoge always firmly believes that there are 3 unfilial acts, and the worst is to have no descendants. The biggest obsession in his heart is to have offspring to inherit his family business. But now that he hears that the son is not his, one can imagine the impact on his heart. He had given up hope of treatment. Even if it could be cured, what would it matter? At his age, it was unlikely that he would be able to have children again. Moreover, after what happened with Hua Xiaoshuang, he became indifferent to relationships and it was difficult for him to trust any woman again. Lin Xian nodded and said. Yes, that child is just a scam designed by Hua Xiaoshuang and Hua Dai. If anything happens to you, Hua Xiaoshuang will be the heir to your estate, and so will the child. Boss Deng may have already figured out the answer to this question, so it would be redundant for me to say anything else. Deng Gaoge took a few deep puffs of his cigarette and looked at the busy street in front of him, his heart filled with depression. Slowly, his eyes began to glow red. I'll do another paternity test. At this time, he seemed to have thought of something again, took out his mobile phone, and said directly. Wang Wu, take your men to find Hua Dai and control him. Also arrest the few people who are close to him. You know where you are being held. Don't make too much noise. Just wait for me to find you. Wang Wu is Deng Gaoge's most trusted brother and has been following him since his grassroots days. After hanging up the phone, Deng Gaoge seemed to have lost the ability to speak again. He just smoked one cigarette after another, and always felt that his mind was in a mess. Looking at the appearance of a tough guy, Lin Xian suddenly sighed. It's not like you don't have a chance. Actually, Boss Deng is not without a chance. Deng Gaoge suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Xian with wide eyes. From the sound of it, is there anything he can do? Lin Xian said again. Do you still remember Zhang Huixia? She's your ex-wife. Deng Gaoge was even more surprised. You are so young, how do you know so many things? Zhang Huixia was Deng Gaoge's previous wife. Of course Lin Xian knew this, because this was what the system told him about Deng Gaoge's dark history. Lin Xian continued. Not only do I know about her and you, I also know that you left her because you fooled around when you were working outside, and then abandoned her, right? After hearing this, Deng Gaoge stopped talking again. Many years ago, his career was on the rise, and he suddenly went from being penniless to becoming a wealthy tycoon. After going to entertainment venues with his brothers several times, he began to let himself go and engage in promiscuous matters between men and women. Naturally, Zhang Huixia couldn't stand her husband's behavior and made a big fuss. Deng Gaoge thought she didn't understand men and developed a dislike for his wife, so he soon filed for divorce. But afterwards, he realized that he was too heartless. A man who was known for his loyalty and righteousness would be laughed at if he was known to have done such a thing. So it was also one of his taboos and another secret. Deng Gaoge put out his cigarette and asked. How deeply have you investigated me? Lin Xian spread out his hands. It's a business secret, I can't tell you, but I don't mean to hurt you. What I want to say is that when you divorced Zhang Huixia, she was already pregnant. It was a girl, and she raised her alone. Not only do you already have your own children, you may also have your own grandchildren. Snap. Deng Gaoge was so surprised that he took 2 steps back, leaned against the front of the car and slapped it. Chapter 43. Don't you have something to tell me? In fact, this is the reason why Lin Xian called Deng Gaoge out for a talk alone. Telling Deng Gaoge about this matter was not Lin Xian's intention to do a good deed. Because he estimated that after Deng Gaoge found out that he was cuckolded, he would be very emotional and might be depressed for a long time. By then, it might be difficult for me to do anything through him. Then wouldn't this help be in vain? Looking at the shocked look on Deng Gaoga's face, Lin Xian also found it funny. A man who was well known in both the black and white worlds for his loyalty and righteousness would actually do such a shameless thing as abandoning his wife. But it's not surprising, human nature is inherently complex. Since the Black History system was activated, Lin Xian has had a deep understanding of this. Although she appears to be a strong and decisive woman, she actually has a gentle and docile side. Beautiful women who look perfect and aloof actually have many incorrect perceptions of the world in their hearts, and therefore are unwilling to come into contact with it. Or perhaps even the most high-ranking officials and dignitaries may do many dirty things behind the scenes that are not befitting of their status. Only characters in stories need logic and personality settings, but in reality there is no need for a closed loop at all. Deng Gaoga walked forward excitedly and grabbed Lin Xian by the collar. Are you telling the truth? I have a daughter, and grandsons and granddaughters? As he spoke, his breathing was very rapid and his hands were shaking. After years of having no hope of having children, I now hear that I already have a large family. Who can bear such an astonishing change? Lin Xian withdrew his hand, signaling him to keep a distance and not get too excited. Boss Deng, do I have to lie to you? Zhang Huixia was pregnant at the time, and she gave birth to your child. You can also check and search for these yourself to find out whether they are true or false. Deng Gaoga laughed out loud and patted his forehead at the same time. He began to pace back and forth, his mood constantly changing, sometimes happy, sometimes confused, and then guilty. When he finally calmed down, he quickly asked, "What is my daughter's name?" Lin Xian replied, "Zhang Gaoman, I take my mother's surname." After hearing this, Deng Gaoga asked again, "Did Huixia really give birth to my child and didn't remarry?" Lin Xian shook his head. "After divorcing you, Zhang Huixia was already disheartened and didn't want to get married again. She was also afraid that the stepfather would treat the child badly. She has been raising her daughter with great difficulty for many years. But now it seems that the hard work has paid off." Deng Gaoga asked anxiously again, "Where are they? Where are they now?" Lin Xian said, "It's in the East China Sea. If you search by name, you should be able to find it." Deng Gaoga said yes repeatedly, then took out his cell phone and prepared to send someone to check. Lin Xian stepped forward to stop him. "Boss Deng, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. You know how much harm you caused to them and their daughter. You must know it in your heart, right? Now that you contacted them in a hurry, what do you think they will think? They have been in the East China Sea but have never contacted you. Why? Isn't it because they are already living well on their own and have a family? Don't they need you to drop down from the sky at this time?" After hearing this, Deng Gaoga's eyes dimmed again. Lin Xian patted his shoulder. "But don't be too discouraged. Your daughter's name is Zhang Gaoman, and you have the same name with the character Gao in the middle. It's understandable that Zhang Huixia still has feelings for you. It's just a debt you owe, so you have to pay it back slowly." Based on the information provided by Dark History, Lin Xian can only help up to this point. It all depends on Deng Gaoga's luck. He has no interest in getting involved anymore. After that, he looked at his watch and said, "Boss Deng, it's been too long. Let's go, we should go back." Deng Gaoga tightly grasped the phone and said in a deep voice, "Please don't lie to me. If you know so much, why didn't you tell me at the beginning?" Lin Xian laughed. "I told you, it's a commercial secret. How I know, how much I know, when to say it and when not to say it, I have my own principles. You can find out if you check whether it's true or not. I'm Ming Juan's boyfriend, would I do anything to damage her reputation?" Deng Gaoga stepped forward and grabbed Lin Xian's hand. "Brother, if what you said is true, then I am willing to become your sworn brother and become your sworn brother." This is what Deng Gaoga could think of, the greatest reward for a person. As long as they become brothers, Lin Xian's affairs from now on will be his affairs. Lin Xian also shook his hand and said with a smile, "What era is it in? I don't care. As long as you can live in peace with Ying in the future and think more about the help I have given you, that's enough." Deng Gaoga nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, I know what to do." After saying that, Deng Gaoga got into the car immediately, as if he was planning to settle his old debt, or a new one. Seeing that he was leaving without even accompanying his guests, Lin Xian knew that he was determined, so he didn't plan to say more and went back to the restaurant alone. In the box, Zhao Yingjun was chatting with two men. One of the men had some gray hair on his temples, and the other had his hair combed back. They both looked very elegant, and they looked more formal and intimidating in their suits. After Lin Xian sat down, Zhao Yingjun stopped, turned his head and said angrily, "So long?" Lin Xian smiled. "Missed me?" Zhao Yingjun rolled his eyes at him and then began to introduce the man in front of him. "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Xin Guofu, the chairman of Donghai Biopharmaceutical Company. This is Mr. Long Jianmen, the chairman of Hua Qianzi Cosmetics Company, Ltd. Xin Guofu?" When Lin Xian heard the name, he felt it sounded familiar. Oh. Shen Mingchan's father is none other than Xin Guofu. In other words, the school beauty he slept with a while ago was Xin Guofu's daughter. Lin Xian's expression remained calm, except that his heartbeat was a little faster. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Zhao Yingjun introduced Xin Guofu and the others. "This is my boyfriend, Lin Xian." Xin Guofu smiled and stretched out his hand. "Mr. Zhao's boyfriend is indeed very handsome and talented. So heroic. I did have a little affair with your daughter." Lin Xian smiled and shook his hand. No, nice to meet you." After taking a quick glance at them at the same time, he also knew the dark history of the two people. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xian felt much more at ease, and his heartbeat returned to normal. The entire restaurant already knew about what had just happened on the first floor. Deng Gaoge had come into contact with a boy brought by Zhao Yingjun. Moreover, Deng Gaoge seemed to respect this boy very much. Not only did he not blame him for being rude to his wife, he also rarely protected her. Xin Guofu and Long Jianmen already had a basic understanding of Lin Xian, so it was understandable that they were not overly surprised. After everyone left, Zhao Yingjun grabbed Lin Xian's hand. "Don't you have anything to tell me?" Chapter 44, System Upgrade. Zhao Yingjun's regretful past. Lin Xian pretended to be stupid on purpose, and seemed very deliberate, as if he wanted Zhao Yingjun to expose him. "What? I don't remember what I promised you to tell you." Zhao Yingjun held the wine glass. "Don't play dumb. You're not acting like one at all." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Well, actually, I'm still a virgin." Zhao Yingjun glared at him. "Who wants to listen to you say these things?" "Deng Gaoge. What did you say to him? How could this man be so powerful at one moment and so frivolous at the next?" Lin Xian took out his cell phone with one hand and poured the wine glass into his mouth with the other hand. Bite. Zhao Yingjun's iPhone immediately started to ring. She opened it and saw a text message. "He's texting when they're face to face. What the hell is this guy doing?" However, when the content of the text message appeared in front of her, Zhao Yingjun's face changed suddenly, and she put the wine glass on the table with a bang. "Deng Gaoge's current son is not his biological son. I'll tell you the details when I get back," Lin Xian said again. "I'm only telling you one thing, my dear girlfriend." Zhao Yingjun looked around vigilantly, and after making sure that there was no one around, he immediately deleted the text message. The great Deng Gaoge was cheated on by his own wife. If this matter were to be known by others, it would cause a major earthquake. Many of Deng Gaoge's businesses were made possible by his personal charm. If such a thing were to be leaked, it would cause a wave of panic in the stock market alone, and a 10% drop in the company's stock price would be the least of its consequences. And if others knew about it, she would feel guilty. Zhao Yingjun also understood why Lin Xian chose to talk about this face-to-face via text messages. If I tell it out, there are so many people watching and it's hard to guarantee that the secret won't be leaked. Thinking of the way Hua Xiaoshuan was beaten, Zhao Yingjun sighed. No wonder President Deng tried so hard. Suddenly, her attention was focused on Lin Xian again. This time the look was different. Just as Zhao Yingjun was looking at Lin Xian, a familiar voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Ding! The host is helping others by providing information about their dark history. The Black History system has been upgraded again. Do you want to open the upgrade package now? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. It seems that helping Deng Gaoge will bring some immediate rewards, not to mention the long-term benefits. Lin Xian chose to open the upgrade gift package. Ding! The Black History system upgrade package is now available. The Black History function is enhanced. The host can choose to display the details of the other party's Black History to obtain more complete information. In this upgrade, the system function has been increased, Regret Search function. Regret Search function, you can discover the regrets in the other person's heart. The extent to which you can discover them depends on the strength of the system. Currently, the regret function is as strong as the Black History function. Lin Xian was overjoyed. This upgrade was really great. Dark history and regrets can be regarded as a person's most private privacy. Moreover, the Black History discovery function has been enhanced this time, so I can get more details, and the regret function has also enjoyed the same bonus. This will save me a lot of trouble in the future. Not only that, Lin Xian discovered that the skill was developed, and this gift package also had a big surprise. The host's original skills such as fighting and empty-handedness are upgraded. The host obtains a new skill, Primary Perspective. Primary Perspective can see through minor obstacles such as clothing and thin walls. This skill can also be upgraded. Oh my god. Just for helping Deng Gaoga, is there such a generous reward? Lin Xian couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. It seemed that his abilities would become more and more incredible in the future. At this time, Zhao Jun on the side raised another question. Excuse me, is there anything you don't know? Knowing this kind of heavyweight insider information, Lin Xian is simply too amazing. Knowing this is not enough. Meeting Hua Xiaoshuang and Deng Gaoga tonight was completely accidental. Facing the sudden appearance of Deng Gaoga, Lin Xian also had such intelligence. I can only point out one thing. Lin Xian has an intelligence system that contains a large amount of information, so he can understand everyone he meets. Lin Xian looked at the white skin under Zhao Jun's neck mischievously. Yes, like your measurements. Zhao Jun blushed and covered her chest with her hands. Rogue. I'm serious. How much do you know? Do you know my secret too? Lin Xian shook his wineglass and asked with a dim gaze. Yes. The secrets I know are all the past events that people don't want to talk about, or regrets. Because people are most willing to spend money to hide these things, so I will pay more attention to them. Business, making money, is not shabby. Zhao Jun asked again. Then, what secret do I have that you already know? Lin Xian smiled slightly. The system has just been upgraded, so I came to you to try it out. I have a general idea of Zhao Jun's dark history, so let's take a look at what Zhao Jun has to say about his regrets. When the regret function was turned on, a series of information popped up in Lin Xian's mind. Hiss. There is actually such a thing. Lin Xian touched his temple, then covered his mouth and laughed. Zhao Jun suddenly felt a little puzzled. Why is Lin Xian laughing for no reason? Could it be that he knew something embarrassing that he didn't want to mention? No way. Zhao Jun tried to remain calm and asked. Don't bluff me here. What are you laughing at? Tell me now. Lin Xian put one hand on Zhao Jun's shoulder. Baby, do you think it's appropriate to tell your secrets here? Zhao Jun felt that Lin Xian's arms were like electric shocks, making her whole body numb. She gritted her teeth and felt that she had to find out. She couldn't be completely ignorant of how much Lin Xian knew about her. Follow me. Zhao Jun took Lin Xian to a high-end reception room in the restaurant. This is where wealthy families go to relax after dinner. There are chess and card rooms, KTVs, and even hot springs. The charge for just 1 hour was close to 5 figures. If it weren't for a wealthy person like Zhao Jun, basically no one would come here. But this also ensures a quiet and safe environment. There is also a small lounge in the reception room, which is a condensed version of a 5-star suite. Zhao Jun closed the door and asked seriously. Tell me, what do you know about me? Lin Xian sat down on the bed easily and asked. Well, let me tell you. Do you still remember the girl with twin ponytails by Daming Lake when you were 17? Zhao Jun was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became nervous. She could even bury such a thing herself. If Lin Xian hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have thought about it on a normal day. Why? Does he really know? Chapter 45. I must not let him notice. Zhao Jun's surprise was completely within Lin Xian's expectations. Things that happened when you were 17 should be the most unforgettable. Besides, that girl named Lu Xiaoxiang was so cute and lovable, you won't forget her, right? Zhao Jun took a step forward. That's enough. Lin Xian paused and said with a smile. You won't let me continue? Zhao Jun is concerned about another key thing. How did you know? My brother and my parents know nothing about this. Lin Xian stood up and took out a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator in the room. I've told you many times, this is a trade secret. Zhao Jun frowned, and his perception of the man in front of him was refreshed. Conversely, if Lin Xian wants to know these secrets, he needs to have a good understanding of his circle of friends. He needs to know his classmates, alumni, teachers, etc. He even wants to have some contact with the person named Lu Xiaoxiang. What a heavy workload this is, and what powerful resources are needed to complete it. However, unlike the previous times, Zhao Yingjun was not so afraid of Lin Xian. Because this man is strong, but willing to stay with her. This made Zhao Yingjun, who had always admired the strong, feel confused. Could it be that the man in my imagination who is so powerful that he can suppress me is really him? But after looking at Lin Xian's greedy and sometimes frivolous look, Zhao Yingjun was somewhat disdainful again. Go ahead. Zhao Yingjun wanted to know how much Lin Xian knew. Lin Xian wiped his mouth, smiled mysteriously, and told the information he had learned from the system. Then I'll tell you. When he was in high school, Zhao Yingjun had many followers. Perhaps she was born to be a leader. Zhao Yingjun is always the boss wherever she goes. From sprinting for exams and winning awards to organizing classmates and students from other schools to compete and fight, she is always the best. At that time, there were not only boys but also girls who fell in love with Zhao Yingjun. It's not the kind of love between best friends, but the kind of love between lovers. Unlike boys, girls are generally very accepting of this. Moreover, unlike male-female couples, lesbian relationships are often not aimed at sex, at least not the core that arouses desire. Therefore, Zhao Yingjun, who was disappointed with men early on, is more tolerant of girls' love, but she also has principles and bottom lines and has never accepted anyone. But there happened to be a Lu Xiaoxiang, who almost made her restless. Lu Xiaoxiang's name gives people an impression of being delicate, but she is actually a strong girl. With similar interests and personalities, the two quickly became close. One night, Lu Xiaoxiang couldn't control herself and pushed Zhao Yingjun down on the bed. What followed was confession and basic physical contact. At the moment when his defense was about to break, Zhao Yingjun felt uncomfortable. In the end, nothing happened. From that day on, Zhao Yingjun also understood. Although she looked down on the boys around her, she was a true heterosexual, not bisexual. Zhao Yingjun felt guilty because she didn't say anything that night and just pushed Lu Xiaoxiang away. She even avoided seeing her from the next day. Lu Xiaoxiang, who failed in her confession, was naturally hit hard. Afterwards, Lu Xiaoxiang transferred to another school and no longer contacted Zhao Yingjun. This incident can be regarded as a regret of Zhao Yingjun's adolescence. Now Zhao Yingjun is being forced to get married by her family. Zhao Yingjun subconsciously avoided this memory, fearing that recalling it would make her, who already had no desire for love, even more confused. After listening to what Lin Xian said, Zhao Yingjun smoothed the hair on his forehead, put one hand on his knees, and lowered his head. You really do know this. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten it. At this moment, Lin Xian also felt that he knew a little too much. Zhao Yingjun should be very afraid of me at this time, right? But who makes the system so awesome? Can't you blame me for this? Lin Xian smiled. How about you give me another 10 million yuan as a hush money, and I promise I didn't say anything today. Only by continuing to make Zhao Yingjun feel that she is a money-hungry person, will she feel at ease in addition to her fear. People who love money are the easiest to deal with, and this is what Zhao Yingjun has the most. What if Zhao Yingjun feels that she is out of control and might leave me out before she develops any feelings for me? But what Lin Xian didn't expect was that Zhao Yingjun's heartbeat was very fast. Oh my god, this man is so strong. If his intelligence network can find out my private past, what about other people? Zhao Yingjun didn't dare to think any further. It's not that she's afraid. But she didn't know what to say either. Zhao Yingjun had a thought at this moment. We must observe Lin Xian carefully, maybe there will be bigger surprises next. Zhao Yingjun has a strong curiosity. She wanted to see if this interesting man could surprise her again. I need to go to the bathroom. After Zhao Yingjun let out a long sigh, he felt that perhaps what he really needed was a chance to calm down. Whether it was about her past being exposed or something else, she felt that something was not right with her. When the cold water hit his face, Zhao Yingjun let out another long sigh. Hey, how come I met such a strange person? Lin Xian sat outside and began to worry about something. Do you want to use your perspective ability to take a look at what's going on inside? It's not a good idea to know so much of someone's private affairs, right? And since he had already made plans to completely conquer Zhao Yingjun, he had to do it openly. Of course you have to watch it, but the premise is not to take advantage of others' misfortune. Lin Xian thought about it and felt that he couldn't help it. So he picked up another bottle of Coke and walked out the door. As soon as he reached the door, Lin Xian gave a bitter smile. Oh, what's the point of being a gentleman? I am a man who cannot stand gambling or drugs. When Zhao Jun came out, he remained as indifferent as before. Come on, I'll take you back. Lin Xian nodded and said, oh. The first public date between the two as boyfriend and girlfriend ended just like that. It's hard to say whether it's perfect or not, but Lin Xian thinks it's okay. Zhao Jun always maintained his cool style and didn't say much along the way. Lin Xian just thought she was angry with him and didn't dare to say anything more. At this time, the bodyguard sent a message to Zhao Jun via satellite phone. Boss, someone is following us. Zhao Jun said him expressionlessly. I know. Let them do whatever they want. Lin Xian was a little confused. Could it be that Zhao Jun knew who was following him? Chapter 46 Zhao Jun's little trick. Lin Xian asked. Do you know who's following? Zhao Jun said in a flat tone. Who else could it be? Lei Haolong. When Lin Xian heard this, he understood. It seems that today's high profile is still helpful. Zhao Jun's appearance in public with her boyfriend would surprise the people present and naturally the news would leak out. Given Lei Haolong's temper, it would be strange if he didn't react after knowing this. Lin Xian thought about it and said with a smile. I guess they're not following you, they're following me. Zhao Jun turned around and glanced at him. You are not stupid after all. If Lei Haolong wanted to ask Zhao Jun for an explanation, he could just call her directly or put pressure on her through the Zhao family. The purpose of tracking was obviously to intimidate Lin Xian. After arriving near Lin Xian's residence, Zhao Jun stopped the car. Lin Xian still had about 5 minutes to walk to his home. It was possible that someone might launch a surprise attack or hit him with a club on the way. Zhao Jun knew all this, but she had no idea whether Lin Xian would be in danger, or whether she could deal with the danger if it happened. But she felt, if he couldn't handle this, then this man was not worthy of her trust. She now wanted to see if Lin Xian had the courage to get out of the car. The moment the car stopped, Lin Xian immediately unbuckled his seatbelt. Good night, darling. He really is not afraid of anything, quite interesting. Zhao Jun looked at Lin Xian's back and smiled. But then, an idea came into her mind. Dear. When Lin Xian heard Zhao Jun calling him like that, he got goosebumps at first. Zhao Jun must be acting when she shouts like that. If it's a play, the only audience members now are the men who are following Lei Haolong. But he turned around and asked. What? Zhao Jun waved. Come here for a moment, I have something to tell you. Lin Xian shrugged. I'm a grown man, am I afraid of being bullied by you at night? Lin Xian walked to the driver's door and asked. What? Zhao Jun hooked her fingers, as if she wanted to say something in private. Come closer, I won't eat you. Lin Xian did as he was told and leaned down a little closer. In that instant, Zhao Jun grabbed his neck and then half of his body was out of the car window. Zhao Jun was so close that Lin Xian could feel the breath coming out of her nose and mouth. Although they didn't kiss, from other people's perspective, it looked like a young couple was passionately kissing each other. Lin Xian smiled. You are using me to piss off Lei Haolong to death, right? Zhao Jun tilted his head. Yeah, isn't this what we agreed on? Just cooperate. Lin Xian smiled slightly. If you want to piss him off, why not go a little further? After hearing this, Zhao Jun chuckled. Then it depends on your ability, my partner. After going upstairs, Lin Xian discovered that there seemed to be 1 or 2 pairs of eyes looking at him in the dark. Could it be that the person who was following me is here again? After seeing what happened just now, are you so angry that you want to cause trouble for me? Lin Xian didn't care, they couldn't touch him anyway. But to his surprise, these eyes did not belong to Lei Haolong. But it's Shen Mengchan. There was another girl next to Shen Mengchan. She is Shen Mengchan's good friend, Long Ruoxue. Long Ruoxue is the daughter of Long Jianmen. Long Ruoxue's father Long Jianmen and Shen Mengchan's father Shen Wufu are friendly partners, and their daughters naturally become best friends. Tonight at the restaurant, Shen Mengchan and Long Ruoxue arrived later. Just when Shen Mengchan was about to enjoy the meal, she saw Lin Xian walking with Zhao Jun and preparing to go back. At that moment, she suddenly felt heartbroken. She had never paid attention to business, had never officially started to take over the family business, and did not know Zhao Jun. Zhao Yingjuan's every move, especially her stunning beauty, made her feel ashamed of herself. She felt that she had lost completely. After Long Ruoxue found out everything, she was so angry that she immediately grabbed Shen Mengchan and drove after them. They were the ones who followed Zhao Yingjun all the way. "Mengchan, let's follow him and see where this scumbag lives," Long Ruoxue said indignantly. "Once I know where he lives, I will ask my boyfriend to bring people to deal with him tomorrow." Shen Mengchan hesitated at this time. "Xiaoxue, why don't we just go? This is just my unrequited love. We can't disturb other people's lives." Chapter 47. Take care of your man first. Long Ruoxue is an impatient person. She thought that Shen Mengchan was the one who was bullied, so she had to stand up for her best friend. After seeing Lin Xian going upstairs, Long Ruoxue immediately pulled Shen Mengchan upstairs. Their bodyguards were waiting nearby. If Lin Xian dared to do anything wrong on the stairs, they could just shout and someone would come to rescue him. So Long Ruoxue was not afraid at all and just walked up with big strides. When they reached the second floor, Lin Xian suddenly stood out from behind them. "You're looking for me?" Long Ruoxue and Shen Mengchan screamed in fear. "Ah!" When Lin Xian saw that it was Shen Mengchan, he guessed most of what was going on. "You came here specially, is there something going on?" Shen Mengchan became nervous. 2. Long Ruoxue took a step forward. "Don't play dumb. What exactly are you thinking of approaching our Shen Mengchan? Tell me clearly now." Lin Xian glanced at Long Ruoxue, and her information appeared in the system. Name, Long Ruoxue. Age, 19. Telephone, 138XXXX0702. Dark history. 1. She has dated 13 boyfriends so far. Her current boyfriend is Lu Junwei, who is also a scumbag, but she has kept it a secret because they showed off their affection before. 2. He once embezzled 200,000 yuan from his family to help Lu Junwei enter the entertainment industry. Then the system asked him, "Do you want to check Long Ruoxue's regret?" Lin Xian shook his head. He has no interest in such a naive girl with a messy private life. Although she dared to bring her best friend here to seek justice, judging from this behavior, Lin Xian did not have a bad impression of her. "At least we are friends." Seeing that Lin Xian didn't say anything, Long Ruoxue continued. "Don't play dumb. Do you know who our fathers are? If you dare." Lin Xian smiled, revealing his white teeth. "What? No matter what I do to you now, can your fathers still fly over to help you? This is my home anyway. If I act quickly, can you two escape from me?" Only then did Long Ruoxue realize that Lin Xian was very close to them. Impulsive. If Lin Xian really wanted to catch them both, it would be too late. Although the bodyguards were downstairs, they could only hear the sound but didn't know which room it was from. Long Ruoxue pulled Shen Mengchan and took out an electric baton from her bag. "What do you want? Stop messing around. Stay away from us." When facing a scumbag, momentum is very important. In this regard, Long Ruoxue is indeed experienced. Lin Xian grinned and said, "I'm not trying to mess around. You guys brought it up here yourself, right?" Long Ruoxue shook the electric baton in her hand. Don't do that. Otherwise, I'll use the electric baton to hit you and you'll really die." Lin Xian acted as if he didn't hear anything. He walked right past them. "Are you guys trying to compete with the air? I just want to go upstairs and go home." After saying that, he turned his back to the two of them and continued walking upstairs. Long Ruoxue couldn't help it, she felt like she was humiliated. So she raised the electric baton and started rushing towards Lin Xian. Shen Mengchan yelled, "Xiaoxue, don't." Lin Xian did not seem to avoid it at all, but said, "Instead of asking me if I'm a scumbag, why don't you take care of your scumbag boyfriend? Maybe Stephen Liu is fooling around with another woman right now." This made Long Ruoxue stop all her movements. Because Lin Xian revealed the name of Long Ruoxue's boyfriend. Lin Xian turned around and looked at her again. This time, Long Ruoxue was frightened and almost fell down when her legs crossed. Fortunately, Shen Mengchan stepped forward in time and supported her. Lin Xian found it funny. Is it so exaggerated? Long Ruoxue was very confused. What did you say? What happened to Lu Junwei? How do you know him? How could someone who is not from my circle know about my boyfriend?" As a first reaction, Long Ruoshua looked at Shin Mengchan. Shin Mengchan shook her head. She knew that Long Ruoshua's boyfriend was named Lu Junwei, but she had never told anyone else. Lin Xian smiled and continued. The eldest daughter of the Long family changes boyfriends very frequently. You have dated 13 men before, and the one you are dating now, Stephen Liu, is also a scumbag. Fortunately, you are rich and have a bit of good looks, otherwise, who would date you? This is a very harsh statement. But they are all true. Long Ruoshua was both embarrassed and angry. You. Shin Mengchan couldn't bear to listen any longer. Lin Xian, no matter what, you can't say that about Xiaoxue. That's too much. Seeing Shin Mengchan like this, Lin Xian had no choice but to shut up. Well, in that case, why not make an exception and help me for Shin Mengchan's sake? Lin Xian opened the system and began to magnify the details of Long Ruoshua's dark history. Actually, I just learned about Lu Junwei's story. After Lu Junwei's incident came up, Lin Xian smacked his lips again. Oh, it's such a mess. Long Ruoshua thought Lin Xian was scolding her again. What are you talking about? Lin Xian's next words shocked her again. Hurry up and call to ask where Lu Junwei is now. Maybe he's doing group sex right now. Chapter 48. It's up to you. By magnifying Long Ruoshua's dark history, Lin Xian learned the basic information in dark history of Lu Junwei. Lin Xian was also very surprised that the system could do this. It seems that this function of magnifying the details of dark history is really awesome. Lu Junwei was originally a scumbag. He relied on his good looks and some talents to cheat people everywhere. After getting close to the Long family, he entered the entertainment industry. Needless to say, the entertainment industry is in chaos. Lu Junwei's hobby in dark history is group sex. Now that Long Ruoshua is here, can he bear the loneliness alone? Lin Xian guessed that there was a 99% chance that they were messing around. After hearing this, Long Ruoshua gritted her teeth and said, "You're talking nonsense. Junwei really loves me." But given her understanding of the man and Lu Junwei's criminal record, Long Ruoshua began to feel uneasy. Just wait, I'll call you right now and see how I expose you. Lin Xian just took out his cell phone and typed with one hand without saying anything. Long Ruoshua put away the electric baton, took out her cell phone and started calling Lu Junwei. Long Ruoshua kept her relationship with Lu Junwei a secret from her family. So they have been living together secretly in Lu Junwei's downtown apartment. Of course, the rent of this apartment has always been paid by Long Ruoshua. After the call was connected, Lu Junwei's playful voice came. "Baby, why did you call me suddenly? Are you missing your husband?" Long Ruoshua adjusted her breathing and glared at Lin Xian again. "Xiaowei, are you at home?" Lu Junwei nodded. "Yeah, I'm home. Are you coming back? Aren't you going to have dinner at Shuwei Shang Mingjia with your family tonight?" Hearing this doting and confident answer, Long Ruoshua was basically certain that Lin Xian was lying, and she looked at Lin Xian provocatively. At this moment, Lin Xian put his mobile phone in front of her. The above contents surprised Long Ruoshua. If you want to know whether he is telling the truth, you can try to trick him this way. After all, Long Ruoshua is not Deng Gaoga, so she doesn't know how to find out whether the other party is lying. Lin Xian just provided an idea, and it was up to her whether to use it or not. Long Ruoshua thought about it, and then said to Lu Junwei, "Baby, I'm not going back, but I left a new credit card in the bedroom. Can you help me check it and read the card number to me?" Lu Junwei's relaxed tone just now changed. He was stunned for a moment before saying, "Credit card? Card number? This?" Long Ruoshua urged again. "Hurry up, I want to use this card, please read the card number to me." Lu Junwei was obviously panicked. He stammered. Baby, you have so many cards, use something else. I'm in the bathroom now, it's not convenient for me to go out. How about you wait?" After hearing this, Long Ruoshua became angry. She's not that stupid yet. Asshole. Damn. Lu Junwei, have you been fooling around outside? I'm going to tear you apart right now. Beep, beep. The only response she got was a busy tone after the phone was hung up. Long Ruoshua's eyes almost popped out. "You dare hang up my phone?" Lin Xian shook his head and said, "Okay, now you understand? Go take care of your own business first. Shen Mengchan patted Long Ruoxue on the back and said distressfully. Xiaoxue, don't be too angry. At the same time, she was also very shocked. Although I had seen before that Lin Xian was well informed, I didn't expect him to know so much. Long Ruoxue stamped her feet in anger. I must send someone to find this bastard. After saying that, he rushed downstairs. She even forgot about her best friend, which shows that she was really angry. Shen Mengchan was embarrassed now. She came here because Long Ruoxue dragged her here. Now that she is gone, why should she stay here? Lin Xian said at the right time. Go ahead, don't let her do anything stupid. Shen Mengchan felt something strange in her heart. In this sentence, she heard Lin Xian's gentleness and thoughtfulness. Shen Mengchan smiled and said softly. Okay, I'll go then. I'll contact you when I'm free. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I live in 502. You can come visit me when you are free. After Shen Mengchan heard this, her heart started beating fast. Okay, I'll go then. When she got downstairs, Shen Mengchan began to regret it again. It seems that I forgot to ask for the contact information again. Just then, Shen Mengchan's cell phone rang. A strange number sent her a text message with only 5 words. This is my number. Shen Mengchan immediately knew who the other person was and couldn't help but look upstairs. Mengchan, follow me. Long Ruoxue called out from the front. Come with me now and take care of that scumbag. Shen Mengchan had no choice but to put away her phone and quicken her pace to leave. After Lin Xian returned home, he took a shower directly and then lay on the bed and took a nap for a while. After upgrading his fighting skills, Lin Xian felt that his body had also changed. The abdominal muscles, chest muscles, etc. are obviously much stronger than before. Not to mention that he can compete with those bodybuilders, it is still very easy to attract the attention of a group of girls when he enters the swimming pool. After Lin Xian woke up, he got up and went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of ice mineral water to drink. Wearing a bathrobe, Lin Xian walked to the window. It was already late and there were few people in the community, but this silence always made Lin Xian feel like there was an undercurrent. After looking for a while, Lin Xian took out his mobile phone and searched for Lei Haolong's information. Soon, the Black History panel popped up. A series of information about Lei Haolong appeared in front of him. Hee, I thought you were a scumbag before, but now it seems that the word scumbag is an insult. Lin Xian dialed Lei Haolong's number according to his information. Soon, a cold voice came from the phone. Hello, who is this? Lin Xian said calmly. You sent someone to keep an eye on me, but you didn't even know my cell phone number? You're not that great. Master Lei, your intelligence system shouldn't be that bad, right? The person on the other end of the phone was stunned and understood Lin Xian's identity. Lei Haolong's tone was still cold, but now there was a hint of anger. Don't take yourself too seriously. I know you are just a puppet that Ing Jun found to escape the engagement. If you are smart, you should know my style. If you don't want to stay in the ICU, get out of here. Lei Haolong was furious when he found out that Zhao Ingjun was with Lin Xian. He has a strong desire for control and will never allow other men to be around the woman he likes. Lin Xian didn't intend to waste any more words with him and simply said, "Oh, whatever you like." After saying that, he hung up the phone and blocked the number. Lin Xian was not worried that he would anger Lei Haolong. On the contrary, he called just to piss off Lei Haolong. Come on if you have the guts. Make me feel like I'm afraid of you. Chapter 49. Something big happened in the company. Lin Xian got up at 8 o'clock the next day. After waking up, Lin Xian felt full of energy and could deal with all those troublemakers. I took out my phone and checked the news. Late last night, a violent group fight broke out in a hotel in this city. Witnesses recorded a video of the scene, which was quite violent. The patrol bureau then arrived at the scene and handled the situation. One of the men was seriously injured. 2 other women were also seriously injured. It is understood that the man was doing something unspeakable with the 2 women, and then someone broke into the room. Lin Xian looked at the picture and it was exactly what Lu Junwei looked like after being beaten. It seems that the Long family and the Shin family together can still do whatever they want. Lin Xian was about to continue watching when he received a call from Zhao Ingjun on his mobile. Lin Xian? Are you up? While eating breakfast, Lin Xian answered slowly. You're up, you're so early. Are you at the company? Zhao Jun spoke very quickly and was obviously very angry. I'm almost there. Come find me right now, there's something wrong here. Something happened in the company? Lin Xian felt that it must be a serious matter. Zhao Jun actually asked him to go to the company to find her directly instead of picking him up on the way. This means that the matter is urgent and serious, and she must rush to the company to deal with it in time. Now the success or failure of the company is related to her future life and destiny. Okay, you go first, I'll be there soon. Lin Xian put away his phone, drank another glass of milk, and started walking out. 20 minutes later, Lin Xian drove the Lamborghini to the underground parking lot of CBD. When getting off the car, Lin Xian carefully looked at several parking spaces of MX Company. Zhao Jun's car was parked there, it seemed that he had arrived. Lin Xian swiped his card all the way upstairs, and then entered the company under everyone's strange looks. The fact that Zhao Jun found Lin Xian as her boyfriend naturally could not escape the eyes and mouths of these most gossipy white-collar workers in the city center. Some people who met Lin Xian politely bowed their heads and called out, "Morning, Mr. Lin." After entering the president's office, Zhao Jun paced back and forth with a can of soda in his hand, looking very irritable. Drinking too much carbonated drinks is not good. Lin Xian went over and took the soda from her hand. Zhao Jun glanced at him and felt that this man's calmness was also contagious to herself. Something happened. Do you know Zhang Zixuan? Lin Xian smiled. She's a popular star, and a beautiful one at that. Her ads are everywhere on the streets. Even if I'm deaf, I should have heard of her. Zhao Jun nodded. Very good. She has been in a car accident and it has caused a lot of trouble. Besides, she is the spokesperson for our company. After a pause, Zhao Jun said pessimistically. Probably not anymore. Lin Xian understood. If you want to go public, you must meet certain qualifications and conditions. For example, the company's financial reports for the past 3 years must be profitable. MX Fashion Company had good performance in the past 2 years, but in the first 3 quarters of this year, due to Lei Haolong's various disruptions, the performance was rather bleak. If we fail to turn a profit in the 4th quarter, all the efforts of the previous 3 years will be in vain. Zhao Jun approached Zhang Zixuan obviously to build momentum for the new product and boost sales. Lei Haolong did it, right? If something happened at this time, the person who would benefit the most, apart from his competitors, would be Lei Haolong, the fiancé whom Zhao Jun was unwilling to acknowledge. Zhao Jun glanced at Lin Xian dimly. Are you so sure? Lin Xian smiled. I helped you get rid of a traitor around you before, and we went on a date last night. Either of these touched Lei Haolong's reverse scale. It would be strange if he didn't retaliate. What's more, this Zhang Zixuan is one of the keys to whether your new product will become a hit after it is launched. Now that he has had a car accident, the timing is too coincidental. After hearing this, Zhao Jun put his hands behind his back and looked out the French window. I thought so too. The contract with Zhang Zixuan was originally a secret, and I thought it would not be discovered. Now it seems that the man is really terrible. In fact, this kind of thing would not be a big deal if she could use some family power, or even if her brother could help. But the problem is, now both the Zhao family and the Lei family are on Lei Haolong's side. Zhao Jun is fighting alone. If Lei Haolong used his family's power and violated the bet, both families would turn a blind eye. On the contrary, if it was her, it would definitely be considered an act of crossing the line and she would be declared the loser immediately. Zhao Jun secretly made up his mind, if you do the first day, why can't I do the 15th? Lin Xian, do you have any dirt on Lei Haolong? This was why she asked Lin Xian to come over quickly. It is a fact that Zhang Zixuan was hit. It was impossible for Lin Xian to confront Lei Haolong head-on. Now she had only one idea, to make sure Lei Haolong had no peace. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Black material? Zhao Jun turned around and said seriously. Yes, this is black material that can ruin his reputation immediately. Lin Xian smiled and went over to hold Zhao Jun's hand. Of course I have some dirt on Lei Haolong. And it's a very deadly kind. Zhao Jun's heart beat faster and he immediately pulled his hand away. If you have any, just say it, don't touch me. Lin Xian did not say anything, but sat on the sofa and gave Zhao Jun a meaningful look. Zhao Jun seemed to know something, sat down in the boss chair, and prepared to take out the checkbook. Name your price. It must be money. This man who was obsessed with money. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian rejected her directly. I'm sorry, I have it, but I can't give it to you. Zhao Yingjun stopped and stared at Lin Xian. Why? You won't help me? Could it be that Lei Haolong's stalking last night scared him out of his wits? Lin Xian said calmly. Giving you his dirty laundry now won't solve the problem directly, and it will have the opposite effect. Once this dirty laundry gets out, it goes without saying that the Lei family will protect him. The Zhao family would love for you to get married soon, and they will help him, too. Zhao Yingjun was stunned. Lin Xian stood up and said as he walked. It's possible that they will lose all respect and tear up the bet directly, forcing you to marry them. Then, not only will you not get revenge, but you will also have to apologize to the Li family for this behavior. Unless you tell me that you can directly resist the joint stranglehold of the Lei family and the Li family, I won't tell you. I won't do a business that loses money. Zhao Yingjun fell silent, clenching his teeth tightly. These words are very true. She was indeed impulsive, and Lei Haolong was indeed not so easy to deal with. After calming down, Zhao Yingjun began to look at the information. Lin Xian asked. Baby, do you want me to help you? Chapter 50. All men are like this. Zhao Yingjun raised his head. You help me? Do you know what I'm going to do next? There was a coldness and even disdain in his words. Although they had kissed last night, Zhao Yingjun still maintained a strong distance in work. This is Zhao Yingjun's character and also her way of thinking. A private detective is, at best, a capable information dealer. What else can he do except using black material to make trouble? Besides, there were only two of them now, so there was no need for Zhao Yingjun to continue playing the couple role-playing game. Lin Xian pointed to the information in her hand. You're looking for a new spokesperson, right? Zhang Zixuan was in a car accident, so she will not be able to participate in the next endorsement activities. The top priority now is to find a replacement as soon as possible. An artist who also has huge traffic and will not easily go viral. Zhao Yingjun hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes, but how can you help? Do you have any other ways in this regard besides intelligence? Lin Xian showed a mysterious smile. As for making money, I won't ask what kind of business it is. Besides, I'm a private detective and I have many employers in the entertainment industry. As long as you make a request and can afford the money, I can help you find any kind of person. Lin Xian almost believed this bullshit. But Lin Xian does have this confidence. When you talk to someone about cooperation, you are playing with human nature. He can know the other party's dark history, which is half the battle won. As long as he applies it flexibly, what star would not obey? After all, people in the entertainment industry have too many dark histories. After listening to it, Zhao Yingjun also felt that it made some sense. It is very normal for people in the entertainment industry to hire private detectives. If Lin Xian really has a connection, things might turn around. But the ones she is eyeing right now are all big names. Is Lin Xian really sure? Facing Lin Xian's confident smile, Zhao Yingjun said a name. Hiyuchi, is this okay? Hiyuchi, a popular female star, is only 23 years old and has already won 2 film awards. She was previously an all-round artist who was involved in film, television and music, but she had always been tepid before her debut. It was not until last year that she starred in the movie Our Little Times that she really came into the public eye. That movie was terrible, but Hiyuchi contributed phenomenal acting skills in it, which made her even more dazzling against the backdrop of a group of popular stars. The movie's rating is only 4.7 points, and netizens said that the 4.6 points were given because of Hiyuchi's acting skills. From then on, she became an instant hit and won numerous awards. Since then, Hiyuchi has filmed several movies with good reputation and box office. Now she has become one of the top actresses in China and a hot star. Hiyuchi obviously exceeded Zhao Yingjun's expectations and was a very suitable candidate. At first, Zhao Yingjun also thought about looking for her, but his company was not famous enough, so he was rejected directly. Hiyuchi's schedule must be full now, so the hope is definitely slim. Okay. I'll go find it. Lin Xian agreed very readily. Zhao Yingjun leaned back in the boss chair and said suspiciously. Can you really find it? How long will it take? She really didn't expect that Lin Xian would agree so readily. If it takes a month or half a month, then it won't be very meaningful. It will be difficult for your company to survive by then. Lin Xian smiled. One day is enough. Zhao Yingjun felt that Lin Xian was making fun of her. One day? Do you know Hiyuchi? Could it be that Hiyuchi had really hired Lin Xian to do something? But even so, it was impossible for them to have such a close relationship. Lin Xian shook his head. No, I don't. Now Zhao Jun was even more certain that Lin Xian was joking. What do you want to do? What are you talking about if I don't know you? Lin Xian smiled and said. I said I don't know him, but I didn't say I can't know him, right? Give me a day to do it, and prepare to sign the contract tomorrow. Zhao Jun took a deep breath and resisted the urge to call Lin Xian a psychopath. I'm warning you, you can choose not to help, but don't make things more complicated. It turns out that all kinds of men have a problem, they love to brag. What Lin Xian boasted about this time was of the kind that was completely irreversible. Lin Xian still smiled. Just give me 1 day, that's enough. Zhao Jun looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with disappointment. Go out, I'll figure it out myself. In just 1 day, a popular movie star changed his schedule and became the spokesperson for an unknown cosmetics brand. This in itself is a fantasy. Zhao Jun didn't want to continue wasting time with Lin Xian. Lin Xian also knew that Zhao Jun believed this was an impossible task. However, turning the impossible into the possible is often the most shocking thing. Lin Xian stretched out a finger. 10 million. As long as you are willing to pay this money, I will let Hiyuchi wait for you in your office tomorrow. Zhao Jun did not answer. She no longer wanted to continue talking to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was helpless and said, If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Bet. Another bet. Zhao Jun already hated this word deeply. Because of the bet, she is now standing on the opposite side of Lei Haolong and even the Lei family and the Zhao family, and she is also carrying a heavy bet on her shoulders. Zhao Jun covered his forehead. Bet? You say, I can bet on anything, as long as you stop bothering me. Lin Xian said. Let's bet on whether I can get Hiyuchi to show up in your office and sign an endorsement contract with you. If I lose, I'm willing to give you 20 million. When Zhao Jun heard this, he felt that it was indeed not a loss. Having 20 million was better than having nothing. Okay, so you win? Lin Xian blinked. I want to win a promise from you. Zhao Jun said vigilantly. Promise? Not too much, right? Lin Xian smiled and said. It's not too much. Just promise not to be jealous. Huh? What do you mean? Zhao Jun didn't understand what Lin Xian was saying at first. Lin Xian smiled and said. That is, if I have another woman and I am close to her, you are not allowed to be jealous. Just promise this. Zhao Jun was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Xian as if he was mentally retarded. Did you go out without taking your medicine this morning? Why would I be jealous of you? What a joke. We are not really a couple, and I am not interested in your private affairs. You can find whoever you want. Lin Xian shrugged. That's what you're saying now, but I want this. Just tell me whether you want to gamble or not. Just because you're not jealous now doesn't mean you won't be jealous in the future. Zhao Jun was really a little annoyed. Okay. I'll take the bet. Are you satisfied? Can we go now? Lin Xian nodded and added. Okay. Oh, by the way, what I want is just a bet, and the reward of 10 million cannot be less. After saying that, Lin Xian strode out of the office. Zhao Jun shook his head. Oh, these men. Chapter 51. Relax, I don't want to go against you. After receiving 10 million from the finance department, Lin Xian left MX Company. Lin Xian sat in the Lamborghini and browsed his phone. After searching for Hiyuchi's information and looking at her photo, the system started to speak. Name, Hiyuchi. Age, 25. Phone number, 168x 4718. Dark history. 1. She was a little gangster when she was a student. She often participated in school bullying and was administratively punished for fighting. 2. He acted like a big shot and bullied newcomers on the set many times. 3. There is a financial sponsor named Zhou Tao, who is the second son of Donghai Imperial City Industrial. 4. Seduced the boyfriend of Agent Luo Lily. Lin Xian felt dizzy after watching this. The jewel of jade on the screen is actually a lustful woman. He is so lawless that he even faked his age. Zhou Tao? Lin Xian noticed this name in the dark history. If we have a financial backer, then it will be easy. System, if I want to see the details of Iyuchi's dark history, I have to look at this Zhou Tao. System. Received. Now here is Zhou Tao's personal information and dark history. Name, Zhou Tao. Age, 32. Phone number, 175x times x times 6099. Dark history. 1. He loves playing games and once used 5 million yuan of his company as funds to recharge and buy equipment. 2. He had a bad relationship with his brother Zhou Qi, who sent people to murder Zhou Tao many times. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Is the world of rich people so chaotic? Are there any normal people? However, after reading this information, Lin Xian already had a plan. He dialed Zhou Tao's number. Hello, who is this? There was the sound of keyboard typing on the other end of the phone. He should still be playing games there. Lin Xian said indifferently. Mr. Zhou, you are still using the family's money to play games. Aren't you afraid of being caught by your father? Zhou Tao on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then asked. Who are you? Lin Xian reported an address. Phoenix Hotel, let's meet up. Maybe I can help you a lot. After saying that, he hung up the phone immediately and drove towards Phoenix Hotel. He knew Zhou Tao would definitely go. He has a brother at home who wants to kill him, and now someone knows his dark secrets. Any normal person would be curious and panicked. Phoenix Hotel. The Phoenix Hotel is called a hotel, but in fact it is a famous place of entertainment among the wealthy circles in Donghai. The cheapest room here costs more than 5 figures per night, so ordinary people can't afford it. There are complete entertainment facilities inside, and most of them are leisure places. The hotel is surrounded by rows of lush artificial forests, and if you don't look closely you might think it is a park. Many paparazzi and passers-by have no chance to get in at all, because the woods are patrolled by security guards 24 hours a day. Many celebrities also use this place as a vacation spot. They also come here to meet their sponsors and have fun with them. When Lin Xian drove in the Lamborghini, the security guard didn't think much of it and just thought that he was some rich young man who came here to play. Standing at the door, Lin Xian took out his mobile phone and started reading the news, waiting for Zhou Tao's call. Not long after, Zhou Tao's call really came. I'm already here, where are you? The voice was very low, and it was obvious that the person was on guard against something. Lin Xian said. I'm at the door, wearing a white top and black bottom. Just come over, and you can decide where to chat. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a casual suit appeared. He didn't look old, the high-end suit matched his good figure and he looked handsome, but his dark circles were very noticeable. He looks like an office worker, and a bit like a fledgling salesperson, but not like a wealthy second-generation rich man or a boss. This is Zhou Tao, and there are 4 bodyguards behind him. Lin Xian greeted him. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Tao looked at Lin Xian with some surprise. You are the one who called me? I thought it was someone sent by my archenemy or my brother to test me. But Lin Xian looked sunny, handsome, and very young. How could he look like he was plotting something? If the voices weren't really similar, Zhou Tao really wouldn't have believed it. Lin Xian nodded. Of course I do. Time is running out. Where should we go to talk? Zhou Tao asked his men to order some dishes in a private room, and the group followed the waiter. The waiter smiled, opened the door, bowed and left. The box is very large and feels like a large conference room. However, there is only an antique table in the middle, and the furnishings in the house are all antique vases and landscape painting screens. Zhou Tao sat down and pointed to the chair in front of him. Sit down. Lin Xian glanced at Zhou Tao, sat down and said, Mr. Zhou, I asked you to come here today because I want to ask for your help with something. But I think you must have a lot of things to ask me, why don't you tell me first? Zhou Tao's eyes were always on Lin Xian. Who are you, and why do you know those things about me? Lin Xian was also straightforward. I'm a private investigator and I know a lot of things that people don't know. Zhou Tao was quite satisfied with this answer. It was not difficult to understand that a private detective knew his own dark secrets. Who sent you, then? Lin Xian laughed again. Don't worry, it's not your brother. Zhou Tao's expression changed. My brother? Why do you think I would suspect that you were sent by my brother? Lin Xian did not answer immediately, but pointed to his chest. Mr. Zhou, the scar on your chest was caused by someone your brother sent, right? The moment he saw Zhou Tao, Lin Xian used his X-ray vision to take a look and discovered a 5-centimeter-long scar on his chest. Zhou Tao was even more surprised. He had been attacked by a killer sent by his brother before, and was stabbed in the chest. Huancheng Industry actually started out as a smuggler a long time ago, specializing in reselling second-hand home appliances and cars from abroad into China. In an era of material scarcity, they made a fortune. Zhou Tao's father is the founder of Imperial City. He is a very chivalrous man, similar to Deng Gaoge. The difference is that Deng Gaoge has not been involved in so many illegal things before, so he can be whitewashed and appear in the public eye with great fanfare. The Zhou family is not so lucky, they can only make a fortune quietly. But because of this, the dark forest law is still used when starting a business. In short, as long as you have the ability, you can be the boss. As the second son in the family, Zhou Tao's fight with the eldest son, his brother, is a closely guarded secret. His elder brother wanted to kill him several times so that he could inherit the family business in the future. But Zhou Tao felt that this kind of family disgrace should not be made public, so he had been enduring it and trying his best to avoid more conflicts with his brother. Zhou Tao calmed down and asked, "How on earth do you know that?" Lin Xian took a sip of tea. "Mr. Zhou, relax. I'm not trying to go against you by mentioning this. Chapter 52. You are very brave." Zhou Tao didn't know whether to believe what Lin Xian said or not. It took less than 3 hours from the phone call to the meeting. Lin Xian has already revealed 2 big secrets that he doesn't want others to know. And he said he was a private detective, but how could such a young Lin Xian have so much energy to find this information? If there wasn't some big boss behind the scenes, he would never believe such a bizarre thing. Lin Xian said again, "Mr. Zhou, relax. I really mean no harm to you. As for you using the company's money to play games, I can understand that." Zhou Tao smiled bitterly and picked up the dish in front of him. "Understand? You can understand such a thing. You are indeed not an ordinary person. Don't you think I am a loser?" Lin Xian shook his head and said, "Your spending should be a fake spending. Or maybe you have to spend money." Zhou Tao put down his chopsticks and touched his chin. "Go on." Lin Xian continued. "You have a brother who wants to kill you all the time, and most of the other people in the family are on his side. If you still work hard and diligently every day to build your career and show too much ambition, wouldn't that be courting death?" After reading Zhou Tao's message, Lin Xian had already guessed something. Even if you spend your days playing games in a days like this, you can't avoid getting hurt. If he shows too much offensiveness, Zhou Tao won't live long. Only by acting like a mediocre person and letting his brother lower his guard would he still have a chance of survival. Lin Xian's words made Zhou Tao feel like he had found a soulmate. All along, everyone felt that he had given up on himself, indulging in the online world and supporting female celebrities. In fact, who knows that he has a lot of troubles? Seeing Zhou Tao's expression change, Lin Xian continued. "Mr. Zhou, you don't have to work so hard. Because your eldest brother also has a lot of scandals. Once they are exposed, your father and many elders will not tolerate him. Then you can naturally win this war of succession." Zhou Tao's father is old and is now worried about the issue of succession. Zhou Tao's elder brother is now the most popular figure in the family, but the old man always has confidence in his second son. This is why Zhou Tao's elder brother is clinging to Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao was moved. Lin Xian knows everything about himself, so how difficult would it be for him to know about his brother's affairs? But he understood that there was no free lunch in the world. Zhou Tao asked, "So what's your price?" He had already guessed why Lin Xian asked him to come here. "Maybe it's just to make a deal with myself?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "Actually, I've also run into a problem. I hope Mr. Zhou can help me." Zhou Tao knocked on the table and smiled. "With your great abilities, are you still having difficulties?" Lin Xian pretended to sigh helplessly. "To be honest, my woman's company is in trouble." "What's the trouble?" "Her product is about to be released, but the spokesperson she hired was in a car accident today and can no longer continue the cooperation." Zhou Tao thought for a moment and asked, "Is it such a coincidence? Someone screwed you?" Zhou Tao, who grew up in an environment of intrigue and deception, smelled a hint of conspiracy from these few words. Lin Xian sighed and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhou is really smart." "Yes, he was tricked. There are many reasons. You know what happened, right?" Zhou Tao nodded. It was a very normal thing to be hindered by rivals when doing business. But he didn't intend to ask too much, it had nothing to do with him. So what do you want to do through me? Lin Xian said simply. It's simple. I know that Mr. Zhou has some connections in the entertainment industry, so I want to ask you for someone. Zhou Tao nodded. That was right. He now felt much more relaxed chatting with Lin Xian. If you need a new agent, it's probably just a matter of finding a first or second tier female celebrity. If this can get me some negative information about my brother, then it would be a real bargain. But he still needs to be careful. What does your woman's company do? Lin Xian replied. As a cosmetics manufacturer, we mainly promote high-end products, so the spokesperson cannot be of too low a standard. Zhou Tao poured a cup of tea. I understand. This isn't difficult. He doesn't even look down on low-quality female celebrities, so the ones he knows and supports are all those with some fame. Zhou Tao asked again. Then may I ask, what is the name of your woman's company? He wanted to confirm one last time whether Lin Xian was lying to him or had some other purpose. Lin Xian replied calmly. MX Fashion. Zhou Tao took out his cell phone to see if he could find any relevant information. Lin Xian didn't care too much about it. If he wanted to check, he could do so. A minute later, Zhou Tao's expression changed. MX Fashion? Are you sure you said it right? That's right. What's wrong? The boss of MX Fashion is Zhao Jun. Lin Xian spread out his hands. Yeah, that's right. Zhou Tao took a deep breath. Your woman is Zhao Jun? Are you kidding? He knew very well who Zhao Jun was. The famous ice goddess in the East China Sea, the aloof female president, the eldest daughter of the famous Zhao family, and the domineering female president among domineering female presidents. Zhou Tao smiled in silence. Zhao Jun has a man? I heard that the Zhao family is planning to form an alliance with the Lei family. And the marriage partner is Lei Haolong from the Lei family. Although Lei Haolong has a bad reputation, people are still afraid of him. Lin Xian directly said that he was Zhao Jun's man. Maybe he thought his life was too long. Just when Lin Xian was about to answer, Zhao Jun called. Lin Xian picked it up and said, Hey, Jun, what are you doing? I'm busy. At this time, Zhou Tao on the opposite side gave him a concerned look. Lin Xian suddenly realized, Zhao Jun's call came at the right time. What a great assist. Zhao Jun asked. You're at the Phoenix Hotel? Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. Yeah, I'm here, talking about something. How did Zhao Jun know? Zhao Jun was a little angry. You took my money and went there to squander it? Or did you go there to look for some celebrity and try to contact Hiyuchi in a crooked way? Lei Haolong called me. Do you know what he said about you? Oh, that's what Lei Haolong said. It seems that he is following me everywhere. The essence of Phoenix Hotel is a golden house where rich people hide their mistresses. Zhao Jun had just taken another sum of money from the company. With Lei Haolong adding fuel to the fire, it would be hard for him not to think of something crooked. Lin Xian coughed and said. Lei Haolong can say whatever he wants, I don't care. Also, I want to raise our bet. Zhao Jun was stunned. Raise? What? Chapter 53 Lin Xian is really too brave. Lin Xian said directly. Jun, let me tell you, you suspected that I was messing around at the Phoenix Hotel because of Lei Haolong's rumors. This makes me very unhappy. So I want to raise the stakes. The two words Jun were emphasized by Lin Xian. Zhao Jun was really angry and amused. Okay, what do you want to bet on? Lin Xian said. Whoever loses will kneel down and admit his mistake, how about that? When Zhao Jun heard that he had to kneel down, his temper flared up. Okay. You want to die clearly, I'll help you do it. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Xian also threw his phone aside and muttered. Humph. You are ignorant. Zhou Tao on the opposite side was already stunned. Brother, is this how you usually talk to Zhao Jun? He had never met Zhao Jun, but judging from her reputation and status, a woman like this could only be coaxed, right? How could one confront her directly like this? Lin Xian was still criticizing Lei Haolong on the phone. This is equivalent to ignoring two of the most difficult people in the East China Sea at the same time. You say you have no background, but does anyone in your family fly tanks or planes? Zhou Tao began to trust Lin Xian more. There is no other reason. Just based on how arrogant he is, he must have a lot of capital. And before this, Lin Xian had already demonstrated his extraordinary strength. Then, Zhou Tao raised his teacup. Brother, come on, drink something first, don't get angry and ruin your health. You just said you wanted to make a bet, and you wanted to raise the stakes? What was the bet? After drinking the tea, Lin Xian said. Oh, isn't it the same thing I just talked about? Her company is in trouble, and I wanted to help her, but she said Lei Haolong was behind it. By the way, you know Lei Haolong, right? Of course Zhou Tao knew who Lei Haolong was, so he nodded. Lei Haolong has a notable characteristic, which is that no one likes him and everyone treats him as a bastard. But you still have to serve this bastard. Even if you are not afraid of him, you have to avoid him, otherwise you will never live in peace in this life. It is an open secret that Lei Haolong is picking on Zhao Yingjun. Moreover, Lei Haolong has said in public more than once that Zhao Yingjun is his woman, and he will not let go any man who dares to have bad thoughts. Zhou Tao seemed to understand something and asked, was Lei Haolong also responsible for the spokesperson matter? Lin Xian nodded. That's him. Lei Haolong is just like that. He only cares about the result and not the reason. He only wants to live and doesn't want to let others live. This spokesperson has suffered an unexpected disaster. Then, Lin Xian glanced at his phone with emotion. Yingjun didn't want me to get involved, maybe to protect me. After all, it's not surprising that an unstable factor like Lei Haolong would do anything. Zhou Tao nodded in agreement. Lin Xian slapped the table again, stared at Zhou Tao and said. However, no matter how excessive Lei Haolong is, I will ignore him. But he must not touch my woman. If he is not satisfied with Yingjun being with me, he should come to me, right? I will never let him go if he uses such despicable means. So, I made a bet with Yingjun that I could definitely solve this trouble. Zhou Tao was moved. He immediately raised his teacup. Good. Well said. A man of integrity and loyalty is a real man. For a long time, Zhou Tao has been too tied to practical interests and rejected by his brothers. He no longer dared to hope for the so-called true love. But in Lin Xian's story, such true feelings are everywhere. If you don't help someone like this, are you still a human being? After drinking a cup of tea, Zhou Tao immediately said. Don't worry, brother. I'll take care of the spokesperson issue. Which celebrity or internet celebrity do you want? Lin Xian smiled and said. It's definitely not a big deal for you, Hiyuchi, is it? Zhou Tao was happy. I had supper with her the day before yesterday. Wait. Zhou Tao took out his cell phone and started looking for someone in the address book. Because there were so many women he kept, Zhou Tao had to enter their names to search. After waiting for a note with the message your baby Yuchi, Zhou Tao pressed the voice call button. Hey, Godfather? What do you want from me? Zhou Tao exchanged a few pleasantries with her and said. Okay, let me get down to business. You have to accept the advertising endorsement for my friend's company next, okay? Hiyuchi was a little surprised. Why, Godfather, my schedule is already booked until the middle of next year. This is not to question Zhou Tao. Without Zhou Tao as a financial sponsor and backer, Hiyuchi would not have been able to get the resources. So she was simply distressed about the liquidated damages she incurred after breaching the contract. Zhou Tao waved his hand. I'll pay the penalty. All you have to do is agree to it. Hiyuchi was even more puzzled. Which company could have such a grand appearance? Okay, I'll go. Which company is it? Zhou Tao said. MX Fashion Company in Donghe. At this time, Zhou Tao asked Lin Xian in front of him. Brother, when is it? Lin Xian replied. Tomorrow morning, the sooner the better. Zhou Tao nodded and conveyed the time and place. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Tao shook his phone. Brother, it's all done. Just prepare to sign the contract tomorrow. Lin Xian nodded. Mr. Zhou is indeed reliable. Since Master Zhou is so understanding, I can't let him work for free. Zhou Tao helped him, so in return, Lin Xian naturally had to give him something he wanted. That was something unknown about his brother. Of course, there is another consideration. Zhou Tao is a man who can endure and bend and stretch, which are standard traits for people who do great things. He just said that he can pay the penalty for breach of contract. You have to know that it is not uncommon for a first-line movie star to earn hundreds of millions for endorsement fees. If he breaches the contract, he will have to pay 2 or 3 times the amount. But Zhou Tao chose to handle it all by himself. This goes beyond helping. Lin Xian could sense that Zhou Tao was taking the initiative to make friends with him. Zhou Tao became energetic again. Is Lin Xian going to talk about his brother? Lin Xian opened his mouth and said, "Once the arrow is shot, it cannot be retrieved. Mr. Zhou, if you help me, you are also going against Lei Haolong. Have you thought about the consequences?" Zhou Tao fell silent. Indeed, if the car accident was really caused by Lei Haolong, then he would never give up in order to achieve his goal. Since Zhou Tao helped MX and Lin Xian, it was really a slap in the face to Lei Haolong. He had thought about this, too. Zhou Tao slammed the table hard. What is Lei Haolong? He is just the eldest son of a prominent family. But this is not an excuse for him to bully others. I will definitely seek justice. Don't worry, brother. If he dares to mess around, I, Zhou Tao, will be the first to disagree. Lin Xian was very satisfied and felt that he could come up with a piece of explosive news. Chapter 54, A Good Brother Who Has Reborn. Lin Xian took a sip of tea and said with emotion, "I'm not saying anything, Mr. Zhou, but you haven't had an easy time these past few years. Not only has your brother always been targeting you, but your wife also died in an accident. This is also the information provided by the system." Just now, Lin Xian learned about Zhou Tao's shameful pass through the regret function. Pity. Zhou Tao once had a beloved wife who was pregnant and went to a hospital for a pregnancy checkup. As a result, a fire broke out in the hospital and Zhou Tao's wife died in the fire. So was the fire a pure accident? Only a fool would believe that. Through details of dark history, Lin Xian found out the dark history of Zhou Tao's brother Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi's black history is much more serious. He also committed arson, murder, rape and looting. One of the passages says, he once bribed a nurse named Luo Yu to set fire to the hospital where she worked, killing 3 people and injuring more than 20 people, including his sister-in-law. After checking the details, Lin Xian also knew the basic information of Luo Yu. Her biggest dark history is this arson incident. Even though they have killed so many people, they are still as strong as a rock and are still thriving. This shows how outrageous Zhou Qi's arrogance are. At this moment, Zhou Tao felt a pang of pain in his heart. No matter how his brother bullied him, he dared not say a word. Only his beloved wife is his Achilles heel. Brother Lin, how much do you know? In that hospital accident, the investigation results announced to the public showed that the fire was caused by aging circuits. But Zhou Tao could never accept it. He also suspected his brother, but was criticized by the elders in the family, saying that he was jealous of his brother's favor and put himself in an unfavorable situation. But Zhou Tao did not give up. He firmly believed that the mastermind behind this was his brother. But many years have passed and he still has no evidence. Now that Lin Xian brought it up on his own initiative, could it be that he has an idea? Lin Xian nodded, took out his cell phone and sent the cell phone number of Luo Yu that he knew to Zhou Tao. After a ding sound, Zhou Tao's mobile phone received a message. Zhou Tao opened it and found only a mobile phone number inside. Lin Xian put away his phone and said seriously, "If you follow this number, you will definitely get something. But you still have to prevent your brother from finding out. I don't need to teach you how to do it, right?" Zhou Tao is not a mediocre person, nor is he the good-for-nothing rich second generation who is addicted to games and keeps mistresses as the outside world believes. The fact that he was able to lie dormant for many years and still conceal his ambitions is enough to show how cunning he is. Zhou Tao's hands kept shaking. Then he couldn't help covering his face with his hands and started crying. 10 years. The woman he loved most and his own flesh and blood died inexplicably. Such pain and humiliation finally gave him a chance to get closer to the truth and get an answer. He couldn't control himself. He was so desperate and hopeless that he wanted to commit suicide. Since life is so useless and boring, you might as well spend time with your loved one. But he knew that it was not that he didn't want to die, but that he couldn't die. The best solution is to let the truth come out and let Zhou Qi be punished. If I die, then my wife and children will have died in vain. A hand was placed on his shoulder and a tissue was handed to him. Lin Xian said calmly, "Mr. Zhou, there is still time for everything. Now is not the time to cry. It will not be too late to wait until your wife and children are avenged." Zhou Tao raised his head and looked at Lin Xian with very complicated eyes. There is gratitude, confusion, and shock. How great is the energy and power of this young man? Lin Xian smiled and sat down next to him, saying, "If you have any inconvenience, you can also tell me. Deng Gaoge is my friend and will help me in some way." "Deng Gaoge?" Zhou Tao called out, "He is your friend?" Deng Gaoge's reputation in the East China Sea is well known. Being Deng Gaoge's friend is like becoming sworn brothers with God in the East China Sea. Lin Xian is still so young, why? Suddenly, Zhou Tao remembered something and immediately asked, "Could it be you who was whispering with Deng Gaoge at the Water Master yesterday?" The fact that Deng Gaoge beat his wife in front of everyone last night and chatted with a young man has become a hot topic among the wealthy circle. Young, mysterious, and friends with Deng Gaoge. Zhou Tao felt that Lin Xian fit the bill perfectly. Lin Xian nodded generously. "Yes, I am." Zhou Tao leaned back in his chair and said with some emotion, "Sure enough, brother, you are not an ordinary person." No matter how many impossibilities there are, they all become possible for Lin Xian. He couldn't help but be shocked, and couldn't help but surrender. Then he filled a cup of tea, raised it, and said to Lin Xian, "Brother Lin, if you can really reveal the truth about the unjust death of my wife and children, you will be my real brother from now on. And you will be my brother again. A brother who gave birth to you again. This sounds weird." Lin Xian patted his shoulder. "You help me, and I help you, but these words are too formal." Zhou Tao stood up and said, "Okay, I'm leaving now. I'll tell you if there's anything I can do for you. If you have any trouble, I can help you. I'll be crushed to pieces." After saying that, Zhou Tao put the phone into his pocket and left in a hurry. Lin Xian looked at his departing back and found it a little funny. It wasn't Zhou Tao who was funny, it was the fact that he suddenly had two half-brothers. After Zhou Tao finds Luo Yu, he will definitely be able to find enough evidence to accuse Zhou Qi. Several lives were lost. If the authorities knew about this, they would not let this cruel mad dog go. By then, it will be self-evident who the Zhou family will choose as the heir. Zhou Tao and Deng Gaoge will follow his lead from now on. Lin Xian smiled. "What? It's easy to be the underground emperor of the East China Sea." At this time, the system sounded a prompt again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully helping others through the Black History system. This time you are rewarded with a new skill, please check it out. The host obtains the skill Observe the Expression. Observe words and moods. After using this skill on a target person, you can obtain the other person's thoughts for 2 minutes. When used on the same person, the skill cooldown time is 60 minutes. Note, when skills are upgraded, the cooling time will be reduced accordingly, please give more effort. Lin Xian laughed out loud. Isn't this equivalent to mental perspective? Although it is only 2 minutes, the cooling time is not short. However, in some important occasions, knowing the other person's psychology for even 1 minute can change a lot of things. Lin Xian felt that this skill was really practical. Dark history can only know the past, but now he can know what a person is thinking at this moment. Lin Xian was not in a hurry to leave. After having a good meal, he slowly took out his cell phone. At this time, of course I have to call Zhao Yingjun. Chapter 55, Flowers wither and bloom all over the sky. The matter has been resolved satisfactorily, so of course Lin Xian has to tell Zhao Yingjun the good news. By the way, let her fulfill the bet. Lin Xian didn't plan to go to Zhao Yingjun's company again. After all, it's not good to ask people to kneel in their own company, right? But Iyuchi will definitely show up at MX company tomorrow, so calling now will allow Zhao Yingjun to prepare in advance. Beep, beep, beep. The number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Lin Xian was a little confused. Since there is such a long prompt tone, it means the call is connected. If the call cannot be connected, it means it has been rejected. Good man, you have such a bad temper? Lin Xian shook his head, feeling that Zhao Yingjun was really too girly in front of him. This is a good thing, it means you are special. Suddenly, a text message alert sounded. It was sent by Zhao Yingjun. I'm in a meeting. Another meeting. Lin Xian thought so too. After all, such a big thing happened to MX, it was normal to hold a meeting to organize countermeasures. But Zhao Yingjun never imagined that her troubles had been solved. It's normal for Zhao Yingjun to be confused. Lin Xian started talking about making a bet and took out 10 million, but the next second he appeared in a place like the Phoenix Hotel. If you could imagine that Lin Xian is working hard to deal with the current troubles, and has successfully solved them, and solved them so beautifully. That's what's wrong. Lin Xian showed a satisfied smile. This is good. The more Zhao Yingjun can't think of his own way of doing things, the less he knows his own abilities. Then there is a sense of mystery. When she knows everything tomorrow, she will be even more surprised, and the sense of mystery will be even stronger. There is also a game of chess in relationships between men and women, and this sense of mystery is a very important bargaining chip. Only with mystery can there be attraction. The more mysterious a person is, the more he can give surprises to others, and the more advantages he will have. Lin Xian began to wonder if Zhao Yingjun would kneel before him, pinch her ears, and say to him in a delicate voice like a wronged young wife, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Interesting, really interesting. After Lin Xian had eaten, he started walking out of the hotel. As he walked, he called Zhao Yingjie again. "Hey, brother-in-law, how does it feel to be a snitch?" Zhao Yingjie's tone was not intimidating either. "Humph, what are you doing in a place like the Phoenix Hotel? Don't you have any idea? I'm telling you, no matter whether you and my sister are real or fake, if you dare to do anything to insult my sister's reputation, Lei Haolong doesn't need to do anything, I will deal with you myself." This Zhao Yingjie is really a crazy man who protects his sister. "When Zhao Yingjun is conquered by me, you will have to kneel down and sing "Conquer" for me." Lin Xian yawned. Okay, I'm so scared. But you'd better save your breath. If you run into the people who are following me by Lei Haolong, I won't care if you two start fighting. After saying that, he hung up the phone. After driving away from the Phoenix Hotel, it was almost afternoon. The city center was beginning to usher in the rush hour after get-off work, and a large number of cars began to move slowly on the road. Lin Xian didn't have anything urgent to do, so he was not in a hurry. He listened to songs leisurely on the car stereo while looking at the clouds in the distant sky. At this moment, several cars in front of the left attracted Lin Xian's attention. After turning his head to observe, Lin Xian discovered that a whole convoy of cars had appeared nearby. From Mercedes-Benz business vehicles to Mercedes-Benz off-road vehicles, we have everything. In the middle of the Mercedes-Benz is a rose-red Rolls-Royce, which stands out among the many black Mercedes-Benz. This is no longer about showing off, but about telling everyone who sees them, "I am rich, don't mess with me." Lin Xian was a little curious. Whose convoy was this? He turned on his X-ray vision and wanted to see who was sitting in the Les Laus. Just by looking at it, Lin Xian couldn't help but be stunned. There was only a woman and a cat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. The woman's profile looks like a masterpiece carved by gods, and it's hard to think of words to describe her beauty. Her eyes sparkle like gemstones, and her hands stroking a cat are like rare jade in the world. Although she is not as attractive to Lin Xian as Zhao Yingjun, if Zhao Yingjun's appearance is rated 10, this woman can be rated 9.4. After seeing her face, Lin Xian naturally knew the woman's information and dark history. Name, Xu Yayun. Age, 24. Phone number, 188XXXX0781. Dark history. 1. In order to find a place to express my feelings, I secretly built a social app called. I published a lot of second-year remarks and novels, but no one has noticed it so far. 2. Xu Yayun's parents are typical control freaks. They regard her as their most perfect work, so they monitor her everywhere and often interfere with her life plans, but Xu Yayun never wants to show these. 3. Xu Yayun is a masochist. Hiss. Lin Xian felt a little overwhelmed. He has now basically analyzed Xu Yayun's general characteristics. He's just a repressed person who has been exploited by his family for too long. Being reserved and flamboyant is not a derogatory term, at least Lin Xian doesn't think being reserved and flamboyant is a sin. However, the difference between Xu Yayun and Zhao Yingjun was also revealed. The external image of both women is that of strong women. Zhao Yingjun's strength comes from the inside out. Even though Lin Xian has amazed her several times, she has not completely surrendered, because she is strong-willed. But Xu Yayun is completely different. She was forced to be strong. As long as she was not bound by her family, she became a good girl and even enjoyed being abused. From this perspective, Zhao Yingjun is better. But Lin Xian still felt that something needed to happen between him and Xu Yayun. After all, the Chu family has good connections and influence. He had heard of the Chu family's reputation before. They were in the internet business, involved in popular fields such as games, social networking, and payments. The Chu family has also made achievements in communication technology and has cooperated with several international and domestic mobile phone manufacturers. Since we have the chance to meet today, why should we waste this opportunity? Lin Xian took out his cell phone, intending to flirt with this seemingly aloof rich girl. But before sending the text message, he did one thing. When Chu Yayun's Rolls Royce passed by him, Lin Xian honked the horn. The sudden loud noise attracted the attention of the people in the Chu family convoy, including Chu Yayun. Chu Yayun looked over and found that Lin Xian had rolled down the car window and was smiling at her. Because of her upbringing, Chu Yayun politely smiled back and immediately pulled up the sunshade in the car. She didn't want to be stared at by strange men, nor did she like having any interactions with people of unknown origin. The Lamborghini that Lin Xian drives shows his strength, but so what? Chu Yayun has been surrounded by such rich kids since she was a child, and she doesn't take them seriously at all. But her phone soon rang with a text message from an unfamiliar number. After clicking it, Chu Yayun was so surprised that she almost stood up, and the British shorthair on her legs was so scared that she crawled to the ground. Hello, flowers are blooming all over the sky. You are much prettier than in the news. Come on and update. Chapter 56. Where there is light there is darkness. Flowers bloom and fade, filling the sky. This is her ID. And it is the ID used in my own app. Chu Yayun attaches great importance to protecting her privacy. She has been proficient in programming since she was a child. She developed a social app by herself and then anonymously handed it over to a third party to help operate it. So no one would know where she was, and the core data in the app was in her hands, so her secrets could be said to be as solid as a rock. But someone actually knew, and not only knew, but also accurately found her cell phone number and sent it to himself. What is going on with this text message? The text message also said that you are much more beautiful than in the news. It's as if the person who sent the text message had just seen what I look like and was now sending me a message to let me know. Suddenly, Lin Xian's smile appeared in her mind. Could it be him? Where are the people? Chu Yayun immediately opened the sunshade. But at this time, Lin Xian and his Lamborghini were no longer on the street. Everything that had just happened seemed like a dream, somewhat unreal, but it did happen. The female assistant in the driver's seat heard the noise and asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" Chu Yayun calmed down and said, "Nothing, just drive your car." The female assistant nodded. Yes. Chu Yayun took out her cell phone and started sending reply messages to Lin Xian. She had just one question. Who are you? Lin Xian was driving around when he received a text message. I replied to Chu Yayun. Ms. Chu, please rest assured that I have no ill intentions. I just like reading your words, that's all. I will also keep your secrets secret, don't worry. Lin Xian didn't want Chu Yayun to feel that he was threatening her. There will be no development between the two, let alone any substantial contact. The reason why he took the initiative to approach Chu Yayun was just to win the bet and the power behind Chu Yayun. Bite. It seems that Lin Xian's words did not reassure Chu Yayun. Soon, the second, third, and fourth text messages came one after another. Who are you? Why do you know that I am Hua Xia Hua Kai Hua Man Tian? What do you want? Why do you have my phone number? How much do you know about me? Lin Xian smiled helplessly. This woman, after all, you are the president of a company with hundreds of billions of assets, how come you can't keep your cool at all? Lin Xian didn't waste any time, but directly sent her 3 question marks. I just 1T reply, but I 1T let you think that I will do anything bad to you, nor can you be sure that I really have no ill will towards you. Go if you want, it's not my time that's wasted anyway. What Lin Xian is looking forward to next is for Zhao Yingjun to fulfill his bet. After Lin Xian got home, he practiced his fighting skills and then took a comfortable hot bath. Next, the bullets will just fly for a while. By the next day, the fate of many things and many people will be different. Lin Xian thought it was quite amazing that the fate and life trajectory of many people were changed because of a text message from him. At the same time, he gained beautiful women and hundreds of millions of wealth. Isn't this kind of life wonderful? The next morning, Zhao Yingjun arrived at the company early again. After a day-long meeting yesterday, executives racked their brains to brainstorm, but still couldn't come up with a suitable solution. The new product is about to be released. How can we continue like this? As for Lin Xian, Zhao Yingjun didn't have time to call in yesterday to ask him what was going on. She didn't take the bet with Lin Xian seriously. because she felt that Lin Xian was just bragging and making fun of herself. However, she felt happy when she thought that Lin Xian would have to kneel down and apologize to her after losing. You love to brag, don't you? I want to see how you pay for your arrogance. Sitting in the office, Zhao Yingjun received another call from Lei Haolong. Yingjun, how are you doing lately? Zhao Yingjun suppressed his anger and said. Lei Haolong, just speak frankly. You know exactly what you did, so don't be so rude. Lei Haolong smiled evilly and said. I didn't do anything. I just wanted you to face the reality. If something can't be done, don't waste your efforts. You are my woman, and no one can change that. Zhao Yingjun slammed the table. Lei Haolong. You're dreaming. I'd rather die than marry you. These were the words she said due to her competitive spirit and self-esteem. If she really lost in a normal competition, she would have no regrets and no complaints. But Lei Haolong used all these despicable means to force me to submit, so I can never expect to get her sincere approval in this life. Lei Haolong smiled coldly. Yingjun, what's the point of saying this? Our marriage is an inevitable trend, and you are just trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. You've got nothing left to compete with me by bringing in a worthless piece of trash. You've really run out of tricks. Zhao Yingjun's eyebrows were raised. You mean Lin Xian? What do you want? Could it be that Lei Haolong is not only going to attack himself, but is also going to start threatening Lin Xian? As soon as she said this, she herself felt a little strange. Since when did I start to worry about Lin Xian's safety? Lei Haolong laughed. What do I want? Is that kind of trash worth my effort? He's just a gigolo, you should think about how to get rid of him. Our marriage cannot have such a stain. The more Zhao Yingjun thought about it, the angrier he got, so he just hung up the phone. Lei Haolong, you bastard. After cursing, Zhao Yingjun started to get anxious again. Because I really have no other way to resist. But when Zhao Yingjun thought of Lei Haolong's smug and ugly face, he felt so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. A group of special visitors came to the office building where MX Company is located. Hiyuchi appeared at the bottom of the elevator wearing big sunglasses and a gorgeous high-end dress. Beside her, there were two tall men who served as bodyguards and assistants. They kept an eye on the surroundings to prevent paparazzi from secretly photographing her. Hiyuchi was a little nervous. Because Zhou Tao told her that no matter how important the matter was, she had to turn it down today and come to MX Company to sign the contract. There can't be any mistakes. What exactly is the reason that makes Zhou Tao force himself like this? Chapter 57. Lin Xian really succeeded. Hiyuchi walked all the way to the floor where MX Company was located. Judging from the company's decoration style, it is indeed of a certain level. However, Hiyuchi didn't see why Zhou Tao was so serious. Zhou Tao said that this was the company of his good brother's woman and the spokesperson contract must be signed. If anything went wrong, Zhou Tao would immediately turn against her. Hiyuchi was both afraid and confused, so when she came to the front desk, she asked questions very carefully. Hello, I'd like to see your boss. Is she there? The lady at the front desk saw Hiyuchi's dress and the bodyguards behind her, and she did not dare to neglect him. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? Hiyuchi thought everything had been arranged, so she said. There should be. My last name is He. You can check it out. The lady at the front desk immediately started looking through it. However, there were only meetings in Zhao Yingjun's schedule, and no meetings were scheduled. I'm sorry, Miss He, our president doesn't seem to have any relevant appointments. No reservation? Hiyuchi was even more puzzled. How is this possible? Zhou Tao takes it so seriously, which means the matter is urgent, so his brothers should also have made arrangements. How come there is no appointment? Hiyuchi continued to ask patiently. No way, I was introduced by your boss's friend, Mr. Lin. Can you check it out? Zhou Tao also told her Lin Xian's name. Although she had never heard of this person, it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person since Zhou Tao called him brother. The lady at the front desk shook her head. I'm sorry, I really didn't find it. She guessed that the Mr. Lin that Hiyuchi was talking about was Lin Xian, but in the eyes of the employees, Lin Xian was just a gigolo found by Zhao Yingjun, so they didn't take it too seriously. Then can you please call your boss? I do have something to discuss with her. The lady at the front desk looked at the time and said with a wry smile. I'm sorry, the president must be in a meeting right now, I dare not disturb him. Zhao Yingjuan's style of doing things is well known in the company. Right now Zhao Yingjun is getting mad about the spokesperson issue. Who would dare to touch this bomb? But the lady at the front desk did not dare to let this mysterious guest down. How about Miss He, you sit in the reception room for a while. I'll go and notify the president after the meeting. Hiyuchi was so angry that her heart was about to explode. When had she ever been treated like this? No matter where you get an endorsement, even though you are the second party doing the work, the first party company will treat you like a god. Come here now, but still have to wait? But thinking about Zhou Tao's instructions, she swallowed it anyway. Okay, I'll go wait. In the conference room, Zhao Yingjun sat in the middle of a round table, with about 30 or 40 people sitting around the table. They are all administrators of MX company. In order to work together, they have all come forward to offer suggestions, but the progress is still not ideal. No, this method is not good either. Zhao Yingjun once again rejected the planning department's plan. The head of the planning department lowered his head and said nothing more. It's not that Zhao Yingjun is demanding. In order to catch up with the press conference, she has lowered her standards. Since there is no suitable spokesperson, just come up with some suitable event plans that can attract attention. But the problem is it's hard. Very hard. Lei Haolong's blockade and suppression of MX company can be said to be the largest in the history of Donghai's business. It is extremely difficult to find a suitable solution. Zhao Yingjun looked at the lifeless conference room and felt hopeless. It seems that this won't work. Zhao Yingjun closed his eyes, then opened them and looked at the people present. I gave you a salary that is above the industry average, is this all you can do? The company is in trouble now, and you have no solution at all? At this moment, she felt that Lin Xian's bragging was 100 times better than these people. At least someone dared to scold Lei Haolong in front of her and said that he could have a surprise trick. But the subordinates she had carefully trained had become alienated from her under the coercion and inducement of Lei Haolong. What a shame! No one present answered, they all stared at the table silently. Zhao Yingjun sighed and said, "Take a break for 15 minutes before returning to the meeting. Listen carefully, if we don't come up with a solution today, no one will be able to leave the company gate." After that, she stood up and started walking out the door. As soon as I went out, the lady at the front desk came to greet me immediately. "Mr. Zhao." Zhao Yingjun was feeling annoyed and answered casually. "What are you going to do? What is the receptionist doing here instead of staying at her post?" If this young lady didn't give her a satisfactory answer, Zhao Yingjun's anger would be unimaginable in the next second. The lady at the front desk said cautiously, "There is a lady named He waiting for you. She said she was introduced by Mr. Lin." "Miss He? Mr. Lin? Hiyuchi? Lin Xian?" Thinking of the bet with Lin Xian yesterday, Zhao Yingjun's mind instantly popped up the names of the two people. No way? Zhao Yingjun widened his eyes. Where are the people? The lady at the front desk was a little scared and pointed outside. In reception room A3. Zhao Yingjun walked out and said, "Lead the way. Quick." Impossible, impossible. Impossible, right? Did Lin Xian really call Hiyuchi over? Just one day since yesterday. But didn't Lin Xian spend the money at the Phoenix Hotel? How could he succeed? A series of questions kept appearing in Zhao Yingjun's mind. She wanted to call Lin Xian to confirm. But the moment she took out her cell phone, she began to hesitate again. If she loses the bet, she has to kneel down. And there was no time left. Zhao Yingjun took 2 steps at a time and reached the door of the reception room. Zhao Yingjun knocked on the door politely and then pushed it open. "Hello, Miss He." After the door opened, Hiyuchi, who was not wearing sunglasses, was browsing her phone. "Ms. Zhao?" Beautiful women always pay attention to each other. With all the gossip about Zhao Yingjun, it is impossible for Hiyuchi to ignore it. Hiyuchi was very surprised. "This company is yours, right? How could the eldest granddaughter of the Zhao family run such an unknown fashion design company?" When Zhao Yingjun saw that it was Hiyuchi, her heart beat faster. It's not because Hiyuchi is a big star, but because she knows Lin Xian won. The two beauties shook hands and then sat down. Hiyuchi looked at the naturally beautiful Zhao Yingjun with some envy, and lamented that it was a good thing that Zhao Yingjun planned to make a living with her talent, otherwise she might not have made it now. Zhao Yingjun asked carefully, Well, Miss He, why did you come to our company? Hiyuchi smiled and said. Ms. Zhao, from what you said, didn't Mr. Lin ask me to come here to be your spokesperson? Chapter 58. What's wrong with me saying 1 hour? Hiyuchi's words were like dropping a bomb in Zhao Yingjuan's mind. It's true. Lin Xian really did it. He really invited Hiyuchi over. Zhao Yingjun remained calm on the surface and asked. Did Lin Xian ask you to come? Hiyuchi nodded. Yes, that's right. He said your company was in need of endorsements, so I volunteered. I didn't expect that he would really give me this opportunity. This set of rhetoric was taught by Zhou Tao. Even though the financial sponsors and female stars in the entertainment industry do unpleasant things, they still want to save their face. It would be bad if we just said that it was Zhou Tao who called him, otherwise it would be spread out. Moreover, Zhou Tao intends to magnify Lin Xian's contribution. Hiyuchi was not invited. She came because she asked Lin Xian to come. Zhao Yingjuan's shoulders shook unconsciously. Another critical hit. What Hiyuchi said was self-recommendation. Oh my god, how powerful is Lin Xian? Zhao Yingjun smiled. Is that so? Thank you so much. Do you know the details of this endorsement? Hiyuchi shook her head. Mr. Lin said that everything will be up to you. As for the endorsement fee, I won't charge it. Zhou Tao had already paid the endorsement fee, and the free endorsement for MX was entirely out of consideration for Lin Xian. Just because Lin Xian helped him find Luoyu, the key witness, Zhou Tao felt that it was worth it no matter how much money he spent secretly. Free. If Zhao Yingjun didn't have a strong heart, he would have screamed out by now. Lin Xian, oh Lin Xian, how many more miracles are you going to create for me? This is Hiyuchi, a top domestic movie star and a hot celebrity. He is actually willing to endorse the product for free. If this gets out, even if he doesn't endorse MX, he will become a legend in the industry. After Zhao Yingjun calmed down a little, he smiled and said. That's wrong, Miss He. How can we let you work for free? We will definitely pay you. Hiyuchi waved her hands quickly. No, Miss Zhao, if you pay me, I won't take this job. Mr. Lin said. Okay. I got it. Zhao Yingjun was worried that Hiyuchi would say something shocking again and show Lin Xian's strength in front of her again. She really couldn't stand it. So after half an hour of conversation, Zhao Yingjun asked his assistant to draft a contract and send it over. Hiyuchi signed without even looking at it. After another round of conversation, Zhao Yingjun personally sent Hiyuchi downstairs. After Hiyuchi's car drove away, Zhao Yingjun couldn't wait to take out his cell phone. Call Lin Xian. After the call was connected, Zhao Yingjun immediately said in a sweet voice. Honey, it's me. Lin Xian seemed to be busy and said. Yeah. What's wrong? Zhao Yingjun smiled very happily. Hiyuchi is here, let me tell you. Honey, you are awesome. Lin Xian said calmly. Oh. Zhao Yingjun felt something was wrong. I was so happy to announce the good news, but this is Lin Xian's attitude? And still said oh. In the current Chinese context, this word can be said to be as cold and ruthless as it can be. Zhao Yingjun asked somewhat unhappily. What are you doing? Why are you answering me like that? Lin Xian did not answer directly, but called out. Ah. Zhao Yingjun was confused, thinking that something had happened to Lin Xian, and asked with concern. Lin Xian, what happened to you? Is there an accident? The cry just now was unusual. Could it be that Lei Haolong sent someone to cause trouble for him? But then, a delicate female voice came from the other end of the phone. Is this comfortable, sir? Boom. Zhao Yingjun clenched his fists. Lin Xian. Where on earth are you? Lin Xian was lying on a soft massage bed. The whole room was luxuriously decorated, with everything from steaming machines, automatic massage chairs to beverages and tea. The light was very ambiguous, and a girl with a good figure and face, who was no less than an internet celebrity, was giving Lin Xian a massage. The female technician has a particularly attractive figure. She has flesh where it should be fleshy, and the slim parts such as the waist and legs are all in just the right proportion. Lin Xian was wearing a Bluetooth headset and was lying on his stomach to answer Zhao Yingjun's call. What's wrong? Why are you so excited for no reason? Are you jealous? He knew that the female technician's previous questions and his own cries of comfort had caused Zhao Jun to misunderstand. But he still didn't shy away and didn't let the female technician stop her hand. Lin Xian just wanted to see Zhao Jun's reaction. Hiyuchi has already arrived at the company, and Zhao Jun must be aware of how powerful she is. From the first few sentences, Lin Xian also knew that Zhao Jun was now developing a little admiration for him. How could I not be furious after hearing what happened just now? But I just want to see if you'll be jealous. Weren't you very brave in the office before? Didn't you say you wouldn't get jealous? Zhao Jun was already in the elevator. After taking a few steps, she calmed down a lot. He. After a cold laugh, Zhao Jun said. It's still so early, and you're already looking for a woman. You can't stand the loneliness. Lin Xian responded sharply, saying. Yeah, who made me young? In fact, Lin Xian just wanted to get a massage to relax. After practicing fighting these days and running errands for Zhao Jun so many times, he has long wanted to relax. But he wouldn't tell Zhao Jun the truth. It's quite interesting to listen to the tone of Zhao Jun's speech. Zhao Jun asked coldly. Then when are you done? Come to the company. Lin Xian looked at the quartz clock on the wall and said. It's hard to say, maybe another hour. He just arrived, how could it be over so quickly? Zhao Jun clenched his fists and spat. Bullshit. Just brag. After saying that, he couldn't control himself and hung up the phone. Now it was Lin Xian's turn to be confused. Bragging? Why am I bragging again? Later he figured it out. Zhao Jun must have misunderstood. The female technician's misleading question, plus I talked for an hour. Zhao Jun might have thought that it would take an hour. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Women. After arriving at MX Company, Lin Xian walked straight into Zhao Jun's office again. Bao, have you signed the contract? Lin Xian looked at Zhao Jun with a smile. But Zhao Jun did not answer. Instead, he crossed his legs and looked at Lin Xian with scrutiny. That look not only seemed to see through Lin Xian, but also to kill him. Lin Xian spread out his hands. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I not handsome today? Zhao Jun couldn't help it, she said. What kind of woman did you go to see just now? Aren't you afraid of getting sick? Lin Xian almost choked up, but just smiled. You're like this, and you still say you're not jealous? Zhao Jun blushed and said. Who's jealous? I'm just afraid that you'll infect me with something dirty. Lin Xian waved his hand. Okay, let's talk about this later. You seem to have forgotten something important. After saying this, he took a step back and pointed to the ground in front of him. Come on, kneel down and apologize. Chapter 59. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Be willing to accept defeat. Lin Xian and Zhao Jun had agreed that if they could invite Hiyuchi to be the spokesperson, Zhao Jun would kneel down and admit her mistake. Otherwise, it would be Lin Xian who would kneel down. Not only that, Zhao Jun also promised not to be jealous in the future. Whether you're jealous or not can be discussed later, but you still have to kneel down now. Lin Xian didn't necessarily want to humiliate Zhao Jun, he just wanted to teach her a truth. Don't always doubt your abilities, otherwise you will pay a heavy price. Lin Xian believed that Zhao Jun would fulfill her promise, because Zhao Jun's competitiveness was beyond ordinary people's imagination, and such a woman would definitely keep her word. Zhao Jun, who was sitting behind the boss's desk, was filled with regret at this moment. If she had known she shouldn't have gambled, she should have gambled carefully and not raised the stakes easily. She had never thought that Lin Xian was so powerful and capable. Isn't he just a private detective? Apart from having a wider range of sources of information and intelligence, what else can he do? Thinking about it now, she really wanted to slap her past self. 50 million. Zhao Jun called out a price, thinking that he could use money to make Lin Xian let him go. Lin Xian refused straightforwardly. I don't want it. I still don't understand your little thoughts. Do you think you can buy me off with money anywhere? I'm sorry, but you haven't seen through my true nature. Asking for money is just my protective color. Zhao Jun gritted his teeth. A man's knees are made of gold, but Zhao Jun's knees are like a treasury. Zhao Jun's tone softened. Can't we discuss it? Lin Xian smiled. If I lose, will you discuss it with me? If Lin Xian lost, Zhao Jun would not only ask him to kneel down and pay the money, but would also severely educate him, telling him to brag less in the future and fulfill his duties as a tool. Zhao Jun still didn't give up. What about 70 million? Lin Xian covered his mouth and smiled. Okay, if you don't want to, forget it. I won't force you. Forcing was not something Lin Xian liked to do. Seeing Zhao Jun's conflicted and painful expression, Lin Xian felt that he had made a huge profit. Zhao Jun felt very uncomfortable at the moment. The thought of kneeling down to Lin Xian made her feel as uncomfortable as if she had eaten a fly. Originally she was very happy because Lin Xian had proved his ability through this incident and the previous ones. After sending He Yuqi away, Zhao Jun also began to doubt. I promised Lin Xian that I wouldn't be jealous in the future. Can I really do it? If such a powerful and mysterious man was attracted to other women by her side, could she really bear it? However, after receiving Lin Xian's call, her impression of Lin Xian was immediately lowered to the lowest. Because Lin Xian actually went to that kind of place and had fun with that kind of woman. When she thought about his previous visit to the Phoenix Hotel, a romantic place, she felt even more disgusted. Are you sick? You are so rich, and you support a college student. I think you are ambitious. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. This is also one of the reasons why Zhao Jun felt that he could not kneel down to Lin Xian. It was too disgusting. Never mind. Lin Xian simply said these two words and prepared to leave. This was not a tactic of playing hard to get, but he really did not intend to force Zhao Jun. If he wanted to force her, Zhao Jun would have been hers by now. Both psychologically and physically. Zhao Jun stared at Lin Xian's back and gritted his teeth. Stop. Lin Xian stopped and turned his head. Anything else? Zhao Jun stood up and slowly walked to the table. I just want to tell you, Zhao Jun is not a villain who doesn't keep his word. At least not a villain like you. Even if she lost, she wanted to let Lin Xian know that she was not someone to be trifled with. Lin Xian also knew what Zhao Jun meant by villain, but he was too lazy to explain. Aren't you just jealous of yourself? Zhao Jun bent down and took off her high heels, revealing a pair of beautiful snow-white feet. It's just that the movement is a little slower. Lin Xian knew that Zhao Jun was still struggling with his thoughts at this moment, so he watched with even more interest. He even wanted to take photos and record videos. At this moment, Zhao Jun's cell phone rang. Lin Xian pointed gentlemanly. Please, I'm not in a hurry. Zhao Jun glared at him. It's not you who is kneeling, so of course you don't have to be in a hurry. I picked up the phone and saw that it was Zhao Jie calling. Hey, Jie, what's going on? Zhao Jie's tone was a little anxious. Sister, has something happened to my brother-in-law? The Chu family is investigating him now, and it seems they are sending people to follow him. Zhao Jun glanced at Lin Sun and frowned. What did you say? Speak carefully. Zhao Jie said. That's right, I just discovered that in addition to Lei Haolong's men, there is another group of people following Lin Xian. My brother-in-law just came to my place for a massage this morning, and when he came out, there were actually two groups of people staring at him from behind. Zhao Jun felt his head buzzing. Jie, can you say it again? Zhao Jie felt strange. Hasn't his sister always had a good memory? I said that the Chu family is investigating him. Not this one. Zhao Jun asked. Where did you say he went for the massage? Zhao Jie was puzzled. It's just me. What's the problem? Zhao Jun was stunned and asked. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Is he going there for a massage? Zhao Jun was clear that the store opened by Zhao Jie provided regular services. Zhao Jie was a little confused. His sister's focus seemed to be wrong. Yes, it's here. My brother-in-law said he hasn't been feeling well these past few days and wants to have a massage and sauna to relax. Sister, please ask if my brother-in-law has encountered any serious problems. I understand. That's all. Zhao Jun hung up the phone and remained silent for a long time. Zhao Jun felt a sense of relief, but at the same time she felt guilty and shy. It turns out he didn't mess around, it wasn't the kind of massage he thought it was. At this moment, the mysterious and unfathomable Lin Xian is back again. But she thought of one point and started to get angry again. You lied to me. You did it on purpose, didn't you? From the last phone call until just now, he had been hinting that Lin Xian was looking for a woman of questionable character to satisfy his sexual desires. But Lin Xian didn't make any excuses, and didn't even bring it up, which led to more misunderstanding. He must have done it on purpose. Kneeling down is not enough, you also have to make a fool of yourself. Lin Xian smiled. I did it on purpose? What did I do on purpose? Zhao Jun glared at him. You are such a scoundrel. Thump. Zhao Jun simply knelt down, lowered his head, and said smoothly. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Chapter 60. Let's make another bet. Looking at Zhao Jun kneeling down, Lin Xian couldn't help laughing out loud. Wrong? What's wrong? Zhao Jun raised his head and stared at Lin Xian. I'm warning you, don't go too far. Then she prepared to stand up. A pair of hands suddenly came over, reached her armpits, and lifted her up from the bottom. After Zhao Jun was pulled up by Lin Xian, her cheeks flushed. Is this guy so strong? I'm certainly not fat, but because of my height and plump figure, I still have some weight. Lin Xian's hands were very strong, and he grabbed Zhao Jun like a doll, without any effort at all. Mysterious, powerful, and very powerful. Zhao Jun smoothed her hair, picked up her high heels and returned to the boss's desk. While putting on her shoes, she asked. The Chu family is following you. Do you know about this? Lin Xian shook his head. Have no idea. But he was not surprised. It seems that Chu Yayun couldn't help her curiosity and started to check herself. But no matter how much she searches, she will probably have no clue. Because of her cell phone number, she could only look up her address and previous social relationships through her real name information. But these are not in line with his current financial resources. Maybe he has already started to have a backer? If we investigate like this, we are bound to find nothing, so just let her be. Zhao Jun asked coldly. Humph, it's only been a day, and you're causing trouble again? The tone, the manner, the question, made it seem as if the person who had just kneeled was not her, but Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged. Isn't it normal for your man to be targeted when he's so powerful? Is this worth making a fuss about? Zhao Jun said disdainfully. How shameless. I'm just worried that you'll get into trouble and people will come to me for an explanation. I'm busy lately and don't have time to deal with your business. Lin Xian was used to her tone and did not make any further explanation. Zhao Jun felt his stomach starting to feel empty, and asked Lin Xian again. There's a new Hangzhou cuisine restaurant nearby. Do you want to try it? Lin Xian nodded. Let's go. I'm hungry too. Zhao Jun walked in front of Lin Xian and lifted the hair around her ears. You haven't cut your hair yet, are you growing it out to show your determination? The language was harsh, but this small action made her feel like a girlfriend again. The last time was when Lin Xian took away my first kiss. However, Zhao Jun did not feel that she was in love with Lin Xian by doing this. This was just a preparation to act more like a couple. Lin Xian ignored him and asked mischievously. By the way, how does it feel to kneel down to a man who is younger than you, whose family background is not prominent, and who is not as rich as you? This is so infuriating. Zhao Jun pinched him calmly. What, are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Lin Xian denied. No, I just want to understand more about your psychology. After all, in my line of work, it is necessary to be familiar with people's hearts. In fact, you can use the observe words and expressions skill to get a glimpse into Zhao Jun's heart. But Lin Xian didn't want to do that. On the one hand, he didn't want to do that, because it would be too boring to attack like that. On the other hand, he really intended to provoke Zhao Jun, but he didn't say it. At this moment, Zhao Jun suddenly stopped and grabbed Lin Xian's wrist tightly. Dear Lin Xian, do you think I can't do anything to you? After Zhao Jun finished speaking, she turned her delicate face upwards so that Lin Xian could even feel her breath. Oh? Did I say that? Don't slander me. Lin Xian remained calm. Zhao Jun let go of him and blinked. Hey, are you in love with me? Lin Xian just laughed. Hey, when did you become so self-indulgent? Zhao Jun, however, looked as if he had seen through everything and said leisurely. You first repeatedly confirmed whether I was jealous or not, and then you provoke me. Isn't this a common tactic you men use? Getting a girl to pay attention to you by angering her? How childish. Lin Xian sighed softly. Don't confuse me with the man you know. Oh. Lin Xian spread out his hands. I'm already your fake boyfriend, do I still need your extra attention? Also, look at yourself, besides being pretty, where is the feminine quality? Without waiting for Zhao Yingjun to refute or attack him, Lin Xian took a half step back and said, although you are beautiful and rich, it doesn't mean that there are no ones who can compete with you. At least among the women I know, there are quite a few who are as beautiful and rich as you. Zhao Yingjun's chest rose and fell unnaturally. Because what Lin Xian said was really hurtful. However, when Lin Xian said these unpleasant words, she also boasted that she was still beautiful and rich. It was hurtful, but not completely. Zhao Yingjun was also an experienced negotiator who was proficient in eloquence and communication, but Lin Xian had made it difficult for her to do so. But after she thought about it carefully, she asked in a somewhat sarcastic tone. Oh? From what you said, you know a lot of women, and some of them are both beautiful and rich, right? Zhao Yingjun thought he had already defeated Lin Xian. But in fact, she had already lost the moment she opened her mouth. Because she, who has always been cold and calm, could have so many emotional fluctuations just because of Lin Xian's few words. Lin Xian laughed. Well, it's better if you don't know too much. Anyway, even if you dump me today, I won't be lonely. Zhao Yingjun refused to give in. She grabbed Lin Xian's wrist again. Tell me. Who is it? I want to see how you see it. Lin Xian said speechlessly. Come on, President Zhao, we are all highly educated. You know there is such a thing as privacy, right? Zhao Yingjun sneered. I think you can't say it, right? Why don't I teach you? Isn't the Chu family investigating you now? You might as well just say that Chu Yayun fell in love with you. This was just a joke. And Zhao Yingjun's mention of Chu Yayun was also very simple. Because Chu Yayun is so famous, whenever the Chu family is mentioned, this beautiful heiress will definitely be mentioned. Her fame is even greater than that of the entire Chu family. Zhao Yingjun had also met Chu Yayun several times and was always amazed by her beauty and talent. As a person of the same type, she also had a good impression of Chu Yayun, but Chu Yayun's family education was very strict and they would not easily develop personal friendships. Otherwise, she felt that she should be able to be a like-minded friend with Chu Yayun. How could such a true beauty from the other world, a fairy from the mortal world, be interested in Lin Xian? This was just a joke that Zhao Yingjun used to tease Lin Xian. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian suddenly smiled and touched his chin. Well, how about we make another bet?